audio or ako ang net? Educating with the heart.
It is purely great and genuine love for the school children that on strategies
Sir
to
Flor?
guarantee that education continues despite
Murag
the
ako ang net
absence
lang.
of face-to-face instruction. And by educating with a heart, we are seeing the impact of our labor as we are succeeding in our effort to keep our school children stay focused on learning as well as on making themselves productive individuals. Educating with a heart has become our conviction that reminds every teacher and leader to be nurturing and to serve with respect for human dignity and to push harder to achieve our goal of providing quality education by treating every learner with utmost love and care. The Division of Lanao del Norte therefore takes pride in making educating with a heart its slogan, every school's guiding light, and every personal's direction, as each one contributes meaningfully in creating dynamic and well-coordinated actions to raise educational standards amid the pandemic. The Department of Education Division of Lanao del Norte has always put emphasis in delivering quality education and in providing complete and free access to basic education to all learners in our province. In its quest to be competitive in the global arena, concerted effort has been made to address resource shortages, promote inclusive education, ensure effective teaching and learning in basic education, and strengthen the system of good governance. However, despite numerous efforts to propagate a culture of excellence through improved academic performance, majority of the learners in the entire province struggle to achieve the national passing standard of 75%. Results of the National Achievement Test for school year 2014-2015 show that the mean percentage score of grade 10 learners is only 50.19, while for school year 2017-2018, grade 6 learners fell short in their performance as they recorded a very low MPS of only 32.6. What could have been the cause of this low performance among Lanao del Norte learners when program developers and implementers have been trying their best to provide quality, accessible, and culture-based basic education? And when the division has enough human, material, and financial resources? The division has a total of 5,271 teaching and 418 non-teaching personnel and 378 school heads, leading the 414 public, private, and SUCs. The challenge of low performance among learners, plus the closure of schools brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, prompted educational leaders to work on more plausible modalities, strategies, and enabling mechanisms for education to continue. Immediately after President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's declaration that the entire country is put under community quarantine with some areas under lockdown, the Department of Education released DepEd Order No. 12, Series of 2020, directing schools divisions to craft the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, which purpose is to formulate a roadmap to guide all internal and external stakeholders grounded on the result of the STEEP analysis: situational, technological, economic, environmental, and political.
As a response, the Division of Lanao del Norte, under the leadership of Schools Division Superintendent Edelberto L. Plinaria, SES of 5, The BELCP was crafted after the series of consultations and conferences which determined the most appropriate distance learning modalities considering available resources, teacher capability, stakeholders' commitment, among many others. This document served as a guide for the education sector as it consists of school readiness, operationalization, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. With more than a year of implementation, this division continues to seek for better strategies and enabling mechanisms to solidify its curricular programs, with Schools Division Superintendent Edelberto L. Plenaria, CESO 5, taking the lead in formulating program log frames and in developing curricular program designs through a series of lecture discussions, consultations, and feedback giving. ASDS Rosemary Team Assessor, SGOD Chief Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin and her team, Accountant Mr. Thor Aurelio Ardon, Budget Officer Emily Padayhag, and Administrative Officer Armando B. Pasok also gave input and recommendations to improve the program designs. The overall goal of this initiative is to identify program goals by looking into viable inputs, outcomes, and purposes, and with the consideration and success measures, means of verification, and important assumptions. The following programs of the Curriculum Implementation Division, developed by the Education Program Supervisors, are aimed at creating an impact beneficial to the learners. These are not only hoped to bring about change in educational culture, but also to motivate the entire DepEd LDN community to collaborate and exercise a sense of ownership and oneness to achieve a unified goal, and that is to deliver a quality, equitable, complete, and culture-based physics education.
Program Impact CIA, integrated management of programs to achieve curricular targets for curriculum, instruction, and assessment.
Science, strengthening opportunities for learners through intellectual development. Solid. Math, mathematical approaches in teaching real-life innovative learning experience. Matrix. English, restructured instruction for students in English. RISE. Filipino, Filipino ko, pagyamanin at mahalin mo. Feel mo ko, PM mo. Araling Panlipunan, enhancing skills in teaching to improve learning outcomes. Estelo. EPP, TLE, TVL, strengthening technological proficiency through exhibitions of performances and products assessment. STEP. ESP, upholding students' morale and academic resilience and transformation. U-SMART. Kindergarten, developing understanding towards learning and assessment. DULA. MTB-MLE, underlining scaffolds in mother tongue to warrant accomplishments of goals. USWA. MAPE, teachers accelerating learning effectiveness by nurturing talents of students. Talents. Journalism, La Norte Journ Star. Alive, intensive supervision of a live learner's achievement through monitoring and evaluation. Islamic. ALS. Mobilizing outcomes through varied and enhanced resources and support. Movers. IPED. Enhancing learning and understanding mechanisms through ancestral domain-based learning resources. LUMAD. LRMDS. Developing supplementary innovative reading resources. Desire. SPED. Intensifying learners' acceptance and worth. ELAW. Reading. Improving children's ability to read. iCare.
Each of these programs is unique in itself as it has its own rationale, objectives, timeliness, and monitoring and evaluation methods. And the uniqueness of each will greatly contribute to the attainment of this division's overall goal of improving every learner's quality of life by unleashing one's potential and increasing academic, technical, and technological capabilities by providing an opportunity to transform curriculum content, learning environment, and teaching and assessment practices. With the Instructional Management Team's IMT organized right after the crafting of the division's BELCP in 2020, operationalization will take full swing as the IMT is composed of education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, and district in charge, school heads, and presidents of teachers' organizations are tasked to oversee, provide technical assistance, and regularly share feedback on strengths and weaknesses. The full support of the Office of the Schools Division Superintendent will ensure that every aspect of the program is carefully and diligently managed, monitored, and evaluated. Moreover, the online systems such as the enhanced delivery of distance instruction in education for curriculum, instruction and assessment, or EDI-CIA. Electronically delivered digitized indicator for effective performance system, or EDI-PMS. Backup system and online leave system will guarantee a more efficient monitoring and evaluation system. achievements were made possible because of our aspiration to deliver the best education for our children. May our slogan, Educating with the Heart, reverberate amongst us as we continue to lighten our children's path towards a better future.
Dari mengalami kelaburan, ada wiki dapat lupa. Pikir sudah yakin, pikir sadar, lekong sosok. Pikir bisa dan lekong sosok skidi, 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 skidi.
to protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education, the Department of Education, Division of Lanao del Norte, through the leadership of the Schools Division Superintendent Edelberto L. Oplinaria, specified, strengthens schools and learning centers' capacity through the Schools Governance and Operations Division to create a conducive environment for the teaching-learning process, provide for the holistic development of learners, and ensure their readiness to learn. Through the effort and the technical assistance given by the School Governance and Operations Division personnel, headed by the Chief Education Supervisor, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Amin, the SJOD programs, activities, and projects were effectively and efficiently implemented, which resulted to the following remarkable achievements. Brigada Escuela 2020 Best Implementing School, Regional Level, Medium School Category. First place, the Lama Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Ellen O. De Guzman, and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator, Cheryl C. Taro. Large School Category. Second place, Baroy Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Raquel J. Cabusas, and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator, Janice Faith Carcedo Daiho. Mega School Category. Third place, Maranding Central Elementary School, through the leadership of Dr. Mary Grace B. Yap and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator, Mary Ella L. Opo.
The education of the youth in the entire province is the concern of everyone here in the Division of Lanao del Norte. The successful collaboration of all is essential, ensuring that our children go to school and are provided with free, liberating, and quality education.
The Lama Central Elementary School is one of the schools of Baroy South District, Lanao del Norte, with 15 teachers joining hand in hand to cater the needs of our learners for school year 2019-2020. We are very much privileged that DepEd Lanao del Norte, headed by SDS Edelberto L. Oplinaria, and our very supportive PSDS Sir Joselito C. Epi, together with a strong partnership with our LGU, barangay officials, GPTA, NGOs, alumni, and other stakeholders.
Projects by our stakeholders, teachers were able to continue quality education amidst pandemic without compromising everyone's health and safety.
Superintendent of Lanao del Norte, I commend the Lama Central Elementary School for resolving so many challenges and preparation for the opening of classes.
DepEd Lanao del Norte Division also showcased the school's excellence and outstanding Division Office of Lanao del Norte also conducted appropriate, relevant, and related activities for learners and their families about the campaign of promoting awareness against illegal drugs. The following schools were the regional winners of Gawad Club 2020 Search for Barkada Contra Droga Best Implementing Schools. Third place, Placida Niquiabas National High School, through the leadership of the school principal, Belmalo L. Bontilao, and Barkada Contra Droga Advisor, Maricel B. Usores. Consolation, Binoni Dimulugan National High School, through the leadership of school principal, Dr. Pablo Vinis Nisan, and Barkada Contra Droga Advisor, Fidelin A. Lagasca. We also intensified the implementation of the Gulayan sa Paralan program through the efforts and initiatives of the SGOD personnel. DepEd Lanao del Norte has produced regional winner for the Search for Gulayan sa Paralan program Best Implementer. Second place, Juvila C. Cubranza National High School, through the leadership of the school principal, Imelda C. Hirali, and School Gulayan sa Paralan Program Coordinator, Judith T. Ingito. For the school-based management level of practices, the Division of Lanao del Norte has produced 4 national qualifiers for the SPM Level 3 validation. Tauragat Agro-Industrial High School, through the leadership of the school principal, Nerminda Makakiling Limpao. Dalama Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Ellen O. D. Guzman. Kapatagan Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Grace M. Deloria. Linamon Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Jasmine M. Maruhon. The School Governance and Operations Division personnel constantly ensure the capacity of the organization to continuously improve and be strategic in managing the environment for which teaching and learning takes place.
Butterfly Station, Mountaineer Station, Harley Station, Waterbury Station, and John Station.
I am overwhelmed to witness how a small community here in the division of Lanao del Norte managed to solve the educational challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. The leadership of Kahayag Integrated School and Barangay Local Government Unit of Kahayag established the two-way radio-based instruction, which has become the important communication line between the teacher and the learners.
Sa nakita ko dito sa Barangay Kahayag, napaka-visible talaga ang
Sir Flor, good morning.
two-way
Nanapatay
radio-based
YouTube
instruction
link
because,
para
marami
sa
ng
atong
mga
live
lipat at mga,
YouTube
rescuer
streamers.
na may mga radyo na. Nagkaroon kami ng pagtitipon sa lahat ng mga modulators, lalo na sa BPAT at saka mga rescuer, para mai-arrange namin yung program at saka yung schedule at para ma-arrange namin yung mga bata na kanilang
Hello,
i-etiquette.
Ma'am Ten, nag-play na po. Naghanap pong participants.
Sa pag-propose na principal nga doon na sila plano sa two-way radio-based instruction, among nakita sa council nga dako kay katabang din ang mga bata mo participate sila, pabasahon sa maestra o tungod nga na amo kini kaidahan sa council sa walay pagduha-duha.
This two-way radio-based instruction is of great help to our learners, especially in Kahayag Integrated School. Facilitators or radio modulators were given or assigned to learners and their nearest learners. So they were also given program of activities. This new normal class will start an hour of interaction between the teacher and the learner. The teacher makes sure that there is a quality learning of the learners in the first sem of our school year 2020.
Dako ni katabang sa amuha. Parihan ako nga estudyante nga dili kayo kasabot sa ubang lesson sa module. Kung nakoy pangutanan ni ma'am, mura ra gihapon siya naa sa akong atubangan bahalag dili face to face. Basta madunggan lang nako yang tingog nga iyang gidiscuss akong gipangutanan.
Ako isip isa ka ginikanan, nalipay kog dako nga nakahuna-huna among principal dinhi og nagbugna siya aning proyektuha. Excited akong anak nga mo answer sa iyahang module og motubag sa iyahang ICOM inig schedule na sa iyang klase. Kung module lang manggod, dili makapangutana ang mga bata sa maestra unsay sakto unsay dili.
Isip usa ka PTA president, napasayon og dako ang paggamit sa mga bata sa radio-based instruction. Dili nami mo gasto pa para makabalo amo ang mga anak o aron may balaan nila og unsay mga instruction sa module. Napasabot sa mga maestra pinaagi ni ining radio og masabtan pud sa mga bata. Dako kay migkalipay isip ginikanan nga gimugna kini sa eskwelahan o tabang sa barangay.
So kaming mga ginikanan sa mga nga nalipay niini nga gibuhat karon kay bisan sa atong sitwasyon karon sa pandemya wala na hunong ang ilang pagtuon pinaagi sa radio kung ikuan sa modules so dili nila madungog ang tingog sa mga magtutudlo.
I am promoting Kahayag Integrated School because of the very unique modality that we're using. The modality which is not new, which is typical in some other areas, which is the use of two-way handheld radio. And with this program, I am very sure that there will be an effective delivery of instruction since the teachers are also good and they're also very competent in the use of the handheld two-way radio.
This initiative is the real proof that with innovative minds and sense of community, nothing can stop us from delivering instruction amid the pandemic. As Schools Division Superintendent of Lanao del Norte, I would like to express my wholehearted gratitude to the teachers, parents, and everyone involved in this endeavor.
Salamat sa tanang mga modulator na nag-assist sa atong mga bata. Thank you and goodbye and mabuhay.
All right, so once again, let us pay respect as we are going to witness the multimedia presentation of the prayer and the singing of our Philippine national anthem.
Dili mo work, napusid lang ta sa prayer. Pamurag gatingog naman.
Nagtingog sa YouTube, sir. Okay ta sa YouTube. Diri lang sa MS Teams, sir. Sir Flor?
Ipatiwas na lang na sa YouTube, then pana din proceed with the prayer.
Yes, sir. Nag-feedback ka, Ma'am Dayanara. Let us put ourselves in the presence of God in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this conference. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make decisions that might affect the students in the division of Lanao del Norte, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you, and for the service of humanity. We ask these things in your name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. All right, good morning once again and welcome to our webinar on managing 21st century organizations, behavior, and culture. To give us the welcome message, let us give the floor to our active and young-looking Superintendent Dr. Edilberto Oplinaria, CESO 5.
Thank you very much, Tintin. Good morning to everyone. Nag-smile na noon si Ma'am Marfy Rondes. To our Regional Director, Director Art Bayukot, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tulad Masisar, our Chief of the School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Maria Carmila T. Ablin, our Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Maria Iba Sayri Idon, all personnel from the CID to include the Public Schools District Supervisors, Education Program Supervisors, personnel from the School Governance and Operations Division, personnel from the Office of the OSDS, our school heads, elementary and secondary, and other teacher participants viewing us live in YouTube, and of course to our dear speaker, resource speaker for today's training, Dr. Gistoni P. Babia, who will be introduced later properly by our Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division. To everyone, once again, good morning. Thank you so much for spending your time today to join this one-day training on managing 21st century organizations, behavior, and culture, because this is the training that I found it very imperative to each one of us and for you to attend. In this training, you will come to understand more how organizations will work, and also in your school organizations, the typical school organizations that you have, you will also come to understand why there are some people who behave that way. Why is it that despite the clear organizational staffing pattern that we have, there are people who will also tend to organize themselves. Okay? So we have to understand it, and we'll be able to make use of those people in pursuance to the mandate of our organization, school organization. I will not talk too long on that because that will be formally dished out to you by our resource speaker. Once again, thank you so much, and I hope that you will focus your 100% attention today because this is very important, and as I have said, it will help us continue the pursuit of educational delivery in times of pandemic that we are having now. Thank you, and good morning.
Thank you very much, Sir Eddie, for that warm message. And good morning sa ato ang resource speaker for today, Doc Gistoni. Good morning. And this time, let us witness a video message from our ever-supportive Regional Director, Dr. Arturo Bayucot, CESO 3.
Isang mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Mula dito sa amin sa Kagawaran ng Edukasyon, sa Mihan ng Mindanao. Isang mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Mula dito sa amin sa Kagawaran ng Edukasyon, sa Mihan ng Mindanao.
Walay sound, Sir Floor.
First of all,
While we are waiting sa ato ang video. Alright.
isang mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Mula dito sa amin sa Kagawaran ng Edukasyon, sa Mihan ng Mindanao. First of all, I would like to thank and commend the Division of Lanao del Norte through the competent leadership of Superintendent Edelberto Oplinaria and Assistant Superintendent Rosemary Macesar for all their support to the programs, projects, and activities of the department. As a performing schools division, DepEd Lanao has significantly contributed to the countless successes of DepEd Region 10. Speaking before you in today's virtual developmental training on context-based school leadership and instructional supervision for education leaders and educators is always an honor, an opportunity, and a challenge. It is an honor simply because I am engaging with education leaders and educators whom I truly revere for their nobility all these years. As a leader and educator myself, I am humbled and privileged to engage with people like you whenever I can. It is an opportunity as well to let you know how indebted the department is for everything you have done to enable us to successfully implement our basic education learning continuity plans. And it is a challenge, just like what is advocated in our theme today, sustaining excellence and quality in a challenging time. I believe that to sustain excellence and quality in a challenging time, we need to monitor and evaluate continuously the effectiveness of our implementation of our programs, projects, and activities. It is imperative that we are able to identify targets that were successfully achieved, areas that need immediate solutions, emerging issues that need to be visualized, and strategies that need to be sustained. And this developmental session that we are conducting today is one relevant strategy that will help us achieve our purpose. What better way is there than to capacitate our education leaders and educators? For after all, the bulk of our success in the department greatly depends on their effective implementation of the learning continuity plans. Allow me therefore to thank and commend once again the Division of Lanao del Norte for continuously innovating and bravely responding to the challenges of the pandemic. Naway patuloy nating gagampanan ang ating mga tungkulin ng walang pag-aalinlangan at pag-iimbot upang mapagtagumpayan natin ang bawat hamon ng pandemya at tuluyang makamtang muli ang ating karapatang ipagpatuloy ang dekalidad na edukasyon sa isang ligtas, payapa at progresibong pamayanan. Marami pong salamat.
All right, there you have it, the video message of our Regional Director, Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, CESO 3. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, all the school heads in the Division of Lanao del Norte, all the participants, the ADA, and the teachers in the YouTube live streaming, today, upat ang module nga i-discuss sa atong resource speaker today, which is very helpful sa ato ang work, sa ato ang family sa work, ato mga kauban, and ato ang leaders. To discuss all of this and to introduce to us our speaker this morning, masyak mo sa itong speaker. Okay. So, to introduce to us, um, to tell us who our speaker is, help me welcome our CID Chief, Dr. Maria Eva S. Edon. Naratol na po, Ma'am Chief.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday morning. Let me introduce excellent, resource speaker today. Okay, so to our very dynamic leader, Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Edelberto L. Oplinaria, CESO 5, to our Proactive Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Rosemary Tolod Macesar, to my very active partner, SGOD Chief Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, to our Caring Administrative Officer, Mr. Armando B. Pasok, to all section heads, CID, SGOD, and OSDS personnel, to all school heads and administrative personnel present today. Pleasant morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. It is my distinct pride and honor to present to you our resource speaker in this webinar on managing 21st century organizations, behavior, and culture. Our resource speaker finished his undergraduate studies at Xavier University, Ateneo de Cagayan as magna cum laude, and Ateneo's most outstanding student leader for being the Central Student Government President. He finished his Master of Arts in Education as Best Thesis Awardee at Cebu Normal University, and his Doctor of Education, major in Instructional System and Resource Management in University of San Jose, Recoletos. Currently, he is the Dean of University of San Jose Recoletos School of Education, the Center of Excellence in Teacher Education. He also sits as the Board of Trustees of the Coalition for Better Education Philippines. He also represented Philippines to various international gatherings as a speaker and presenter in the following teacher education events: CIMEO UNESCO Joint Webinar on World Environment Day, Teacher Education Institutions Initiatives on Biodiversity in the Lens of ESD in June 2020, International Conference in ESD in Teacher Education as plenary speaker, Okayama, Japan in November 2019, SEA or Southeast Asian Teacher Project as conference speaker in Industry 4.0 in Teacher Education, Thailand in October 2019. Second Asia Pacific meeting in ESD for Teacher Education in Asia and the Pacific, Okayama, Japan in November 2018. Developing ESD framework in Teacher Education, Bandung, Indonesia in October 2018. Developing Teacher Support System in Rural Schools in Southeast Asia, Guilin, China in November 2017. And Education for Sustainable Development Framework, Project Framework in Teacher Education in Bangkok, Thailand in April 2016. He also worked for more than 70 national teacher training, research and leadership development projects through Microsoft Globe Telecom, Smart Communication, One Meralco Foundation, Aboitiz Foundation through the Department of Education for DepEd teachers and principals on topics ranging from 21st century global Filipino teachers, instructional materials development, leadership and management in 21st century, and project-based and outcomes-based methodologies. He served as program manager in the following national and local projects, such as ICT training for public school teachers of Ramon Aboitiz Foundation, Certificate certificate program for elementary public school teachers funded by the Cebu City government, capacity building for professors of centers of excellence and development in teacher education on local materials development funded by the Commission on Higher Education, and UNESCO's project on promoting ESD-based community in Asia and the Pacific, funded by Japan ESD Center and UNESCO Bangkok. He was awarded by USAID and University Research Council in Jakarta, Indonesia, with 85,000 US dollars worth of teacher training projects nationwide on Bloom's software training in the Philippines as the country program manager from 2016 up to 2018. In 2017, he was awarded by Cebu Normal University Alumni Federation as the most outstanding CNU alumni in the field of leadership and management in teacher education. He also served as a 3x $1 million roundtable qualifier of Manulife Philippines as a senior wealth specialist. Recently, he is being recommended by DepEd Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones to sit as one of the Teacher Education Council members and is currently waiting for the signature of appointment from the Office of the President of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome with a big round of applause our resource speaker, Dr. Jess Tony Babia. A round of applause, please. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you po. Thank you, Doc Edon, for that very kind introduction. So good morning, everyone. Good morning all the way from Lanao del Norte. No? So we have our friends here in the MS team, so our principals, and we also have our teachers here in the YouTube channel. No? So I'm actually looking at the two platforms so that I can see them. Thank you, Dr. Edon, for that kind introduction. My respect to at least I already got the names. No? So to the ones who invited me, the division superintendent of Lanao del Norte, Dr. Idel. Thank you so much for the invitation, Dr. Idel. To our assistant division superintendent, Dr. Masisar, I think she's here. To our two chiefs, no, so the one who introduced me, Dr. Idon, thank you so much, and Dr. Ablin, no, and also to our MC, Ma'am Christine, no, so and to the rest of our people working force in the division of Lanao del Norte, thank you so much for the invitation. Actually, I had the training yesterday with the different division personnel, and it was really a great opportunity to connect with them, to interact with them. No? So the interaction was really alive, and at the same time, it was more of a reflective interaction that talks about how leadership and management is really fostered in the division of Lanao del Norte. And all I can say is that there was actually a very substantive conversation going on, and I can see the collaboration, I can see the efforts of everyone, the partnership, no? So the most important thing of all, the partnership, and at the same time, the way how they handled their organizations are really excellent, no? In the making. Okay, so thank you so much. Welcome. I hope that those who are from the YouTube channel can also hear me well. Okay. Okay, so I can see there naman. So for those who are in the YouTube channel, you can also answer the questions that I will be asking you later on. No? So this is a two-way conversation. So in other words, we will surely, have to discover our own leadership potentials. Even if you are teachers, no, even if you are teachers in the field, kahit teachers kayo, sabi ninyo na baka hindi ito mag-fit sa inyo. Actually, everyone, no, in the room, no, will fit into this kind of leadership session. It's because, as what I've said yesterday, lahat po tayo mga teachers are all leaders in our respective fields. Okay, sa ating mga classrooms. No? So lahat tayo ay mga teachers. So there will be 4 modules that I will be presenting to you today. Sabi ni Ma'am Christine kanina, there are 4 modules that I will be introducing, and all these modules are highly relevant to our leadership experiences and teaching experiences. Perhaps yung mga teacher natin nagtatanong, bakit kaya kami nandito? No? So why am I part of this organizational leadership and management? Kasi basically, you are the leaders in your own classroom. So you are the ones managing, yeah? You are the ones managing your students in the classroom. And basically, pag kayo ang nagmamanage ng mga students niyo sa classroom, you will have to encounter a lot of challenges and at the same time, opportunities. So challenges and opportunities. And all these challenges and opportunities, sometimes sasabihin siguro ninyo na pabalik-balik yung mga challenges and opportunities, or there might be some time in your life, no, in your experience, that these challenges and opportunities are not repeating. Perhaps it might be surprising because it's your first time to encounter a challenge and an opportunity like this. So that's about the module number 1. While our module number 2 will basically talk about what systems thinking is, what action learning is in the context of the academic institution. So since meron tayong mga teachers ngayon, no, so we will also discuss a little bit how can this systems thinking principle be utilized naman in the classroom context, no, and at the same time, especially for our principals, no, so our principals who are here in MS Teams could actually understand better how can this type of action system thinking be suited, no, to the way how you are managing your different schools and different institutions in the Department of Education. And our Module 3 will basically talk about the competing values framework. So this type of framework will enable us to understand what or who are we as an organization, no? Or what are we as an organization? What type of culture are we embodying as an organization in DepEd? Okay, so that's also a quite interested quite interesting topic as well for the competing values framework. And at the same time, the last one is you will be redirected to the 21st century management in the classrooms using the Theory U principle. No? So using the Theory U principle. Okay, sige. So I will not hold you for long with the introduction. Let's start already with our module 1. That's on defining and studying organizational leadership and management. Just for me to check whether those who are alive here in the MS Teams, kayo mga nasa MS Teams po, just to check if you are alive and kicking, can you please write down an exclamation mark if you can hear me well. Exclamation mark dun sa ating MS Teams. Okay. Sa MS Teams natin, exclamation mark. Sa MS Teams. And of course, I'll also be expecting, thank you, Ma'am Patre, Sir Candao, also in the YouTube page, no? So, exclamation mark po, exclamation mark. Exclamation mark naman dun sa ating YouTube page. Of course, yung sa YouTube page natin, medyo late ng mga 1 minute yata, no? So before they can get my instruction. So hopefully from the YouTube page naman, I can get the exclamation mark naman sa ating mga participants who are teachers. Thank you so much po sa ating participants in the MS Teams. Ang dami nila, no? Very alive, very kicking. Oh, shout out to Ma'am Sherilyn of the YouTube page, Ma'am Carol Pactol, and the rest of them. Okay. S&D West. Oh, so may pangalan talaga. S&D West. Oh, and dami na sa YouTube page natin. So, thank you so much. No? So, I hope that we will have a lively encounter. I don't know how will this go, no? So, I also want those people in the YouTube page to also connect with us. Ayan. So, those in the YouTube page, you are not alone, no? So, I can still connect with you. Don't worry about that. Ayan, so there are so many. Thank you so much to our friends from our principals and our teachers in the YouTube page. Ayan. So let's have our welcome introductions. Okay, so let's have our welcome introductions.
Sir, muted ka, sir. Muted ka, sir. Julius, muted ka. Na-mute ka, sir.
Ayan, ayan. Okay, here. Sorry. Okay, can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. No, na-mute. Okay. Ayan. So basically, I mentioned to Sir Idel last time, no, na before usually in leadership trainings, it's a face-to-face interaction. Kaya nga, because of the pandemic, no, so we had limitations that we experience here. So basically po, we will just have to do this online. So we always start with our welcome introductions. Okay, so basically you will be sharing, no, why are you here and what questions do you bring with you today? So since marami po tayo, so there are so many participants right now, I want you to write down your answers in the chat box na lang. Okay. Bakit kayo nandito? Why are you here? No? So why are you here? And second is, what questions do you bring with you here? What do you bring with you today? So I am expecting answers coming from our dear principals in the MS Teams, and I will also be expecting answers from our dear teachers coming from our YouTube page. So maybe magbabasa po tayo ng mga tatlong or apat or limang answers from the YouTube page, and we will also be reading answers in our MS Teams as well. So why are you here? No? So why are you here? What questions do you bring with you today? Yeah. So why are you here and what questions do you bring with you today? Okay, so I will give you around a minute to think and reflect about these answers. Okay, sabi ni Ma'am Rona, we are here to learn something new that are useful in our workplace. Ayan. So tama naman si Ma'am Rona, no? So we are here to learn something new, no? So yung nakakatulong talaga sa workplace, no? So hindi yung pumupunta lang kami dito na wala naman kaming matututunan after, no? So we will not learn anything. Okay, ayan. Sabi ni Ma'am Wilma, we are here to learn applicable management styles in the new normal. Basically naman, kasi nga it's pandemic, no? There's an ongoing pandemic and there are so many concerns and queries from our friends, from our friends who are academic leaders. How do we manage people in the new normal considering that there are so many limitations? Si Ma'am Elazaida naman, to gain additional inputs for the organization. Si Ma'am Candao, to learn something great, especially in the new normal education. And as Ma'am Camilo said, I am here to learn more as a leader. So basically si Ma'am Camilo is a leader. Magbabasa din tayo sa ating YouTube channel, YouTube page, no? So sabi ni Ma'am City Almira Sarangani, I'm here to learn about leadership and management. And my question is, how good leadership affected the school objectives? This is a very nice question from Ma'am City. I'm here to learn about leadership management and how good leadership is affected the school objectives. Ayan. So we also have Ma'am Janice Malanog. How best we could deliver quality and relevant education in this time of the pandemic? Okay, ayan. And then Ma'am Gladys Villacorta said, to be capacitated and upskill my school management skills, especially in this time of the pandemic. There are so many answers in our YouTube page. Thank you so much for your very kind answers, no? So ayan, magbabasa din tayo sa MS Teams, no? Sabi ni Ma'am Jomaira, Ma'am Amira, to learn or gain knowledge from the speaker to be able to apply in the workplace. Ma'am City, I'm here to learn new things in managing the school during this new normal. Sabi naman ni Ma'am Joy, my purpose of joining this webinar is to learn more management and leadership styles that can be of help to me and my work to be effective and efficient in the delivery of my services. Okay, and how would I be of help in attaining organization in the division goals? Ma'am Selmar, I want to learn more. Ma'am Manisa, learn new techniques of good leadership facing the new normal of education. Ma'am Rowena, I'm here to learn how to improve the quality of learning among our learners in the pandemic. Ma'am Eurosa, I am here to learn the different possible behaviors of our organization amidst the pandemic. Ang dami-daming mga learnings to, ang dami-daming questions natin. Okay, magbabasa din tayo sa YouTube, no? So, sabi ni Ma'am, okay. By the way, I'm also speaking Tagalog kasi baka there are participants who cannot understand Bisaya, no? But I can also speak Bisaya. I can speak mix naman. Okay, so makastorya gihapon ko og Bisaya. Okay, Ma'am Pilarita Suwan, sabi ni Ma'am Pilarita, we are here to update ourselves in connection in our new situation of teaching. Ayan. And then also Ma'am Sylvia Garcines, to learn about managing 21st century learners. And then sabi ni Ma'am Lorna Gumabat, we are here to learn more to be effective in our teaching field, especially nowadays. Sige, nagra-random lang tayo. Okay. So, sabi ni Sir Benji Paman, I am here to gain more knowledge in management in teaching, especially this pandemic. How leadership can be more successful during the pandemic? Lahat naman tayo nagtatanong ng ganyan. How can this be? What do you think might happen? So, would it be possible, that we will gain this kind of, parang uh this kind of setup, no, in the pandemic. Ayan. Okay. Then last thing na lang tayo. We'll read it. Sabi ni Ma'am LB Puebla, I'm here to learn more management and good leadership in our workplace. Ayan. Para pareho lang din naman, no? And baka may mga different, okay, management in the new normal. Sabi ni Ma'am Belen, sabi ni Sir Edmond, to simply learn. O yan, to simply learn. I'm just here to simply learn. Okay, di ba? To simply learn. Okay. Okay, and then ano pa, to learn how to address supervisory skills appropriate for the pandemic. Ayan. Okay, good, good. And to learn more to be effective leaders, sabi ni Miss Harvey Mikulo. To learn more to be effective leader, how we are going to apply techniques in terms of leadership, most especially this time of no face-to-face. So eventually, lahat po ng ating mga tanong talaga is based on how do we manage, no? Or how can we manage schools, especially, no, in the new normal, considering that there are so many limitations that we experienced during the pandemic. Di ba? Ang dami-daming limitations. And all of you have the same kinds of, hesitation, same kinds of, hindi naman siguro fear, no? But these are questions that normally comes out from the hearts and minds of every educators and every leaders. Okay. So this time, gagamitin natin yung term na educators and leaders. Because again, we are all educators here. Kahapon naman sa division office, they were formerly, some of them are formerly educators turned into leaders. And right now naman, this is a very good interaction because lahat talaga tayo are educators. No? So, now, why am I asking you this? It's because we all experience this, what we call as the VUCA world. And I don't know if you have heard already about the VUCA world. Every time there are speakers that comes in the new normal, these speakers would always introduce the concept of the VUCA world. No? So the VUCA world is defined, in Harvard University in 2014, no? In Harvard Review Studies in 2014, as volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. Yun yung description ng world natin. So basically, the moment we experience the pandemic, that's a clear description of what a VUCA world is all about. We did not expect the pandemic. Hindi natin in-expect yung pandemic, ano? We never had expected that pandemic will come. Hindi po siya nakalagay sa libro. There were actually so many talks about the pandemic. However, lahat po tayo, even those first world, second world countries were never prepared about the pandemic. And they describe VUCA world as something that is completely unclear. That's unknown unknowns. It's unknown unknowns. So unknown unknowns. Okay? So basically, pag sinasabi natin unknown unknowns, what does that mean? We don't expect, okay, that on the next day or the following day, there might be some changes that will happen again. And these changes are unexpected changes. Okay? And these changes are considered as complex changes. There was COVID-19 in the early of 2020s, and then di natin namalayan. I thought that if everything was okay, there was a Delta COVID variant again. So there's another variant, you see? And we might not be expecting that on the next years, probably the next months, there's another variant that will come. You see, that's how uncertain our world is right now. That's how ambiguous our world is right now. That's how volatile our world is right now. In terms of investments naman, sinasabi nila, the investments right now are so volatile. There's cryptocurrency, there's forex. Cryptocurrency is a very volatile type of investment. Kasi nga, today, sobrang taas, no? And then the next day, sobrang baba naman. That's really volatile, no? So the expectation of the rise and flow of the investment is very, very high. And so you see, that's really the unknown unknowns. No? So the unknown unknowns, okay? So our VUCA world basically has been giving us different types of experiences. And what are these experiences? Could be number one, You see, the terrorism, we don't know that the terrorism is being funded by other countries. We don't know about that. We have heard also about artificial intelligence. So yung artificial intelligence, the purpose is to protect our lives, to protect our social lives. That's the purpose of artificial intelligence. We also have our online classes, di ba? So online classes. No? So basically, itong online classes gave us a lot of headaches naman, during the start. No? So how do we manage our classes? No? So, and at the same time, instead of the online classes, because some of us are living in the rural areas naman, so we do modular classes, So those are part of the VUCA world. We didn't expect that to happen, pero nangyari talaga, no? So we wanted to stop it, pero hindi natin siya ma-stop ng agad-agad, no? It's because it's been constantly happening and we cannot stop this from happening. And we also have heard about the term globalization. No? So globalization. Pero yung problema kasi ng globalization natin is the rich are becoming richer, the poor are becoming poorer. So the rich becoming richer, the poor becoming poorer. And we also have the politics. No? So politics naman. We didn't expect that there are a lot of political dramas in the Philippines. It's not only the Philippines probably, but it's actually a political drama that's happening around or across the globe. Kasi nga everyone is not prepared, especially during the pandemic. Sabi nga nila, the real politicians' skills are tested during the pandemic. Kasi nga they have not been trained how to react or act right away when pandemic like this happens. Hindi naman natin ito in-expect, no? But basically, eventually, we did not even realize that some of the policies, laws, legislations, or those underlying structures in the politics might either combine or separate families. Hindi natin alam yan, but eventually it's actually happening. No? So some laws and legislations are separating families. And of course, the very famous coronavirus experience. No? So the very famous coronavirus experience. So all these are eventually part of our VUCA world. So all these are part of our VUCA world. Now, before I will have to proceed with my discussion on the next page, I would like to ask those in the MS Teams naman in our YouTube page, no? What are those other experiences that you have had in the VUCA world which I did not present here in the slide? Ano pa yung ibang VUCA world experiences that you have had, no? That were not mentioned here in the slide? Okay, so let's hear from our friends from the MS teams who are our principals and our teachers naman and some principals naman in our YouTube page. Ano ba yung other experiences nyo in the VUCA world? No? So what were those experiences on top of what I have mentioned here? No? So these experiences might have created some fears in your end, or these experiences might have created some problems in your end naman, no? So and sometimes you realize na parang you don't know what to do now. Okay, so I'm waiting for your answers in the MS Teams and in the YouTube page natin, no? So what were those VUCA experiences, no, that you have had naman? Okay, so I'll give you a minute siguro to think about this. Okay, let's have a minute. Okay, sabi ni Ma'am Amira, on the way of learning, no? So the way of learning we are facing right at this moment. Tama naman si Ma'am Amira, no? So we are actually uncertain about how learning will take place, no? Especially if there is really a quality learning, given that it's synchronous, asynchronous, or modular learning, no? Sabi ni Sir Dennis, it's the new learning landscape. Tama naman, it's the synchronous or the asynchronous, no? So it's the new learning landscape. There are so many concerns about the landscape right now. Whether it's asynchronous or asynchronous, whether it's modular, ang dami-daming concerns, ano? Sabi ni Ma'am Gladys Villacorta sa YouTube, personal dilemma brought about by this pandemic, psychological and mental effect of this pandemic, correct, no? Sabi ni Ma'am Ann Solano, no need to look far. There were plenty of challenges within the workplace brought about by this pandemic. Exactly, Ma'am Ann, no? So, sabi ni Ma'am Wilma, the mental health, no? And what else? Okay, ayan. Sabi ni Ma'am Amy, okay. All right, okay. Okay, so there's no need to look far daw. Okay, yan. Kasi nga yung challenges naman natin is basically in the workplace. And of course, Ma'am Wilma said it's really mental health, no? Sabi ni Sir Jill Uwano, behaviors of learners towards learning, correct? Kasi nga it's a different modality, different landscape of learning. And then sabi naman ni Sir Danilo Anticamara, my feeling of anxiety that I cannot offer my best in this time of the pandemic. Okay, so ang dami, no? So feeling of anxiety, sabi ni Sir Benji Paman, the transition of learning from face-to-face to virtual learning. Ma'am City also said the delivery of education to the learners, especially the K-3 learners. Ma'am Camilo said it's the poverty. No, it's really the poverty. Ma'am Rowena said remedial classes were not sustained due to the fluctuating number of COVID cases in our municipality. Kahit nga in Cebu, no, I'm in Cebu right now. I'm already living in Cebu, even if I'm really a pure Mindanaoan, no. There are so many COVID cases also in Cebu, no. So ang dami-dami, no. So it's every day that we are hearing a lot of deaths. Yung sa aking Facebook page, no. So when I see the notification, there are so many candles, there are so many ribbons, black ribbons, because most of them have already died, no. And then, death right now is just a common thing, I mean, parang ganun. That's how we are experiencing it here. Ma'am Karina Cruz, blended modalities, while Sir Josephine Ignacio said Ma'am Josephine Ignacio S. said, economic crisis and struggle for survival in all aspects. Sabi naman ni Ma'am, sabi ni Ma'am Elizaida, number of deaths brought by the COVID-19, the mental health for Ma'am Charlene, I think. Ma'am Eurosha, limited knowledge of parents and the delivery of the lessons to their kids, because again, it's actually now the parents who are answering the modules of the kids, no? So instead of the kids answering for them, pero yung parents na yung nagsasagot, no? So basically, the role of parents is supposed to be the ones who will assist and facilitate their kids in the teaching and learning. And Ma'am Rachel Apat Belmonte also said, so the learning is to gain more knowledge about this topic and the behavior and culture, as a teacher in this new education. Sabi ni Ma'am Zenaida Omar, how are we going to handle our negative thoughts and attitudes and mental health brought about by the COVID-19? So again, it's still about the COVID-19. So basically, those are, and then also Ma'am Rowena said, there. So, why am I asking you this? Because in our session, especially for this module, we have to develop and tap our collective capacity. So collective capacity. So there is this term as what we call as collective capacity. So you see, in my session ngayon, kasi I find it, iibahin ko lang muna ng konti, no? I want it to make it as a classroom-like experience kasi lahat naman kayo ay mga teachers here and principals. So I'd like you to type the word collective capacity. No? So both in the YouTube page and in the MS Teams, I'd like you to type the word collective capacity. So collective capacity. So so what is collective capacity? Basically, when we talk about collective capacity, this is the capacity of the organizations to work together, to collaborate together. No? So collective capacity. Now, because this capacity is actually a requirement during the pandemic, kailangan natin ng collective capacity, as this is a type of instrument, a leadership instrument that will enable us to see further our leadership potentials and our leadership skills. Now, this leadership in the pandemic actually requires us to develop new consciousness, and at the same time, it will also require us to develop collective leadership. Kailangan natin yan New consciousness plus collective leadership. Because take note, right now again, this is a VUCA world. Hindi natin alam what will happen next. So therefore, every day of our lives, we have to develop this what we call as the new consciousness. We have to develop this what we call as the new awareness. The new awareness because again, we don't know what might happen next. And using this new awareness, we also have this what we call as our collective leadership. Question, do we need teachers? Like ako, teacher lang po ako sa isang public school. May magtatanong sa atin, no? Teacher lang po ako ng isang public school. Will I be part of the collective leadership? Yes, eventually you are part of the collective leadership. Kasi take note, you are a teacher and you are a leader in the classroom. Okay? More so with our principals, no? Our principals require to have this mindset of having collective leadership in the schools kasi that is what is needed. And the collective leadership plus the new consciousness concept is to create a future of greater possibilities, no? Create a future of greater possibilities. And basically, we wanted to create a future in order for us to prepare not just ourselves, but to prepare the future. Yung mga anak ninyo, yung mga anak na mga anak ninyo, yung mga kaapu-apuhan ninyo, no? Sa mga apo sa tuhod, no? So, no? There are so many people who will still be breathing and who will still be alive in the future. And if we already experience this fear, the depression, everything that we experience right now at the present context, and we will not enable ourselves to develop new consciousness and use our capacity to join into that collective leadership process, then basically we will be asking a question like, what type of future will we be developing for our future generations, to the next generations to come? Eventually, hindi na. When they will be born, they will die eventually the next day kasi nga we did not prepare them for the future that they all deserve to experience. Now, however, when we don't actually see this new consciousness, we don't see the awareness level, and we are not enabling ourselves for collective leadership. So we see blind spots. Nakikita natin yung mga blind spots, no? So ano yung mga blind spots? These are those spots that we cannot actually determine if we don't develop this consciousness, no? This is a source dimension from which effective leadership and social action come into being. Okay? If we are leaders, especially in our classrooms, leaders especially in our own respective schools, if we are very much open to identify the blind spots, ano ba talaga yung nangyayari sa ating school, no? Bakit kaya ganito yung nangyayari? Why is it that this particular teacher does not submit requirements on time? What is the blind spot, no? Or sa part naman ng mga teachers, what's really happening with my classroom? So what's wrong with my students? No? Why is it that my students are actually not participating well? Or why is it that most parents are the ones answering the modules of the kids? What is the blind spot here? Ano ba yung pinaka-problema? What's really the biggest problem? Why is it that there is a blind spot happening? Okay? Why is it that I cannot see the blind spots? That's actually the question. So, bakit kaya yung parents yung nagsasagot sa mga modules? Basically, because the blind spots, it could be that we did not communicate with the parents. Or, when there was a communication process, we did not communicate it to them well. Okay, so that's actually an example of a blind spot. Now, if we are also leaders in the field, sabi nga nila, bakit ba yung MPS na ating school hindi masyadong maganda yung performance ng mga bata sa MPS? Okay. So we see the blind spots again. We identify what these blind spots are. Now, in the greater concept of the blind spot, no, sabi ni there was a result of the World Bank, and DepEd, or the Philippine students, okay, ranked second and third to the bottom for math and science. And eventually, most of us naman are really, there's an it's not our fault. Oh, that's also another blind spot that we have to see. What really are the blind spots, and how can we make sure that we develop this new consciousness, especially during the time of the pandemic? Now, there's a question, no? Who are our managers and leaders then and now? So in our MS teams, majority here are our principals, no? So tinatanong natin, who are our managers and who are our leaders then and now? Sino ba sila? Does that reflect your leadership potential and your leadership capacity in the pandemic? Or are you still stuck with the way how you manage the things before the pandemic happened? Okay. So a manager then, okay, a manager then is someone who coordinates and oversees the work of other people so that organizational goals can be accomplished. So, exactly. Those are expectations of our managers. Kayo, mga manager po kayo, mga principals are all managers. Kayo po na mga teachers na nasa YouTube page natin, you are also managers in your own classroom. So basically, yung nangyayari as a principal is you coordinate and oversee the work of your teachers, okay, of other people. Yung other people natin, mga guro yan. so that the organizational goals can be accomplished. In other words, we have organizational goals that has to be accomplished. If you're going to specify what these organizational goals simply mean, it's actually the identification of the metrics and the targets. No? So metrics and targets would mean that at least 85% to 90% MPS for the specific subject areas. So mga ganon, no? So at least uh, zero sardo, no? So 0% sardo, no? So those are some examples of metrics and targets. Those are organizational goals. Pagdating naman doon sa mga teachers, of course, basically, yung goal ng ating mga teachers is the teaching goal, no? So the teaching goal. So when you say the teaching goal, you mean that students will not basically have failing grade, no? So you wanted that as part of the goal. Ayan. So that's a manager and a teacher then. But what others think about management before? So these are all experts in the management, no? So some of them are the authors of the books that I'm reading most of the time. So Harold Kuntz mentioned that management is the art of getting things done through and with a formally organized group, no? So getting things done through and with a formally organized group. Good thing DepEd is a formally organized group. The teaching in a public school, when you are with your students, that's an organized group. That's a formally organized group. Ano? So while Henry Fayol also mentioned that management is to manage, to forecast and plan, to organize, to compound, to coordinate, and to control. So basically, Henry Fayol's concern here about management is really more on the controlling, no? More on the forecasting, more on the planning, more on the organizing and compounding. In the point naman sa ating mga teachers, based on Harold Kuntz and Henry Fayol, yung management natin is reflected on saan kaya? It is reflected on the way how we prepare our lessons. We don't prepare our lesson plans anymore because we all have our DLL, we use the most essential learning competencies. Pero, that's right, no? Pero even though we are now using the modular context or we are using the modular approach already, we still manage them by number one, effectively and efficiently delivering all the modules. Number two is to efficiently monitor our students if they are really learning using the modular approaches. Number three, to coordinate with our parents, diba? So we coordinate with our parents. Eventually, we will have to coordinate with our parents naman on how are they doing so far, no? In terms of facilitating, assisting, managing the learning of their children. Kasi that's the new normal context, no? So basically, all of us are really managing a lot of things. No, all of us are managing a lot of things. And of course, the others would define that management is like planning, organizing, directing, staffing, controlling, coordinating, reporting, and budgeting. No, so planning, organizing, directing, staffing, controlling, coordinating, reporting, and budgeting. Still the same. No, this is still what teachers are eventually doing. Nagpa-plan tayo, nag-organize tayo, nagda-direct tayo, nagsa-staffing tayo. Staffing intentional, more strategic way. And take note, the very purpose is for transformational change. Transformational change instead of collective failure. So again, since we are all teachers here, I'd like you to type the word transformational change so that you will not forget it. Transformational change. Yeah. Transformational change, again, I'd like you to type that word on top of collective capacity. Transformational change, it's because our purpose is for us not to achieve collective failure but collective leadership. Transformational change because we are expected to raise our awareness, to raise our level of consciousness. No? So yesterday, yung aking example sa mga supervisors po natin is like a flashlight. No? So flashlight. If you will have to raise your flashlight higher, what is the level of light that is being covered in the surface? If I'll raise my flashlight higher, eventually there's a wider scope that the flashlight will have to cover. Diba? There's a wider scope that the flashlight will have to cover. But if I will have to raise my flashlight lower, there's what? There's only a minimal scope that the flashlight will have to cover. What does that mean? Meaning to say that we have to raise our level of awareness so that we can raise our level of consciousness, so that we can create collective leadership, so that we can create a future that will hold us accountable to make the future generations live the way we want them to live. Okay, so that's actually transformational change. Our context right now, especially during the pandemic, has already changed. Gumagawa tayo ng mga strategies for new strategies for teaching because we wanted a transformational change. Hindi na po siya competencies lang. It's not just all about the most essential learning competencies, the K-12 competencies, but we wanted to create a social awareness by helping our planet, the climate change, the global degradation, the degradation of values of people, especially during the pandemic. Ang dami-dami. And these are all the things that we are expected to do, especially right now in the 21st century. Kasi nga everything has changed. The way how we see things have changed. Meron na po tayong mga internet connections. Everything has changed. Everything has changed. And for the part of our teachers, perhaps we can reflect on this. How can our modules that we are delivering to our students enable them to develop a more conscious and more aware, to become more aware citizens so that they in turn will also contribute to transformational change? Yun yung parang concern natin as teachers and as principals naman. How are we enabling our teachers to be an agent of transformational change, tapping their new consciousness and awareness so that they can actively participate in the process and in the call for collective leadership? So that's actually what it is, instead of developing and experiencing collective failure. Because what factors affect organizational management and behavior, especially in the classroom? Ang dami. There are so many forces affecting organizational behavior. Number one, people. Mga tao, no? So people, why? Because the people actually make up the internal social system of the organization. For the part of the principals, yung mga people natin ay yung mga teachers natin, di ba? Yung mga teachers natin are the ones making the internal social system in the organization. Yung sa mga teachers naman, yung mga tao natin are our students. Diba? So basically, kasi some of us nga, we are just, well, you might correct me if I'm wrong, no? But it's really true, no? Ang dami-dami ko mga friends na mga teachers, eh. So some of them would say na, ay, sulod na lang ko sa trabaho, okay na ka ng, basta lang yun, makadawat ko sa kong sweldo, okay na yung kaya ng makadawat sa land bank or sa DBP, no? So something like that. Ay, wala ko labot alam mga transformational change ngayon, anak, kay kana mga bata karon wala yung mga batasan. Some of them might be saying that, you know. But you see, we are all expected to be part of the transformational change. And in other words, we are all expected to review our mindsets, to review our mental models. Who are we as a teacher in the 21st century, and how can we be able to transform our thinking so that we can create students who will also think as well towards transformative change? Kasi nga, these are the people, di ba? So, part of the principle naman, yun. And in the structure natin, sa structure, no? We see structure as a very important component for us to understand the bigger world, for us to understand the bigger picture. Okay. Sabi ni Ma'am Eurosha, transformational change due to COVID-19 pandemic, and old is transformed into the new normal. We have to be conscious of what is new now in this new normal, galing ni Ma'am Eurosha, which are hard at this time because we cannot freely move. We are limited to distance learning, virtual meetings, and we need to create a new world. Oh, sabi ni Ma'am. You see, those are actually limitations that we experience, no? We are all expected to be transformative. However, there are so many limitations. And yung sinasabi ni Ma'am Eurosha right now is part of the structure. Ito na yung bagong structure, eh. We can no longer choose this structure kasi this is what is happening right now. Okay? So ito na yung structure natin. Hindi na po ito mababago yung structure natin unless if COVID-19 will leave. No? Pahawa na COVID-19 kay we don't need you anymore. We cannot just do that. No? COVID-19 is here. And I hope that COVID-19 is not here to stay. No? So sabi ni Ma'am Moniza, everything is different in the new normal. So there is a need of transformational change in order to achieve the goals behind challenges encountered. Tama si Ma'am Moniza. No? So you see the structures. No? So it defines the formal relationship and use of people in organization. This is now our new structure. And of course, the technology. Ayan, so the technology. So it also affects us, no? Eventually it also affects us, no? Because technology provides the resources with which people work and affects the tasks that they perform, no? So we all have experienced the wrath of the technology, you know. Kahit nga, I always understand, no, kasi like for example, what you did a while ago, you did Facebook, you did YouTube, you also did MS Teams, and I myself have experienced that many times in my life. No, whenever we have programs, we check if the YouTube is working or the Facebook is working. We check if there's an audio in the MS Teams, and you know, these are all the structures that we all have to embrace right now. You know, all these are pretty normal, and we have to accept that these are all realities that are happening right now. Okay. And of course, the environment, because all organizations work within an internal and external environment. In the case of our principals, the environment is different now. Yung mga principals natin, they always join MANCO meetings, they always join the meetings called by the division offices, while our teachers naman are pressured by the principal because these teachers will have to join the meetings online, or the teachers will have to visit the school at least 3 times a week or 2 times a week. Yung mga ganyan, no? So you see, the environment has changed as well. No? So basically, lahat po tayo are all challenged on how to accept the kind of environment that we are in right now. And we cannot do nothing about this, but we have to move on, no? So muna nagsauyab, no, nga nagbulag mo sa imong uyab, kinahanglan gyud tang mag-move on, no? Okay? Because again, the structure, the environment, the people has changed. Even people has changed right now. Bakit? People change because there's a new mindset. Iba-iba na yung mindset natin ngayon. You could just imagine a person who is in Facebook 24 hours doing TikToks, doing YouTube blogs, and all those things. You know, these people have changed also. The way how we conduct our business have changed also, because again, we are now into YouTube, you know. So for sure, some of the teachers here in our page some of them are YouTube bloggers, no? So, or even principals are YouTube bloggers. You see, everything has changed. Everything really has changed. And we have to accept that there are really changes going on. But we should not forget that despite all these changes, we are expected to achieve transformational change that we all have to desire. Sabi ni Ma'am Sabino, we have to go in hand to survive. No? So go hand in hand to survive. Okay. Sabi ni Sir Jojo Tolero, transformational leadership directs us to address all challenges in the new normal setting. So Sir Jojo of our YouTube, no? So okay, thank you for our YouTube, no? Very YouTube participants, very dynamic sa atong mga taga YouTube participants, no? And then sabi ni Ma'am Rowena, BDO, let's find ways. Correct, tama. It's real in this pandemic, di ba? Find remedies to achieve quality education, because again, whether you like it or not, whether you are a rich a company, whether you are the biggest company in the world, kasi I'm working both in the academic and in the company setting, all of us are really embracing change. We can't do anything, but we have to move on and we have to change for the better. We can't move on and we have to change for the better. Ayan. So generally, managing academic institutions must revolve around these major important components. Ano yan? Leadership, community and global and innovations, research productivity, instructional efficacy, disciplinary expertise, values, ethics, integrity towards good citizenship. You can just imagine that. This is just a framework. Okay, so this is just a framework, my dear principals. This is just a framework. Tayo na nasa framework, andun tayo sa pinakamalaking circle. So we are at the leadership level. And take note how important is our leadership capacity and our collective leadership, no? To create a community where there is innovation, to create a community where there is research in the making, to create a community, a school community, I'm referring to school community, that will enable our teachers to develop instructional efficacy, to create a community where there is expertise of teachers towards the discipline. However, hindi lang po yan yung ating concern eh. Hindi siya doon lang nakafocus. Why? Because on all these aspects, the productivity, the instructional efficacy, the expertise, lies the integrity of a person or of the person. And our intention of our collective leadership is for us to create good citizens. Lahat ng ating mga bata sa DepEd should be expected to become good citizens. Now, bakit ko po sinasabi yan? Why am I saying that? Because even right now, if you are going to go to the DepEd website, deped.gov.ph, if you are going to review the framework of DepEd, si DepEd hindi naman siya very explicit si DepEd. The very purpose of DepEd's framework, on top of all the policies, legislations at the bottom, then na may concentric circle, yung nasa gitna ng concentric circle is yung bata, it's the child who's the center of the concentric circle. Outside the concentric circles are the 21st century 21st century subjects. Outside 21st century skills. Outside the 21st century skills are all the subjects taken in DepEd. Pero what DepEd said in the framework is at the end of all these, on top of the community support and the monitoring and evaluation, andun dun sa pinakadulo, is to holistically develop Filipino with 21st century skills. Yung sabi niya, to produce holistically developed Filipino with 21st century skills. Yun yung sabi ng DepEd. Yun yung nasa framework po ninyo. I'm not from DepEd, but soon to be working in DepEd, of course, as one of the consultants for Teacher Education Council. But basically, yun yung sabi ni DepEd that our intention in our framework is to produce holistically developed Filipino with 21st century skills. In other words, we can only achieve so much if we use our collective leadership. And the question is, how can we do that given that there are so many limitations in the pandemic? And we go back to the idea that our purpose is really to embrace the structure, whatever the structure is right now, to make sure that this structure is highly relevant to our own context right now, because our intention is to create DepEd students to become good citizens, DepEd students who have the values, DepEd students who have the ethics, and DepEd students who have the integrity. Sabi ni Ma'am Camilo, our commitment to the organization is the solution. Correct. And sabi ni Ma'am Eurosha, from traditional to cyber world, this is one of the most change concerning transformation. We need to transform our teachers into this world, and we must stop cyber experts, resource speakers to help transform our teachers. Oh, so that's also another idea, no? So we can tap those cyber experts, cyber teachers, for us to be helped out, to be assisted on how to manage. No? So, or of course, the learning management system. So you see, this is really the very broad goal of our leaders and our teachers at the same time, no? And sabi ni Ma'am Rona, whatever challenges we encounter, we must be prepared to adapt the changes and remain positive towards our role in molding the minds of our learners. We have to remain positive, not COVID positive, no, but we have to remain positive in our outlook and on our mental models. I'm mentioning already the word mental models, which we will encounter in our next module. So basically, lahat po tayo ay mga managers, no? And great academic managers looking for quality change in schools consider the sustainable framework. Take note ha, tandaan po natin sa mga teachers natin, no? So even po na andun po kayo sa inyong mga classrooms, again, you are still academic managers kasi kayo nga yung teacher. Now, as academic managers, like the principals as well, our intention is to create collective leadership or to develop collective leadership, and the very purpose is for sustainable institutional growth. We develop this collective leadership for us to become sustainable. You get it? We develop the leadership processes and abilities for us to sustain the institutions that we are working. And one of the most of these components that we look into are the following: the reputational capital. What is the reputational capital of our institutions where we are in? What is the human capital? What is the physical capital? What is the financial capital? Eventually, all these streamline to the context of how we should manage, how we should develop, how we should enable our institutions to work, what this capital context that we should all be delivering. So basically, yun yung ating pinaka-context doon. But we have to take note that management concepts are just tools. Okay? So management concepts are just tools. Take note of that. Management concepts are just tools. Your teaching ability is just a tool. Content is just a tool. Sasabihin natin yan. Content in the 21st century in the part of the teachers are just tools. Okay? So it's just a tool for learning. And without seeing the purposes and value of these tools, I have no understanding on how to use them. Okay? So without seeing the purposes and value of my tools, I have no understanding on how to use them. No? Wala tayong understanding on how to use them. Basically, you were given or you will be given a lot of tools. Pero pag hindi po natin maiintindihan yung ating mga tools, then we cannot use them successfully as well in the process. Okay. One particular example for successful management is to analyze the needs. Okay. Lahat naman po tayo alam natin yan. So there is actually a need that we have to work into. And there is this what we call as the needs-based assessment. So the needs-based assessment. So the principals are actually working about needs-based assessment. So when we talk about needs-based assessment, it's actually looking at the very need of the organizational level. Hindi lang yung parang, for example, I will give a training on this because this is what I think is good for the teachers. Hindi naman ganon, di ba? This way we all have the TNAs, the training needs analysis. Lahat naman tayo, we all know that. You principals know about the TNAs because DepEd is really advocating for TNAs. Now, the needs-based assessment involves, monitoring current performance using techniques such as observation, interviews, and questionnaires. Or you have to anticipate future shortfalls or problems. Or at the same time, we will be identifying the type and level of training required and analyzing how this can be best provided. So basically, yun yung ating mga needs-based assessments. Now, what do you think? Tatanong ko lang, no, kasi dami na natin we have teachers and we have principals. Tatanong ko lang sa inyo, no, so from our YouTube page and our MS Teams, what are those needs that you think are important in the teaching and learning context ngayon? Sa ating teaching and learning context, no? What are those needs that are important, no? Sa ating teaching and learning context during the pandemic. So it's not in the pandemic side, it's in the pandemic. Hindi na yung parang needs natin na kailangan before the pandemic. No? So right now in Lanao del Norte, for example, what are the needs that you find it very, very relevant that students and teachers have to deal with and principals as well have to deal with? Okay, so tatanong natin din. Kasi iba-iba naman yung context ng need ng bawat areas. So, okay, sabi ni Ma'am Sir Jill Uwano, the instructional needs. Okay, sabi naman so Sir Jill Uwano is very active, no? Okay, still watching pa daw. Okay, so we'll have to see for ourselves ano yung ating mga answer sa ating mga principals. Okay. Sabi ni Sir Kandao, the delivery the delivery of learning amidst pandemic and the collective capacity, we all need that. I like the term good as well. Kada yung term na collective capacity, no, the transformational change is a structural change that impacts everyone in our organization and entails significant risk. Sabi ni Ma'am Wilma, we need the skills of teacher to be able to manage instruction in the new normal, and the school need to prepare, plan, and respond. Sabi ni Ma'am Amira, no, the school needs to prepare, to plan, to respond. And Ma'am Rona said the school needs to adopt the different learning modality that is applicable to the learner's needs. Sabi ni Ma'am Rowena, the need for appropriate assessment tools for different learning levels of our learners. Sabi naman dito sa ating YouTube channel, the authenticity of learners assessment, no, sabi ni Ma'am Sahara Jane Di Masangkay, the authenticity of learners assessment, kailangan yan. Then sabi ni Ma'am Vincent Aglipa, the need to accept the present trends of education, no? Sir Vincent said, the need to accept the present trends of education, kasi nga wala na tayong magagawa, we have to embrace the trend, di ba? And then sabi ni sabi ni Sir Harvey, Ma'am Harvey, Sir Harvey, the internet facility, ayan, it's also needed. Sabi ni Ma'am Gloria Plantar, the strategies and techniques in dealing with the learners in this new normal of education. Basically, those are the needs. And eventually, I think our principals will have to listen to these concerns. Will eventually create this needs-based assessment so that we can fit into what these teachers also need. And eventually, lahat naman ng ating mga teachers will also enable themselves to capacitate themselves in order to address these different needs of our learners. No, sabi ni Sir Sabino, showing the real love and care. I like this answer of Ma'am Sabino. Showing the real love and care is all we need, and all the rest follows. Kasi nga, eventually, let me just share about this, no? there was a research that was administered to young kids in the elementary level. And then they were asked to rank ano ba yung pinakakailangan nila sa mga teachers, no? So, qualities of teachers that they want. And then there were those qualities like teachers who are masters of who has the mastery of content, teachers who shows discipline or tough discipline, teachers who can manage the classroom very well, teachers who knows how to assess, teachers who are motherly, that's included in the ano. And the number one of all these answers, yung alam nyo kung ano yung pinaka number one? They like kids, kids like teachers who are motherly. Sabi nilang ganun. And every one of us were like, huh? Is it really a correct, is this a correct research? And we all knew in our analysis that these kids wants to be loved and wants to be cared pala, especially during the time of the pandemic. You can just imagine that, no? We have so many technical things that we discuss, no? Ang dami-daming nating mga technicalities. We teach about content, we teach about strategy. We didn't even recognize that what our students need lang pala, sabi ni Ma'am Sabino, is the real love and care that we all need and the rest follows. Okay? So sabi ni Ma'am Wilma, to work as a team, correct? Collective leadership pa rin, to work as a team to address issues that arise amidst a challenge to the normal. Sabi Ma'am Joy, Henry Fayol management style, focus on the PSL. Yeah, so Henry Fayol pa rin. Rubrics must be formulated well based on the trend now, sabi ni Ma'am Eurosha. Sabi ni Ma'am Joy is a Henry Fayol management style advocate. Okay, sabi ni Ma'am Joy, wider scope of light versus the narrow scope of light. This is the flashlight, no? We need to have the wider scope. Just be positive, sabi ni Ma'am Selmar, and Ma'am Ruel said, the need to embrace and sustain transformative change and collective concepts on the VUCA world. Sabi naman dito sa ating Facebook page, YouTube page. Sabi ng YouTube page, sabi ni Sir Abubakar Buat, to focus more on the result rather than the process of students learning only. Talaga ba? To focus more on the result or baka to focus on the process. Okay, so to focus more on the process rather than the result alone. Okay, so Sir Harvey said, to full support of all teaching force in certain organizations. Still collective leadership, my dear principals. No? Ito yung gusto ng ating mga teachers. Two heads are better than one. Sabi ni Ma'am Luceline, maintaining the good relationship to the learners. Correct naman. We have to maintain the good relationship to the learners. That was before. But right now, maintaining good relationship with the learners and the parents. Take note of that na? With the learners and the parents as well. Kasi yung parents natin, they are very important factor na of the student learning right now. And then, sabi ni Ma'am Sir Danilo Anticamara, the need to use the heart in managing. Correct, no? So we all need to use our heart in managing. The dedication of teachers, sabi ni Ma'am Lorna Gumabat, the dedication of teachers in teaching to give quality education to learners. And sabi ni Ma'am Ann Solano, the genuine love towards the well-being of learners and integrity in doing the job are of utmost need, I believe. Kasi nga, even if you will not say this, it really came out in the research. What the students need really are those teachers who shows motherly care. Eh, paano yung mga lalaki? So, fatherly care. Okay, so yun. So, fatherly care. They wanted a teacher who really seem to be concerned to their needs. Diba? So you can just imagine that. And then, sabi ni Ma'am Amera, motivation, care, and teach the learners. Ma'am Candao, to work as a team with open mind and heart. Ma'am Isa said, the need of collaboration and proper communication. Ma'am Sapura said, embrace the new normal and find ways to deliver quality education to our learners amidst COVID-19. Ma'am Akisa said, it's really transformational change that we need. Sabi ni Ma'am Joy, no, inulit ni Ma'am Joy, raising higher of the flashlight would have a wider scope of light, and so the deeper problem or reason can be seen clearly and can be addressed correctly. That's really what the blind spot is all about. And when Ma'am Munalawa said, the need to assess the type of learners we are dealing with, and the need to extend extra care of our learners in molding their minds, especially in this time of the pandemic. Sabi ni Ma'am Rona. Correct. And sabi ni Ma'am Janice Malanog, in addition to strengthening cognitive abilities such as memory and mental focus, we can also acquire and improve social and emotional skills among learners. Tama, no? Social and emotional skills among the learners. Baka there are so many answers, no? I cannot read them all. So kato lang ang yun akong mabasa, no? So who else? Okay. Okay. Teachers, sabi ni Ma'am Andala, teachers' commitments towards work in this time of the pandemic. Sabi ni Ma'am Jean, maintaining good relationship with our learners and parents, especially in this time of the pandemic. Sabi ni Ma'am a Karina Cruz, a teacher who really touched the heart of the children. Those are all things. So tama naman, we might find this abstract, pero yun talaga yung that came out in the research That came out in the research. Now, why is it important to identify some tools? Now, so there are some tools that I'd like to introduce to you, and this tool is what we call as the reciprocality causality view. No? Our purpose really is to identify success rate. Lahat naman tayo, mga principals po tayo, and then most of us are teachers. Our purpose lang naman talaga, we work because of an intention. And our intention is that we achieve a goal. And basically, in the process of achieving this is for us to achieve success. Even if some of us might only receive very minimal salaries. Tama, no? So, kasi teachers are noble. They say that the teaching is the noblest profession of all. Kahit konti lang po yung matatanggap natin na salary, we still love our children. So parang ganon. No? So that's actually the context of a teacher is really messianic. No? So parang ganon. So we wanted to achieve success. But we have to take note that especially in our context that we are leaders both in our schools and leaders both in the classrooms. We have to make this analysis using the reciprocal causality view on how good leadership affects success and how success affects good people, how good people affects effective learning processes, how effective learning process affects good leadership, how good leadership affects sufficient financial resources, how focused vision affects so on and so forth. You could take note that everything, if we wanted to achieve the success, we have to identify all these components to connect together. Kailangan natin siyang i-identify to connect together. Ba? So, sabi ni Ma'am Rana, we work to reach the goal with the team work together. Okay. And need to extend extra care of our learners in molding their minds, especially this time of the pandemic. Basically, this reciprocal causality view, we will have to assess. Balik tayo sa ating mga classrooms, no? Ano kaya yung nangyayari sa ating mga bata, no? So, all of us, tayo teachers, di ba? We are all teachers. I also started to become a classroom teacher bago ako naging dean. Iniisip ko talaga, no? So at the end of my class, I am left alone. So ako na lang mag-isa. So I will be sitting in the classroom. Tapos magtatanong ako, did I do good in my classroom teaching today? Kasi that's the purpose naman. Did I do good in my teaching experiences today? Did my students learn in the process? Kasi those are some reflective questions. And did I create a transformational change that I would want my students to become? Kasi pag teacher tayo, we all have to reflect on these cases. Kailangan natin siyang i-internalize. We have to internalize these experiences. Kasi nga, if we teachers don't want to reflect or if we don't reflect basically in our context, we cannot also see how students are failing, how students are thinking. And so this reciprocal causality view will enable us to determine and assess whether we become successful or whether we are not successful. In the context of principals naman, we get to see to ourselves and ask these questions. Am I becoming a successful principal and leader? Did I manage my teachers well? Yun yung mga tanong natin. Did I manage my teachers well, no? Ako ba kanina manage ako mga maestra, no? Did I tap all of them in terms of their individual capacities? Did I use my collective leadership capacity in order to make a difference for them? Kasi nga yung concern natin is syempre yung ating mga teachers. Ano? So our teachers, we see to them that they really have achieved the desired expectation that they would have for themselves. Kasi eventually, if the teachers gets to be inspired by the way how we deal with them in terms of our leadership, our teachers will also radiate that kind of positivity that they will bring into their students. Kasi nga, oh, I like my principal. My principal is really inspiring me a lot. And in the context of the supervisors, the principal will say, I like my supervisor. My supervisor is really managing me well. You see, those are connections. Connectivity yan eh. Everything is interconnected eh. There is a reciprocal and there is a causality. That's what we call as the reciprocal causality view. Pag hindi maganda yung leadership style, hindi yun maganda yung result. Pag hindi maganda yung pagkakadala ng isang leader sa isang organization, it will not create effective learning process. it will not create good people. It will not yield good products. And that's reciprocal causality view. And why is this important? It's because we have to see the bigger picture of the whole and how its parts interrelate in achieving its purpose, providing the opportunity to ferret out internal consistencies and surface the blind spots. Kailangan natin tingnan yung mga blind spots natin. Sabi ni Ma'am Joy, we have to assess the performance of result of the learners, make design activities that will help learners improve their learning performance. That is why individual learning monitoring plan must be made, because the target is to ensure that every learner learns the things that we are teaching to them. Correct? Meron tayong ILMP. And then success in the organization depends on the kind of people involved, what kind of family they belong. Tama, sabi ni Ma'am Camilo. And sabi ni Ma'am Joy, success can be achieved if all people in the organization know their individual works, committed to the work assigned to them, and have a heart to help achieve the goal of the organization. As a leader, reflection of our action is very important. If we are doing something, inspire our colleagues to grow. Basically, tama po yun. We all need to reflect every day. Kahit sabi nga nila na, ay, kauwi ba na mag-reflect? Matala, maraming mga buang mag-reflect. But basically, we are leaders, whether we like it or not, leader tayo eh. Unless if you are a fishbowl vendor, unless if you are even fishbowl vendors are still reflecting. They reflect if saan man ako ni nga malami ako ang fishbowl para daghan mahalin. Even those who are selling bottles, even those who are on the streets, for sure they have their own stories to tell, and for sure they also have their own reflections. So it's very important to reflect, more so with us as leaders in the field, diba? It's very important for us to reflect so that we can identify these blind spots, and this reciprocal causality view is part of our reflection. Bakit kaya si teacher A hindi na participative? Bakit kaya si Principal B hindi na siya nagpa-participate ng mga programs natin? Or bakit kaya itong si student A or si student B or si student C, they have not submitted their modules, or they are always late in submitting their modules? You see, those are part of our reflections. And reflection comes in with different questions. We entertain questions. Diba? Even McDonald's, no? So the creation of McDonald's, when McDonald's was created, the owner said, how did you think about McDonald? And he had a very, very easy answer. Sabi niya dun sa lahat ng mga nag-interview sa kanya, because this was a very successful businessman, successful entrepreneur, he was telling, I created McDonald because I just lurk around the streets, no? So naglakaw-lakaw ko, nagbaklay-baklay ko sa street, o nalagyan ko yung pangutana kay, where can I eat a very good burger in the street? Mora dyan yung pautana. Asa ko makakaon og pinakalami nga burger in the street? Because of that question, he created McDonald's. You see, it is only in questions that we get to reflect more. We reflect, we ask questions. It's very important. It's really, really very important. Okay. So educational leaders therefore must remember this. We don't need to make snap assumptions about performance problems. Kasi nga there are really problems naman. There are blind spots, no? But in these blind spots, we have to accept that we have to embrace, and we have to know what these blind spots are. Sabi ni Sir Ma'am, daghan kay mga sharing diri sa atong YouTube page. Sabi ni Ma'am Elizabeth Barlisan, everyone can and should lead. To achieve success, one in the organization must take their responsibility. Correct. Tama si Ma'am Elizabeth. Sabi ni Ma'am, sabi ni Sir Vincent, mutual influence between three variables. So mag-research na ni si Sir Vincent Agdipa. Three variables. Environment, behavior, and the person. Diba? Of course, there's always a significant relationship, no, with the environment, with the behavior, and the person. Sabi ni Ma'am Janice, modeling positive behaviors, encouraging our pupils to think about how others are feeling and finding ways to be more empathetic towards others. This is what education needs. Okay. Sabi ni Ma'am Somaer, reflection is very important because it generates useful feedback for improvement. Tama, no? So very correct tayo dyan, no? Then si Ma'am Ann Solano, dili jud uy ang pag-reflect after delivering our lessons, Sir Jess, because doing so can let us sift through good and bad actions, eventually benefiting not only us but the learning community as a whole. Correct, no? Kay ang uban bigyan magka-uwi bagid kani mag-reflect mo makabuang di reflect no, but Ma'am Ann Solano said no, it's not OA, no, it's not OA, no. So it's for me it's fine, no. So for me then sabi ni Ma'am Marlita Buenaflor, love and harmonious relationship. Love and harmonious relationship with the teachers and community people hand on hand to acquire collective leadership to produce good citizens. Then sabi ni Sir Norberto Frias, good leadership and management always start with a good attitude because attitude matters the most, correct? No? So attitude is very important. That's why when we have good attitude and positive disposition, we always tend to reflect. No? So we reflect. Okay. Now, okay. So leaders must remember that, for example, if we organize training, we should not organize before if we have not established the need. So we should focus not on the obvious training, okay? Kasi it will only entail expenses. Sabi ni Ma'am Ramla, be a good model to learners, parents, and other stakeholders. Ma'am Sabino, a good principal should learn to be patient and motivate their teachers and pupils to do their best. Oh, diba? So teachers, may principal na nagsabi na a good principal is a good motivator for teachers. Ayan. So, sabi ni Ma'am Sabino. And then Ma'am Naive said, environment, genetic makeup, and social acquaintances affects behavior in the organization. Correct. Tama. That's really true. No? And sabi ni Ma'am Josia Climena, success and learning is a collaborative effort of teacher and the parents. And then Ma'am Lyra Gonzaga said, there should always be teamwork to the environment. Okay. Then sabi ni Ma'am Gemma Kuray, collaboration is indeed a need to achieve a goal. Then also, sabi din ni Ma'am Norminda Limpao, a good leader begins with being self-aware and understand the weakness and strength of their people. Then sabi ni Ma'am Elisa Alindong, as long as you embrace the changes and have positive thinking, then you achieve a better result. Correct, no? So as long as you embrace the change, no? Transformational change tayo. Sabi ni Ma'am, I will really have to read, no? Kasi you have very important points, eh. Sabi ni Ma'am Elsa, no? Yes, sir, reflection, Elsa Montesa, yes, sir, reflection is very important. Always ask ourselves, what went wrong and why it did not succeed? And what went well and why was it successful? Tama, di ba? What went wrong? What went right? Bakit po tayo naging successful? And then sabi ni Sir Felix Berto Ventures, good leadership shows a good heart. Kaya si Sir Felix Berto Ventures, murag naninegosyo, no? Kay Felix Berto Ventures. Okay. Si Ma'am Rufo de la Cruz, Integrated School. Rufo de la Cruz Integrated School. Open-mindedness and collaboration of the community to achieve goals. Good vibes lang. So good vibes lang. Sabi ni Ma'am Noraisa, Ma'am Marinta, teachers have to reflect on the transfer of learning if it's really taking place, because the sustainability of his commitment to carry on his task every day plays a significant role in the success rate. Tama. And Sir Vincent Agdipa, we communicate with others to make our needs and desires known, and others communicate back to us to acknowledge and respond to our needs. Tama, no? So those are really correct reflections natin. Sabi ni Ma'am Marife Chavez, a good leader is a good follower. Okay. And then sabi ni Ma'am Gemma Kuray, a good leader with a big heart. Okay. Thank you for sharing. And educational leaders must remember this, that we should not do the one size fits all approach, no? Because of course, which one person found helpful will not necessarily meet the needs of a diverse group of individuals. Sabi ng ating mga nasa YouTube page na mga teachers na a good leader should be aware. A good leader should have a big heart. A good leader should work hand in hand. Therefore, there's no one size fits all approach, no? Sabi din ni Ma'am City here, okay, meron din si Ma'am Munalawan, teamwork plus determination equals success. May formula si Ma'am Munalawan. Ma'am Ramla said, school head must use maximum tolerance, love, and care to teachers, parents, and learners. Ang galing ng mga reflections natin, that a good leader cooperate well not only to teacher but especially to community people to have a very good environment. Sabi ni Ma'am City, Ma'am Adonis, sabi niya, a school leader must not betray the trust given to him by the department. I like the word, must not betray the trust given to him by the department. Meaning to say, if nabigyan po kayo ng ng responsibility, you should not betray the trust. He must serve religiously for the good of everybody and for the future. Laban lang. No? So Mamoni said, tools for being success is all provided, but it's all in the mindset. Blind spots are sometimes in a refusal to be seen. Tama, no? Kasi pag blind spots, nakita natin sometimes we refuse eh. If not realize, that may be one barrier to success. And then, you must set a good example to your colleagues. Sabi ni Ma'am Jamila. Sabi ni Ma'am Aisa, a good leader always inspire his subordinates and role model. Then, as sabi ni Ma'am Mera, as everyone concerned, a school head should have a plan and monitor the school facilities and guide those to ensure that the decision making will prioritize the need of everyone, especially the learners on which they are the one to be saved. And sabi ni Sir Rolando, a good leader should do the push, not the pull. Tama naman, no? So, hindi siya one size fits all kasi nga it's everyone should be pushed, no? Not everyone should be pulled, no? So everyone should be pushed, no? Everyone should be pushed. And therefore, educational leaders should have a good vibes lang every day. Show your smile. Si Ma'am Rowena said smile. Smile means see miracle in life every day, no? So see miracle in life. Definitely not a one size fits all, not applicable these days because each school organization has its own unique problem and situation. Correct, no? So and Ma'am Rona said, as a leader, you should know how to listen to the voices of your colleagues. And a good leader is a good manager. Sabi ni Ma'am Sir Marlon, a good leader is a good manager in and out of the organization. There are so many answers. I wish I can read them all. No? Thank you so much for your answers talaga. A good leader is a good listener with action. Sabi ni Ma'am Mary Apple Love is Pulgar. Okay. And sabi ni Ma'am Susan Ramos, educational leaders are those who inspire, motivate, and are open-minded. And sabi ni Ma'am J. Romo, leadership is not a one-man show. Okay, tama naman. So, basically, we have to see this as a whole, no? That to begin with the end in mind means to start with a very clear understanding of your destination. Sabi yan ni Stevie Covey of the 7 habits of highly effective people, no? So, 7 habits of highly effective people. To begin with the end in mind means to start with a very clear understanding of your destination. In other words, we have to know talaga what's our purpose, no? An intention. Sabi nila that for you to know your purpose and your intention, you always have to go back to the core. And for you to know that whether you are successful or not is for you to determine the blind spots. And when you determine these blind spots, you are actually developing new consciousness and it will prepare you to participate in the process of collective leadership so that, again, you can create a future of possible opportunities. So in other words, we have to really see the bigger picture. That's the end in mind. And why is that so? It's because of Shine's organizational behavior model. In your own context, in your own schools, as principals, for example, nagre-reflect tayo kung ano nga ba yung mga artifacts natin sa school. When we say artifacts, ano ba yung dress code natin sa school, no? So the visual symbols. Ano ba yung visual symbols natin sa school? If I will mention a school, ano ba yung school be? Kasi naman to school din na watching from. Okay, halimbawa, if in the school is from Mangan Peace Nanungan District. Sa Mangan Peace Nanungan District. So ano ba yung visual symbol ng isang Mangan Peace Nanungan District? Or ano ba yung visual symbol ng Sapad Integrated School or ng Fausto Alvia Memorial Elementary School? Sabi ni Ma'am Janelle Grace Yongko, rainy morning everyone. Okay, so from Fausto Alvia Memorial Elementary School, ano ba yung visual symbol? Why is this very important? Because it contributes to the reputational capital of the school. Okay? You as a principal is actually bringing the reputation of the school. And that refers to the reputational capital. Yung mga teachers naman, they're also helping, assisting you to create that reputation. Okay? So that's the visual symbol. No? So in other words, sabi ng ating mga conversations, there should really be a very healthy interaction between principals and teachers because this creates a visual symbol. And eventually, when it creates a visual symbol, it also creates a value. No? So the value is there's this standard. There's a company goal. Kaya nga sinasabi nila, we all belong to the same community. We are all from DepEd. Tama naman. So we have the same kinds of modules that we use. the teachers do the same kind of DLLs or whatever programs are they are using. Pero kahit pare-pareho kayo ng uniform, kahit pare-pareho kayo ng mga language of expertise, use your MELCs, okay, yung mga bago natin yan, most essential learning competencies and all the sa nang kabisihan sa mga maestra karon nga daghan kig mga requirements nga magpicture din sa FB nga nahuman na sila sa ilahang sa tawag na nahuman na sila sa ilahang pa-picture na sila. Anyway, even if iba-iba kayo, you have your own sets of goals and standards. You have your own reputation. You have your own values. And kahit magkapare-pareho kayo ng parehong uniforms, parehong lahat, pero iba-iba ang inyong assumptions. Some assumptions might be implicit. Some assumptions are unacknowledged standards or biases. Iba-iba yung biases. Iba-iba ang bias. Iba yung bias ni Matungaw National High School. Iba yung bias ni Guillermo P. Canoy Memorial School. Iba-iba yung bias nila. Iba-iba. Iba-iba din yung values nila. Iba-iba yung artifacts. That's why the principals have to know exactly if you will be transferred to this another institution, transferred to this another school, magre-reflect ka sa sarili mo. Ano nga ba yung bias ng school natin? What values do this type of people perceive? Bakit kaya hindi ako naging successful sa school na to when I was transferred? Bakit kaya sa isang school I was very happy? Kasi nga, bakit kaya ganun? Basically, using Shine's organizational behavior model, we have to analyze and we have to reflect. Ano ba yung artifacts ng school na to? Ano ba yung values ng school na to? Ano kaya yung mga assumptions ng mga teachers na ito? And you cannot basically identify their assumptions, their values and artifacts if hindi po tayo magkakaroon ng communication. If hindi po natin i-allow yung ating sarili to work for collective leadership. And basically, if we talk about collective leadership, magtatanong tayo. We asked a lot of questions. What do these teachers believe in ba? Ano ba yung kanilang values? Ano ba yung kanilang pananaw, no? Sabi ni Ma'am Olympia, a good leader is a sign of a good manager. Correct, no? So, Ma'am Camilo said, what is important in a good leader is that we should have to have an efficient and effective management. Ma'am Ramla, a good leader is a good communicator, is a big heart and understandable. Sabi ni Ma'am Rona, principal and teacher should work together to achieve a common goal. While Ma'am Euro said, it's a legacy of our leadership, being humble, just, and flexible. Correct. So, humility is very important. Okay, going back po tayo. Okay, so basically, magtatanong tayo, ano ba yung values ng institution na ito? Ano ba yung values ng mga teachers natin, no? Bakit kaya ganito, no? So, okay. All right. Okay. So, the best leaders have a high consideration factor. They really care about their people, sabi ni Ma'am Rosemary Villarojo. So, basically, ano yung mga assumptions, no? So, values and assumptions. All right. And so, we look into, therefore, if we assess and analyze our organizational behavior, we look into the behavior of individuals within the organization. Tinitingnan natin kung ano ba yung tao in the organization, sino ba sila. In the teaching concept, tinitingnan natin yung bawat estudyante natin. Kasi nga, my dear teachers, nakasaad po dun sa ating libro sa Principles of Teaching. Na, number 1, it is a crime and it is a sin for a teacher not to know his or her student. Kasi the primary responsibility of a teacher is to know kung sino ang kanyang mga estudyante. Who are those mag-aaral? Sino yung kanyang mga mag-aaral? And you have to know their background. You have to know their information because that is the primary responsibility of tayo, di ba? Tayo as teachers. In the field of leadership naman, you have to know the individuals within the organization. Sino ba yung mga teachers ko? Who are my teachers? And how do we understand the complexities involved in the interpersonal relations? Who are my students in the classroom? There are many different cultures. Some of them in Lanao, there are very, very rich cultures. We have the Muslims, Christians, the Tibulis, or whatever. No? So, ang dami-dami. No? How about in our management? It's still the same. No? So we have kasi Mindanao is a very rich culture. That's why I always love to be in Mindanao. There are so many types of people. Ang galing-galing. No? So basta Mindanao gani, maayod jud. Kasi medyo tayo bias sa mga taga Mindanao. No? Kaya mga bright gid ang mga taga Mindanao. Anyway, so okay. So interpersonal relations. So level 3. Examining the dynamics of relationships within small groups. Okay, so what are the values that we see? And we only identify this when we work in small groups. And looking at intergroup relations that emerged when two or more groups coordinate. Okay, so when we analyze the relation, when we discuss this in small groups, we get to analyze the relationships of their values, of their assumptions, okay, of the way how they perceive things. Kasi that's how we should manage, no? We understand their point of view. Sabi, okay, so this is how my teachers are thinking pala. And so with the students also, this is how the parents are thinking pala. This is how the students are thinking pala. No? Kasi nga, there's a communication going on. There's an intergroup relations going on. And therefore, we view and manage organizations as a whole systems. We become successful as we manage them, as we manage things. So, sabi ni Sir Pablo Nisnisan, a leader should be knowledgeable to share responsibility and eventually develop ownership later. Sabi ni Ma'am Lucilyn Lumokso, a good leader is sensitive to the needs of everyone in the organization. Sabi ni Ma'am Sofia and Ma'am Lalaine Olavides, a good leader possesses a clear vision, courageous, has integrity, honest, humility, and clear vision. Yan, sabi ni Ma'am Lalaine Olavides. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. And basically, sabi, connecting to what Sir Pablo Nisnisan mentioned, this is related to the last slide on the organizational management studies. No? You can only do so much then when you were able to understand the whole system. So this is not the time that you become successful in controlling, in predicting, and in explaining in the management. Sabi ni Ma'am Aisa, a leader must be considerate, compassionate, and adaptable to have harmonious relationship with the teachers and stakeholders. And Ma'am Jamila said, principal administrator must work with teams beyond their immediate self-interest, I like the word, to identify needed change, creating a vision to guide the change. And sabi ni Ma'am Susan D, leadership influence. Sabi ni Ma'am Sabino, a leader should establish a positive and inclusive management environment. Basically, when you are able to understand the interrelationships of people in the organization, you start to have control, you start to predict, you start to explain. Okay? So, kasi sabi ni Sir Marlon, success of the organization is the good chemistry of the leader and the subordinate. Tama naman. If you have a good chemistry, you will be able to control, you will be able to predict, you will be able to explain, no? And those things. Okay. So basically, our role as leaders and teachers in the organization, teachers natin sa YouTube, and our leaders in the MS teams, is basically to describe our environment, to describe the work that we are in, to describe the people and structures that we are in, and therefore to understand how these underlying structures are going on. And we also have to predict, no? So we have to predict what might happen for us to successfully control. Kasi hindi naman tayo nagko-control right away. And when we are being fielded in a particular position, hindi dapat natin ginagawa yung control right away. Kasi there will always be refusal in the part of the people. If we will stick to control right away, nagre-refuse yung mga tao. Especially in the 21st century, yung ating mga 21st century learners, 21st century workers are totally different. Iba sila mag-isip. Iba sila kung paano sila mag-collaborate and mag-cooperate. Sometimes, basically based on research, hindi po nila nais na talagang makontrol right away. Kasi, you know, the values are also evolving. No? So everything is evolving as well. So everything is evolving. They wanted not the control right away, but they wanted to be conversationalists. They wanted to interact. They wanted to know what's been happening. Okay? So ganon. So that we can successfully control, predict, understand, describe human behaviors at work. So that's actually the organizational management behavior. Ayan. Okay. So let's have our World Cafe sharing. It's already 11 o'clock. No? So let's have our World Cafe sharing. And I'd like you to answer this question. So basically, yung makakasagot lang po nito are our people in the MS teams. I think, si Ma'am Tin po yata yung makaka-help sa ating grouping session, no? Si Ma'am Christine will help us in the grouping session in our MS teams. Ma'am Tin, are you still there? Ma'am MC, Madam Beautiful MC. Andun pa po ba si Madam Tin? Okay. So basically, we will have to group our participants here in the MS teams kasi we will have to answer this question. No? What changes and blind spots do you see in the way your organization is conducting its business? And what forces, internal and external, are driving these changes? Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So basically, since wala naman pala si Ma'am MC ngayon. Okay. So,
Yes, yes, sir.
okay, Ma'am MC. Do we still is it possible for, uh, is it possible for us to have grouping sessions, or what do you think po?
Are you kwan sir referring to yung ano i-grupo nato nga lahi gid na room sila?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Ano di
This one.
answer unsa ni siya? I don't know sa MS Teams sir pero murag sa Zoom ra man to siya sir nga application. Sa Zoom nga platform.
I mean, I will be grouping them. Yeah, I can still group them naman in
Okay.
Yes, po.
Yeah, okay lang sir. Sige sir. Sige sir.
Okay. So
ay municipality siguro sir.
how many municipalities we have?
We have 22 sir.
Ay na lang. Kana lang. Ato na rin siya i-group. Okay, anyway, so since there are so many municipalities, I'd like you to answer this question, no? So, ayan. I'd like you to answer this question, especially for those who are also in the YouTube page. I'll give you 10 minutes to answer this and then I'd like you to write it down on the chat box na lang kasi I think the grouping might be very, very impossible for us. Let's answer this question. What changes and blind spots do you see in the way your organization is conducting its business, and what forces, internal and external, are driving these changes? In the YouTube group, I'd like you to answer as one school. Ayan. So in the YouTube group, I'd like you to answer as one school kasi there are so many schools. I'd like you to choose one representative for that school to share your answers to the team. Ayan. So again, I'd like to repeat. Siguro si Madam Principal po is maybe she will have to coordinate, or Madam or si Sir Principal will have to coordinate sa kanyang school, no? And then we will read the answers dun sa ating Facebook, sa ating YouTube or sa ating MS page, no? So I will be expecting that schools themselves, no, as a whole, there's one representative lang po per school who will have to answer all the answers of the teachers. Ayan. So maybe some of you have Facebook groups with you, ano po? So you will have to answer this, and I'll give you 10 minutes to discuss this among your Facebook groups in your own schools through Madam Principal or Sir Principal. And then you will just have to answer later on according to Tangkal National High School, ito po yung aming sagot. Okay, so Tangkal National High School answer. Okay, so it's not an individual answer, but it's an answer coming from the different schools. Ayan. Okay? So basically, I will be giving you like 10 to 15 minutes, so that I can really get the answers of different institutions or different schools. All right? So that will be very interesting for us to do. And your 10 minutes to 15 minutes begins now. Ayan.
Sir Jess, I will be reading the answers in the YouTube.
Oh, sure. Ma'am
Okay.
Tin will be the ones to thank you, Ma'am Tin, for volunteering. So Ma'am Tin will be the ones to read the answers in the YouTube later. So I'll give 10 to 15 minutes so that everyone can answer. Thank you po. Ma'am Tin?
Yes, sir.
Sige po. So, Ma'am Tin, take it away.
Oh, sir, somebody's raising his or her hand.
Yes po.
Nash CM. I acknowledge na to, sir.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Please, sure. Yes,
Okay,
yes, sure.
okay. May
Okay.
Nash CM, you may turn on your microphone na, ma'am or sir. Yes. Ma'am Nash or CM, kinsa ni siya? Acknowledge na ka, ma'am or sir. You may turn on your mic or your camera. What's your concern? You are raising your hand. So, sir, wala. Wala pa man siya ning kuan. Let me read, sir, pwede na nako basahon, Doc?
Yes, yes,
The-
yes.
Okay, in the YouTube, we have here from Jocelyn Mias. School heads with motherly love and understanding contribute healthy relation with the teachers, same as with teachers to the pupils as well as to the parents. Yes. Eh, ulahi magud ang YouTube sir niya. Ang TV diri sa likod kay mutingog pug iya. All right, next is
Mao gyud.
from from Joji Mabel Ibarola, in the community to promote quality education despite this pandemic. That's her answer. And we also have Jalia Sanggakala. As for Bangaan Elementary School, leadership, cooperation, and compassion mastered through lack of communication to genuine communication among the group. And sige, napadere. Wala may name, pero teacher ay gibutang. Just one of the blind spot in our organization is the use of technology because not all of the members are technologically equipped as of now. They are adjusting on how to use it. Labi na sir sa mga school sa far-flung area. And
Yeah.
another one, we have for Tambakon Integrated School. With the new normal setting and without face-to-face classes, the school aims to adopt the new learning modalities and challenges in order to deliver quality education. Okay, and also from Sadmi, sir, our blind spot will be the unstable flow of the spread of COVID-19 within the area. The forces are the resilience of teachers in providing quality education as well as the stakeholders. And napay nihabol, sir, Milky Umpa. I agree, sir. That is why communication is important to sustain good relationship and strong cooperation in the workplace. As of now, sir, kana pa lang sa YouTube live streamers. Okay, sir.
Then I think we also have from Dakuan, ma'am, from our MS teams. I think the muted ka, ma'am Tin.
Okay, daghan, sir. From Wilma Obatay. Okay, definitely one size fits all is not applicable these days. I think ganihan ni siya, sir. Kuan sa ko, down. We have from Camilo Bainosa, one of the blind spots that I see in the organization is that most of the teachers are receiving minimal take-home pay. Sa ganitong sistema, maaaring mawawala ang interes ng isang guro sa pagtatrabaho ng maayos dahilan sa kakaunti na lang ang kanyang matatanggap kada buwan. Okay. Next is Anna Lorraine, the comfort with the new and advanced technology. Workplace tend to age with technology. Technology has advanced rapidly, but not everyone is able to keep up and can be low among many members of a workforce. Few of the teachers are implementing the change slower and more difficult. And from Nay Villaflores, flexible and managing attitudes are the changes I see in conducting business in the organization. Collaboration ideas, good mind setting, attitude of each member of the organization are important. Thus, everyone is encouraged to adapt the changes based on VOCA. And okay, again, another from Camilo Bainosa. In this situation, there are forces driving to this scene. There is an imbalance of needs and wants of the teacher. Teachers should prioritize their needs, not their wants. Mm. And from Olympia Malna, the adopting of a new normal, it is not easy for us to communicate via social media and also the unstable network of some. It is very difficult to us to communicate in a poor network. Correct, it, sir. And oh, from Sapad, Municipality of Sapad, some Malasalog Elementary School, some parents are passive towards modular distance learning. Some parents are illiterate, that's why they cannot provide quality education to their children. Also, they prefer to focus on their business or work rather than teaching their learners, especially those parents who belong to the low economic status. Oh. From Salvador, hapit na sir. The changes in administering learning, the blind spot is the psychological depression of some learners due to their naputol. The shift from SNDs, the shift from face-to-face classes to this new normal setting taas kayo eh, has led to the hardship of the school head and teachers in sustaining the commitment of parents and pupils in the educational processes. The decrease in the commitment of any member of the organization will likely to produce less quality results. And from Lala North administrators, the changes and blind spots we see in the way our organization is conducting the business and what force, internal and external, are driving these changes. Their answer is, here is our experience and our answer. 1. Changes. Teachers, most of them apply digital and video classes and SLM from being traditional. Blind spot, the problem is the very slow internet connectivity, the availability of digital materials. Some parents cannot deliver the lesson well due to limited knowledge of the lesson found in the SLM. Our participation of our stakeholders when it comes to PPAs, some teachers rely on module. And then the third one, the forces came from the division memorandums requiring teachers to use not only SLM but must be accompanied by digital and video lessons, the help of webinars on how to conduct the distance learning TV. And, padayon pa ko, sir?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, from Charlene Aying, teachers and school heads should have a positive outlook in the transformational changes so that the mind of the learners will adapt also. So constant communication with parents and strengthened collaboration with external stakeholders in obtaining quality learning. And SND West administrators, the blind spot that we consider generally is the internet connections because not all schools and personnel has internet connection. From Sir Rolando Azarcon, to address the blind spot is collaborative effort or working as a team in order to attain our goals for the benefit of everybody, most especially to our learners. And Wilma Ubatay, dili na lagi ma-down. Kana sir, that's the last one. Okay.
There's an answer na marag na-miss na to, ma'am. Like katong kaning Sumair Odin.
Sumair din. Sa taas, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Like kaning
Sumair
after
Odin.
Lorraine, yes, then Anne Lorraine, then Sumair Odin, Naive Villaflores, Rowena Lontayaw.
Okay. Sa ubos, sir, no? Okay, nara.
Yeah, after Camilo Bainosa, then Anne Lorraine, Sumair.
In SNDEs, the shift from face-to-face, amo ni kato naputol, sir. The shift from
Okay.
face-to-face classes to this new normal setting has led to the hardship of the school head and the teachers in sustaining the commitment of parents and pupils in the educational processes. The decrease in the commitment of any member of the organization will likely to produce less quality result. Magid, sir. All right. Ay, sir, another one.
Yes po.
From Rowena Luntayaw, for Wilma Obatay. For Panoloon National High School, our blind spot are the following. Number one, internet connection is a challenge. Two, consistency and commitment of parents in supporting their children. And the third one, some teachers need to acquire the skills of flexibility and sense of urgency. And the last one, the pandemic has greatly affected the teachers, the parents, and the learners. Resilience takes a collective effort in order to overcome the obstacles. Maujud. And from Rowena Luntayaw, again from Marcela Mabanta, some teachers are not willing to upskill and upscale themselves, especially on technology learning. And she's still typing. Different teachers. She's still typing, sir. So that's all, sir.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. And do we have also from our ma'am?
YouTube, let's see. From LDN TV. So ato ang ICT officer, digital natives can easily adapt in the new normal, but majority of our personnel are digital migrants who are struggling to adapt technology. And from Tubud Central, I think the great change that happened in our school is on the vivid scenario on pupils' equity and inclusion. And from Frisel Buhisan of Bansarville National High School, blind spot is not creating a culture of accountability and it has a lot of consequences. Driving force is to set the standards and check up points along the way. From Jonah Bacolod of Baroy District, the admin blind spot is attitude towards urgency of work and delay information dissemination due to internet connectivity, especially in the hinterlands.
Correct.
And from Dimayon, ES Taguluan, under the management of Principal Sahanida Makiin, our blind spot is surround yourself with diverse thinkers with the intention of learning from them. And Bansarville National High School gihapon, sir, gibalik ra niya iya ang comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Teacher should have from Fatima Salik, teacher should have a good communication and should reflect to a variety of perspectives to have a successful work in an organization. And Ma'am Naima, nanaghan gid sir, Ma'am Naima Tamano, mostly the technical challenges of long distance modalities is a struggle to both the teachers and the learners. And from Janice Malanog, the flip side of every blind spot is a strength and always presents an opportunity for growth. All right, and balik-balik, Rufo de la Cruz Integrated School. Due to this pandemic where we have to observe social distancing, miscommunication is unavoidable and teachers' capacity to use the new normal ways of teaching. From San Vicente Elementary School, some of our teachers need to equip also in knowledge of how technology works, especially that we are not having face-to-face classes. Gemma Larubes from Felisa Viloria Bond Elementary School, just think and do positively. The transformational change in the new normal, embrace, adapt the changes of the system with love. And Anya Aliyah Ugang, internet connectivity in the remote areas is a struggle. Susan Ramos, the blind spots we have in our school is the connectivity problem. Lack of gadgets, that's why we have a problem in communicating the learners and parents to enable them to be updated. Then Hasmin Santurani, wala day siya comment. All right, next is Jonah Bacolod again. Assign focal person in every school as communication facilitator and provision of communication assistance such as modems and internet load coming from the LGUs and other stakeholder. And Umayra Pamanay, the blind spot is how to implement blended learning in the absence of electricity and internet, and also the commitment and motivation of the learners and parents from Nunungan. Nunungan district, sir, is layo gid siya, sir, far-flung area, so lisod ang connectivity there. And then Norcida Pado, inavailability of network signal is one of the blind spots that our school is facing. Margo Elementary School, there are parents showing less support. And not all teachers are equipped and knowledgeable in technology, in the use of technology. From Iriza Timo, the blind spot is leadership skills. From Julito Manosa, wala, watching lang siya. Eleanor Jambrang, teachers on this pandemic crisis are beyond more challenged in delivering the good learning instruction. Thus, this kind of blind spot is one of the factors to be considered. Juliet Gonzaga, teachers, upskilling of teachers on ICT for their teachers to be able to complement the SLM and LRs with the online platform. From old mindset to new should be encouraged among teachers.
Yeah.
From Gali Paglinawan, still the blind spot is internet connection. From June Tardo, one blind spot is if the teachers are not properly consulted on how to improve the teaching learning process amidst the pandemic. And Eleanor Diambrang, consequently, relationship between the teachers and parents are highly encouraged. And balik-balik na from John Nabacolod. Daghanon siguro yung lag-sensor para mabasa. From Tubod Central, we have our basic job as educators have dramatically changed. Our school is using both modular and online learning. So from Junalika Simbaan, our blind spot is the learning landscape itself in our school. Especially our learners were in the far-flung area and most parents were asking if there will be a way of having limited face-to-face. From Iriza Timo again, leadership skills, cooperation, good communication, learning resources of pupils, and digital illiteracy and the use of technology. And from City Sarifa Abanto, long distance learning and lack of internet connections. Shall I go on, sir?
Sure, sure.
Okay. We have from Norcida.
Two more. Two more. Two more.
Okay, two more. Okay, from Norcida Pado, sir. Since the network signal is not available in our workstation, communication between the teachers and the parents is not possible. Thus, parents tempt to lose their commitment in assisting the child. And the last one, sir, from me, from the alternative learning system of my of all the implementers in the alternative learning system, sir, one blind spot is again the internet connection and the commitment to our out-of-school youth and out-of-school adults. Lisod man gud sila, sir. Kayo see, they are already behind na bitaw sila, sir, and with this new learning landscape mabaguhan sila, sir, kay they need to do the last kay instead of modules ang saals kay kuan man siya learning activity sheets and they need to write what is in the last, so writing gid siya, sir, as in
I see.
murag mawad-an gid sila kay mo trabaho pa sila then musulat pa gid sila.
So, murag
mo na siya blind spot.
Time, murag sa time, ma'am, no? Sa ilang time, sa ilang house.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Christine. Thank you so much for assisting me in the reading. So maybe I can ask you to read later on also the other workshops, no? Okay, instead of doing the Jamboard, so we will ask them na lang instead. That's our strategy, no? So automatically our strategy has changed na in the middle. Okay. Sige, thank you, Ma'am Tin, for assisting. All right. So with what Ma'am Christine shared, no, in our answers, no, so let me just synthesize what you shared. Okay, so unfortunately we cannot read all the answers, no, so we cannot read all the answers together. I know that you have so many inputs that we can probably share, but due to lack of time, no? So due to lack of time, so we will probably have to end the presentation. So it's already 11:43 already. So maniyod to punta. Okay, sige. So some of your synthesis and answers. This is how while Ma'am Tin was discussing, no. So there were actually identification of the blind spots, both internal and external, coming from our dear principals and our teachers. And what seems to be common in the sharings are actually focusing on parent-teacher collaboration. So there should be strong parent-teacher and collaboration. That's what you were actually discussing a while ago. And then this on top of this is to see how 21st century learning designs would fit in despite the limitations. No? So we have the pandemic. There are also a lot of problems and issues that we are facing in the new normal. No? So but still you are focusing on how 21st century learning design could still be integrated, and of course how ICT learning modality and strategies can still be applied despite all this. And you see, these are all ideals that you would wish to achieve in the process. However, you still found out that there are so many major challenges. I mean, that's challenges, not challenge. So major challenges. No? So one of which is, of course, the slow internet connection, the signals. No? So the signals from, especially in the far-flung areas. Some of you also found, as what Ma'am Tin mentioned, no? So there were also problems in terms of the way how changes are being embraced by some. No? So because some of us, if there is a change basically that's happening, some of us are not really comfortable with these changes, di ba? Even if there's a leader that will be replaced again for another term, so, or even us principals, when we will be transferred to another station, that's actually a change that sometimes we don't want, we don't feel any comfort at all, no? But of course, the challenge is to really how to be open and how to embrace this change. Parent support is also one of the challenge that you identified. The leadership skills of some of our leaders and the commitment to learning for our students. So all these are basically the major challenges that you have shared, no? And eventually, as we discuss, no, as we progress along, again, the parent and teacher principal partnership, principal rather, the discussion on the collaboration. No? Parents, sorry, let me just edit that for a while. That's parent, because I just made this now. Parent, teacher, principal. No? Okay, parent, teacher, principal. Let me just edit it. All right, so parent. Okay, wait, let me just go back. Okay, let me share that back. Okay, and okay. So okay. So as your answers progress, no. So parent, teacher, principal, no, should entail positive collaboration. So when we talk about collaboration, in your answers, no, so there should be proper communication with the parents and other stakeholders, to the teachers and the principals. And of course, it should entail consistency so that it will become successful, no, in terms of managing the collaboration process. Consistency, it also entails flexibility, no? So especially that we have issues on time management, or we have issues on how to positively deal this, to serve on and deliver this communication process to our teachers, no? So I mean to our parents and other stakeholders. So it entails flexibility, and at the same time, the issue also is on accessibility, no? So basically, collaboration must really entail, all these aspects, no, so that we can say, no, we can further say and conclude that, collaboration becomes successful. And through this collaboration, there was also a sharing a while ago that we give our children and our students the opportunity to grow and the freedom to explore new things, and at the same time, new experiences, no? And further, with your answers, no, so we come to realize that in addressing this blind spot is to really solve real world problems in the pandemic that can be also best practice to 21st century learning designs. No? So we wanted to use the collaboration process, but of course, your issue still on the blind spot is what will be the emerging skills of our teachers, no? Especially that pandemic is happening, and then especially that we're all surprised with what's been happening. So there should be new emerging skills that we will have to learn. How do we apply these skills, especially in the context of the pandemic? That's part of the discussion in the blind spots. No? So how do we ensure that we apply all these, no? So all these emerging skills? And how do we infuse learning probably in the process? Na kasi nga, most of you said that uh, okay, most of you said that there should be some sort of connection and collaboration with the principals, with the parents. But you see, how do we infuse this learning? No? Because again, it's really new to us. No? So we have not learned this, no? And it's very understandable. No? So, and of course, the very purpose for everything that we would want to achieve is we wanted to have the transformational change. No? So the only purpose why we want these skills to be emerged, why we want to apply this, why we want to infuse this, is for us to achieve the transformational change that all we desire. But I also saw during your presentations, no, that your answers that you would still want to infuse critical thinking, the creativity, ICT skills of our students, no. So and at the same time the teachers, no? So because there's what we call as the creative generation. No? So how do we ensure that our teachers will be able to embrace these different skills on top of the emerging skills that will be developed, especially during the time of the pandemic? And however, the danger is that I think I only see the danger here. This is now my own reflection. The danger here is that if the 21st century learning development and this learning designs will never be achieved if the focus only is on the basic ICT skills, or the focus is only on the internet connection, or the modular distribution, and not the pedagogy anymore. No? So whether we see all these blind spots together, no? So these are all the realities that are happening in the system. No? So no connection, di gid ka connect, no communication is the problem. But the thing here is, how do we use these blind spots in order to still find meaningful resolutions and deliver the best pedagogy that our students will have to embrace? Again, still it remains to be a challenge. No, it's still a challenge until now. And also for your answers, no, transforming this blind spot is actually to embrace the innovation. So all of you basically said na we can do anything, but we have to accept that there's really a change ongoing. And therefore, since we wanted to embrace this, so we also have to embrace the innovation that we all desire. And the innovation is really for transforming, for collaboration, and the responsibility of this use as well must be observed. No? So the openness of communication, the use of these ICT tools, or if there's no ICT tools available, the use of other means and other techniques in order to fit into the needs, no, environmental needs, appropriate to the child's needs and the learning interests. No? So those are all some of the reflections that I got from your answers. So basically, administrators and teachers should all remember, we should all remember that, this is only based on your answers, that there should be positive collaboration, which is an essential element in achieving 21st century skills and designs to effectively facilitate critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and effective communication. And what seems to be good about your answers is that even if you have identified these blind spots, you are still very, very positive and open to change. No, so you still are very resilient. No, so you still are very resilient. And sabi nga ni Ma'am Ann Mikolog, extending helping hands toward each other. So the teachers, the parents, learners, and stakeholders for a quality education for our children is really, really needed. No? So this practice, is seeing these blind spots, and we recognize and acknowledge all these blind spots together. No, it's not that we deny these blind spots, but it's actually embracing these blind spots and find solutions and resolutions in order to address this, in order to address or fill in the gaps. Okay, so that we can probably have more dynamic interactions, collaboration, all for student learning. No? So, mora magini atong purpose. We work this together all for student learning. Okay? So, I think we had very wonderful discussion and sharing for this morning. And thank you so much for giving your honest and very kind and modest answers, especially in identifying these blind spots. No? So, that ends our Module 1 session. Okay, so the Module 1 session, thank you so much for listening with our Module 1 session. For our module 2, 3, and 4 session, we'll talk more about blind spots, we'll talk more about the gaps, we'll talk more about our culture, how will our culture be utilized in order for us to really understand, no, each other's way of thinking, to understand and check as well our mental models, our paradigms. And in understanding this, we will develop the collective leadership that we all aspire to achieve. And at the same time, with collective leadership, is to develop the new consciousness that we all wish to aspire as well, so that we can create a future of so many possibilities, all for this generation and the future generation, that future generation. So with that, thank you so much. I hope you will see we will see each other later this afternoon at 1 o'clock. Kasi it's 11:53 naman. So I think it's 1 o'clock or 1:10. No, so 1:10 we'll do, so that you will have 1:10. You will have at least 10 minutes to have more relaxation pa on your part. Okay. Thank you so much, Ma'am Christine, also for the facilitation. Ma'am Teen, do you have other announcements?
Okay, thank you, Doc. This time, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants in MS Teams and in the YouTube, we know that all we need is love, but today we need lunch break too. So at this moment, we are going to take our lunch break, and let's be back on board at exactly 1 o'clock so that makastart ta pagka 1 o'clock and 10 minutes. Okay, so goodbye everybody and see you at 1:10 later. Okay. So hello sa mga nasa YouTube diyan ha, mga ADA and all other school heads nga na diha, ug mga teachers nagtan-aw di ay ang mga teachers nato, sir. So good afternoon sa inyong tanan diyan na, and let's see each other at 1 o'clock. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Christine, 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 Lord.
Eliza B. Tiburon, an English 6 teacher broadcaster from the division of Lanao del Norte. I am a public school teacher for more than 11 years, a mother to 2 beautiful girls, and a wife of a BJMP personnel. Looking back to the days before joining DepEd TV, I was a typical public school teacher. My daily routine was going to school every Monday to Friday and sometimes even Saturday, and spending quality time with my children during weekends and holidays. I am used to my regular routine until I decided to audition for National Teacher Broadcaster. At first, I was hesitant because I didn't think I am confident enough to face the camera, but through the encouragement of my school principal, Ma'am Brenda Lina Gayanello, and our EPS in English before, now our CID Chief, Ma'am Maria Eva Esidon, I did submit my audition video for National Teacher Broadcaster. Sometimes we don't see ourselves the way others do, and knowing Ma'am Eva, our mother in journalism, and now in DepEd TV La Norte team, I believe she had seen my potential to be one of the national teacher broadcasters. Prior to my audition, I was a teacher model in English 6, the local version of teacher broadcaster in our division. This program was initiated by the division of Lanao del Norte headed by our SDS, Sir Edelberto L. Oplinaria, a visionary leader, that's how I described him, together with ASDS Rosemary T. Masasor, another brilliant leader, and of course, our very active SGOD Chief, Ma'am Maria Carmela T. Ablin, and our CID Chief, a servant leader, Ma'am Maria Eva Esdon. Through this program, I was able to learn how to create video lessons, which helped me a lot in my audition to DepEd TV. Of course, the DepEd Region 10, headed by our Regional Director, Sir Arturo B. Bayucot, through our Regional EPS and focal person in TV, Ma'am Angelina Boron, did initiate a region-wide training for TV-based instruction in preparation for the opening of classes, which luckily I participated in. Those series of trainings helped me a lot in developing my skills and be able to join the National Teacher Broadcaster. I am very much indebted and grateful to these brilliant people and for all the experiences I went through before landing on DepEd TV. Finally, when I became part of DepEd TV and DepEd TV La Norte team, a new kind of environment and a new work routine were unfolded. The transition from being a typical teacher to a teacher broadcaster is strenuous. There are a lot of challenges I need to face and changes I have to adapt to. One of my challenges is the distance between my home and our studio. It was so hard to commute given the risk of infecting the virus and the scarcity of mode of transport because of the existing community lockdown. Also, the juggling act of parenting while working became significantly difficult. Even before the pandemic, the task of balancing and working is never easy. But because I had seen how supportive our SDO is, coupled by the support given by our local government, especially the province of Lanao del Norte, Governor Imelda Angin Quebranza de Mapuro, and Congressmen Abdullah and Khalid de Mapuro, it gives me enough reason to continue my journey in DepEd TV. I am very thankful also to Ma'am Carolina Clarito, the former principal of Lala National High School, who voluntarily offered their computer room as our sleeping quarter aside from our studios, and to Ma'am Sonia Gumilao, the current school head, for continuously supporting us. Thank you very much for all your support. To my family, especially my parents, for their unending support and for taking care of my children whenever I'm not around, I am forever indebted to you. To my husband and children who have been my inspiration and supporters, and above all, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the guidance and wisdom. This is indeed a great experience and journey of my life. To my English active learners, thank you, and always remember to put your best even in the smallest thing you do. I, your Ma'am Eliza, I'm always here to inspire you to keep on learning, trying, and exploring. See you on our English extravaganza in DepEd TV. Goodbye!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. More than 1 year ago, along with the rest of the world, experienced an unprecedented change in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Among the many adjustments brought about by the pandemic was adapting curricula to new teaching approaches that we had no previous experience using them. We taught lessons to learners, making sure to have connections so they felt seen and supported. With a strong desire to uplift quality education despite COVID-19 pandemic, the Department of Education initiated the best solution to continuously provide academic excellence through DepEd TV platform. With my commitment and dedication, I opted to prepare and submit my 3-minute video lesson for Batch 3. Surprisingly, I was one of the qualified national teacher broadcasters. And I am so honored because this is a rare opportunity. I underwent a series of trainings by the top caliber TV journalists in the country who helped develop my skills and personality as a teacher broadcaster, thus equipped me to face the new education platform through television. My journey as teacher broadcaster has taught me lessons to be more confident, strong, and committed despite of the struggles and sacrifices I met along the way. Never I imagined in my whole life that I will be standing in front of the camera, reading my scripts through the prompter and project like known TV personalities. I have to ignore some distractions and take them as a challenge for me to excellently impart knowledge to the learners. Para sa bata, para sa bayan. While there have many challenges and more still to come, I am grateful for the effort and ingenuity of the people behind this endeavor, the DepEd TV. This journey won't be as meaningful as this without the help and assistance of several people who made great contributions for making my journey a success. I wish to extend my profound gratitude to all who have been part of this work. To my executive producer, Ma'am Ana Carla Rodriguez Dueñas, or Ate Kai, thank you so much for the trust, guidance, and support all throughout my journey. To my post-production and QA team for the sleepless nights they have spent in editing my scripts and videos to produce quality video outputs. To the Division of Lanao del Norte, headed by SDS Edelberto L. Oplinaria, ASDS Rosemary T. Cesar, CID Chief Dr. Maria Eva S. Idon, SDOD Chief Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, Division ITO Sir Floderick Velarde, EPS in Science Dr. Belen T. Bastiliada, my District Supervisor Dr. Nurhata C. Daud, School Head Amira Didaagan, for believing in my potentials and for the unwavering guidance and support they have extended. To Lalan National High School, headed by Dr. Carolina Clarito, former principal, and Ma'am Sonia Gumilaw, the OIC principal, for providing us 3 DepEd TV studios, sleeping quarter, and other incidental needs we have had. To all DepEd TV La Norte team, Director Earl Toledo, DOPs, SPs, language and content editors, script writers, makeup artists, voiceover artists, and co-TVs. Thank you so much for your encouragement and for being there since then. You know what? I am so proud of our team because of the camaraderie. We have our so-called Mamila, Mommy, Daddy, Kuya, Ate, and Bunso, which showed endearment and a family away from home. I also would like to thank my family and friends for their unending love and support, and who served as my top fans along this journey. And above all, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for His guidance in our daily undertakings. To everyone, this is just the beginning. We still have much work to do to continue our endeavor and provide support for the learners. The things we have learned and the innovations we have pioneered will not soon leave us. We are creating a legacy that will last in the hearts of the learners and will benefit them for many years to come. To you, my dear young scientists, let us continue to discover the beauty of the world together. For in the great minds of young scientists like you, learning never stops. I wouldn't be here if not because of you all. This is your Science for Teacher, Teacher Aina. Wassalam!
I am a person with the fullest of dreams. When I was a kid, being a teacher was all I ever wanted to be. I could still remember I used to be the little teacher in the classroom, which I deeply enjoyed doing. Growing up from a poor family, I was always driven to pursue teaching, for all I had in mind was, this is the only way I could uplift our way of living. Having finally embraced teaching, I feel so fulfilled, for I am able to send my siblings to school. They are now professionals too. Likewise, I was able to help my parents to have other sources of income and even started building a more comfortable home for us. In this time of pandemic, I didn't expect that my dream of teaching learners from the four walls of the classroom turned out to a wider arena or reach. It is through having qualified as a national teacher broadcaster of DepEd TV. I was encouraged by our ever-supportive CID chief, our mother, Maria Eva Idon, who I became part of her managed team, LDN Advocacy and Learning Continuity Plan, along with equally important people who motivated and believed in my ability. MAPI Supervisor Sir Ben L. Tobar, District Supervisor Ma'am Emma M. Labunog, and my school principal of Libertad Elementary School, Raul P. Abelia. Actually, I wasn't able to audition on the second batch, for I wasn't able to meet the cut-off time, and told myself that it wasn't for me. But then again, it's fate that brought me to another chance, the third batch for audition. Since I was young, I have always dreamed of being seen on TV. I even thought before to try my luck for Pinoy Big Brother auditions or to send my story to be featured in Maalaala Mo Kaya. And DepEd TV paved the way for that dream. In fact, I was under Team Direct Raz de la Torre during the training, who happens to be the director of Maalaala Mo Kaya. What a coincidence! Aside from being a teacher, it was also my dream when I was a kid to become a superhero. So, I really wanted to be a hero in my episodes. Gladly, it was again another dream fulfilled when our interests met with my co-teacher broadcaster, Mark Will Villacora, who helped me in the conceptualization of my alter ego in my episodes, Wonder Wellness. However, on my way to fulfilling this dream in DepEd TV, I faced a lot of challenges. From burning midnight candles in writing and editing scripts, reviewing my skills, and to even waking up so early at dawn in preparing my makeup and costume for the shoots. I must admit that at times I also felt down. But with the help of my encouraging and brilliant director, Sir Earl Tolero, along with other hardworking DOPs, eloquent speech coaches, and the rest of the team, everything went right. I'm so grateful to have found a new family in this journey. Daghan pa untang nuakan, bahakhakan, o bonding moments sa inyo team. I offer this success to my family, who have been my driving force ever since. To my supportive and loving mother, thank you for always being there, Ma. To my father, who may not be physically here, thank you, because in everything that I do, I always feel your presence. I miss the times when you were always there with me, accompanying me when I had events to attend to. I know, Pa, that you are happy for where I am now. In my Health 6 episodes, I have rescued a lot of people with health concerns as I become the health hero teacher. But behind that are amazing people who have made it possible. And they are for me the real heroes who have shown so much love and concerns in my DepEd TV journey and DepEd TV La Norte's mission, and they are worth thanking for. To my former EP Dana Simbre and recent EP Ana Carla Dueñas, to my SPs and DepEd TV's production team, thank you so much for making this happen. To our Schools Division Superintendent Sir Edelberto L. Opinaria and Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Rosemary T. Masasar, SGOD Chief Maria Carmela T. Aglin, and the Provincial Government of Lanao del Norte, led by Honorable Congressman Abdullah Di Makuta Di Maporo, Honorable Congressman Khalid Quibranza Di Maporo, and Honorable Governor Imelda Angking Quibranza Di Maporo, thank you for your unwavering support for DepEd TV. You have always been our partners since the beginning. To Lalan National High School, which have become our home especially to us TVs from afar, thank you so much for the warm accommodation, but also with comfortable sleeping quarters along with the security guards. Thank you so much also for the vehicles provided by our SDO, headed by our Division ITO Sir Flor Direct Villarde, whenever I have my outdoor shoots. Thank you for we were able to go to places we've never been before. Thank you to DepEd Region 10, headed by Arturo B. Bayukot, for your assistance, be it financial and technical. Thank you to DepEd Central Office, most especially to Director Abram Abanil, Sir Mark Anthony C. and Sir Salvador Manansala for taking care of us as part of the DepEd TV family. Being one of the remote teams, DepEd TV La Norte is so fortunate to have you as our leaders. We are so much grateful for your efforts to send us for a lock-in shoot and training in Baguio that honed our skills more, being efficient teacher broadcasters both on cam and off cam. Above all, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, my anchor and captain of my soul, all glory and honors are yours, Ya Rab. I owe this life's wonderful journey to you. Being a child, I was a dreamer. I dreamt of things I thought were impossible, but still held onto them. And here they are now, becoming into reality. Indeed, there's always a perfect time for everything. I am Teacher Grace B. Gallon, your health hero teacher who truly cares for your wellness. Hangtod sa sunod. Salam ug daghang salamat.
To protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education, the Department of Education, Division of Lanao del Norte, through the leadership of the Schools Division Superintendent Edelberto L. Oplinaria, specified, strengthens schools and learning centers' capacity through the Schools Governance and Operations Division to create a conducive environment for the teaching-learning process, provide for the holistic development of learners, and ensure their readiness to learn. Through the effort and the technical assistance given by the School Governance and Operations Division personnel, headed by the Chief Education Supervisor, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Amin, the SJOD programs, activities, and projects were effectively and efficiently implemented, which resulted to the following remarkable achievements. Brigada Escuela 2020 Best Implementing School, Regional Level, Medium School Category, First Place, the Lama Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Ellen O. De Guzman, and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator, Cherelle C. Taro. Large School Category, Second Place, Baroy Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Raquel J. Cabusas, and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator, Janice Faith Carcedo Daiho. Mega School category, third place, Maranding Central Elementary School, through the leadership of Dr. Mary Grace B. Yap and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator Mary Ella L. Opo.
The education of the youth in the entire province is the concern of everyone here in the Division of Lanao del Norte. The successful collaboration of all is essential in ensuring that our children go to school and are provided with free, liberating, and quality education.
The Lama Central Elementary School is one of the schools of Baroy South District, Lanao del Norte, with 15 teachers joining hand in hand to cater the needs of our learners for school year 2019-2020. We are very much privileged that DepEd Lanao del Norte, headed by SDS Alberto L. Oplinaria, and our very supportive PSDS Sir Joselito C. Epi, together with a strong partnership with our LGU, barangay officials, GPTA, NGOs, alumni, and other stakeholders.
Projects by our stakeholders, teachers were able to continue quality education amidst pandemic without compromising everyone's health and safety.
Superintendent of Lanao del Norte, I commend the Lama Central Elementary School for resolving so many challenges and preparation for the opening of classes last year.
The Schools Division Office of Lanao del Norte also conducted appropriate, relevant, and related activities for learners and their families about the campaign of promoting awareness against illegal drugs. The following schools were the regional winners of Gawad Club 2020 Search for Barkada Contra Droga Best Implementing Schools. Third place, Placida Niquiabas National High School, through the leadership of the school principal, Belmalo L. Bontilao, and Barkada Contra Droga Advisor, Maricel B. Usores. Consolation, Binoni Dimulugan National High School, through the leadership of school principal, Dr. Pablo Vinis Nisan, and Barkada Contra Droga Advisor, Fidelin A. Lagasca. We also intensified the implementation of the Gulayan sa Paralan program through the efforts and initiatives of the SGOD personnel. DepEd Lanao del Norte has produced regional winner for the Search for Gulayan sa Paralan program Best Implementer. Second place, Juvila C. Cubranza National High School, through the leadership of the school principal, Imelda C. Hirali, and School Gulayan sa Paralan Program Coordinator, Judith T. Ingito. passed 4 national qualifiers for the SBM Level 3 validation. Tauragat Agro-Industrial High School, through the leadership of the school principal, Norminda Makakiling Limpao. Dalama Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Ellen Odi Guzman. Kapatagan Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Grace M. Deloria. Linamon Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Jasmine M. Maruhon. The School Governance and Operations Division personnel constantly ensure the capacity of the organization to continuously improve and be strategic in managing the environment for which teaching and learning takes place.
It is purely great and genuine love for the school children that enabled Lanao del Norte educators to relentlessly embark on strategies to guarantee that education continues despite the absence of face-to-face instruction. And by educating with a heart, we are seeing the impact of our labor as we are succeeding in our effort to keep our school children stay focused on learning as well as on making themselves productive individuals. Educating with a heart has become our conviction that reminds every teacher and leader to be nurturing and to serve with respect for human dignity and to push harder to achieve our goal of providing quality education by treating every learner with utmost love and care. The Division of Lanao del Norte therefore takes pride in making educating with a heart its slogan, every school's guiding light, and every personal's direction, as each one contributes meaningfully in creating dynamic and well-coordinated actions to raise educational standards amid the pandemic. The Department of Education Division of Lanao del Norte has always put emphasis in delivering quality education and in providing complete and free access to basic education to all learners in our province. In its quest to be competitive in the global arena, concerted effort has been made to address resource shortages, promote inclusive education, ensure effective teaching and learning in basic education, and strengthen the system of good governance. However, despite numerous efforts to propagate a culture of excellence through improved academic performance, majority of the learners in the entire province struggle to achieve the national passing standard of 75%. Results of the National Achievement Test for school year 2014-2015 show that the mean percentage score of grade 10 learners is only 50.19, while for school year 2017-2018, grade 6 learners fell short in their performance as they recorded a very low MPS of only 32.6. What could have been the cause of this low performance among Lanao del Norte learners when program developers and implementers have been trying their best to provide quality, accessible, and culture-based basic education? And when the division has enough human, material, and financial resources? The division has a total of 5,271 teaching and 418 non-teaching personnel and 378 school heads, leading the 414 public, private, and SUCs. The challenge of low performance among learners, plus the closure of schools brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, prompted educational leaders to work on more plausible modalities, strategies, and enabling mechanisms for education to continue. Immediately after President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's declaration that the entire country is put under community quarantine with some areas under lockdown, the Department of Education released DepEd Order No. 12, Series of 2020, directing schools divisions to craft the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, which purpose is to formulate a roadmap to guide all internal and external stakeholders grounded on the result of the STEEP analysis: situational, technological, economic, environmental, and political.
As a response, the Division of Lanao del Norte, under the leadership of Schools Division Superintendent Edelberto L. Plinaria, SESO 5, the BELCP was crafted after the series of consultations and conferences which determined the most appropriate distance learning modalities considering available resources, teacher capability, stakeholders' commitment, among many others. This document served as a guide for the education sector as it consists of school readiness, operationalization, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. With more than a year of implementation, this division continues to seek for better strategies and enabling mechanisms to solidify its curricular programs, with Schools Division Superintendent Edelberto L. Plinaria, SESO 5, taking the lead in formulating program log frames and in developing curricular program designs through a series of lecture discussions, consultations, and feedback giving. ASDS Rosemary Team Assessor, SGOD Chief Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, and your team, Accountant Mr. Thor Aurelio Ardon, Budget Officer Emily Padayhag, and Administrative Officer Armando B. Pasok also gave input and recommendations to improve the program designs. The overall goal of this initiative is to identify program goals by looking into viable inputs, outcomes, and purposes, and with the consideration and success measures, means of verification, and important assumptions. The following programs of the Curriculum Implementation Division, developed by the Education Program Supervisors, are aimed at creating an impact beneficial to the learners. These are not only hoped to bring about change in educational culture, but also to motivate the entire DepEd LDN community to collaborate and exercise a sense of ownership and oneness to achieve a unified goal, and that is to deliver a quality, equitable, complete, and culture-based basic education.
Program Impact CIA, integrated management of programs to achieve curricular targets for curriculum, instruction, and assessment.
Science, strengthening opportunities for learners through intellectual development. solid. Math. Mathematical approaches in teaching real-life innovative learning experience. Matrix. English. Restructured instruction for students in English. RISE. Filipino. Filipino ko, pagyamanin at mahalin mo. Feel mo ko, PM mo. Araling panlipunan. Enhancing skills in teaching to improve learning outcomes. Estelo. EPP, TLE, TVL. Strengthening technological proficiency through exhibitions of performances and products assessment. STEP. ESP. Upholding students' morale and academic resilience and transformation. U-SMART. Kindergarten. Developing understanding towards learning and assessment. DULA. MTB-MLE. Underlining scaffolds in mother tongue to warrant accomplishments of goals. USWA. MAPE. Teachers accelerating learning effectiveness by nurturing talents of students. Talents. Journalism. La Norte Jorn Star. Alive. Intensive supervision of alive learners' achievement through monitoring and evaluation. Islamic. ALS. Mobilizing outcomes through varied and enhanced resources and support. Movers. IPED. Enhancing learning and understanding mechanisms through ancestral domain-based learning resources. LUMAD. LRMDS. Developing supplementary innovative reading resources. Desire. SPED. Intensifying learners' acceptance and worth. ILAW. Reading. Improving children's ability to read. I Care.
Each of these programs is unique in itself, as it has its own rationale, objectives, timeliness, and monitoring and evaluation methods. And the uniqueness of each will greatly contribute to the attainment of this division's overall goal of improving every learner's quality of life by unleashing one's potential and increasing academic, technical, and technological capabilities by providing an opportunity to transform curriculum content, learning environment, and teaching and assessment practices. With the Instructional Management Team's IMT organized right after the crafting of the division's BELCP in 2020, operationalization will take full swing as the IMT is composed of education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, and district in charge, school heads, and presidents of teachers' organizations are tasked to oversee, provide technical assistance, and regularly share feedback on strengths and weaknesses. The full support of the Office of the Schools Division Superintendent will ensure that every aspect of the program is carefully and diligently managed, monitored, and evaluated. Moreover, the online systems such as the enhanced delivery of distance instruction in education for curriculum, instruction and assessment, or EDI-CIA, electronically delivered digitized indicator for effective performance system, or EDPMS. Online backup system and online leave system will guarantee a more efficient monitoring and evaluation system. Initiatives were made possible because of our aspiration to deliver the best education for our children. May our slogan, "Educating with the Heart," reverberate amongst us as we continue to lighten our children's path towards a better future.
Butterfly Station, Mountaineer Station, Harley Station, Waterbury Station, and John Station.
I am overwhelmed to witness how a small community here in the division of Lanao del Norte managed to solve the educational challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. The leadership of Cahayag Integrated School and Barangay Local Government Unit of Cahayag established the two-way radio-based instruction, which has become the important communication line between the teacher and the learners.
Sa nakita ko dito sa Barangay Cahayag, napaka-feasible talaga ang two-way radio-based instruction because marami ng mga BPAT at mga rescuer na may mga radyo na. Nagkaroon kami ng pagtitipon sa lahat ng mga modulators, lalo na sa BPAT at saka mga rescuer, para ma-arrange namin yung program at saka yung schedule at para ma-arrange namin yung mga bata na kanilang i-cater.
Sa pag-propose na principal nga doon na sila plano sa two-way radio-based instruction, among nakita sa council nga dako kay katabang din ang mga bata mo participate sila pabasahon sa maestra o tungod yana amo kini kaidahan sa council sa walay pagduha-duha.
This two-way radio-based instruction is of great help to our learners, especially in Cahayag Integrated School. Facilitators or radio modulators were given or assigned to learners and their nearest learners. So they were also given program of activities. This new normal class will start an hour of interaction between the teacher and the learner. The teacher makes sure that there is a quality learning of the learners in the first sem of our school year 2020.
Dako ni katabang sa amuha. Parihan ako nga estudyante nga dili kayo kasabot sa ubang lesson sa module. Kung na ako'y pangutanan ni ma'am, mura ra gihapon siya naa sa akong atubangan, bahalag dili face to face. Basta madunggan lang nako yang tingog nga iyang gidiscuss akong gipangutanan.
Ako isip isa ka ginikanan, nalipay kog dako nga nakahuna-huna among principal dinhi og nagbugna siya aning proyektuha. Excited akong anak nga mo answer sa iyahang module og mutubag sa iyahang ICOM inig schedule na sa iyang klase. Kung module lang manggod, dili makapangutana ang mga bata sa maestra unsay sakto unsay dili.
Isip usa ka PTA president, napasayon og dako ang paggamit sa mga bata sa radio-based instruction. Dili nami mo gasto pa para makabalo amo ang mga anak o aron may balaan nila og unsay mga instruction sa module. Napasabot sa mga maestra pinaagi ni ining radio og masabtan pud sa mga bata. Dako kay migkalipay isip ginikanan nga gimugna kini sa eskwelahan o tabang sa barangay.
So kaming mga ginikanan sa mga nalipay niini nga gibuhat karon kay bisan sa atong sitwasyon karon sa pandemya wala na hunong ang ilang pagtuon pinaagi sa radio kung ikuan sa modules so dili nila madungog ang tingog sa mga magtutudlo.
I am promoting Cahayag Integrated School because of the very unique modality that we're using. The modality which is not new, which is typical in some other areas, which is the use of two-way handheld radio And with this program, I am very sure that there will be an effective delivery of instruction since the teachers are also good and they're also very competent in the use of the handheld two-way radio.
This initiative is the real proof that with innovative minds and sense of community, nothing can stop us from delivering instruction amid the pandemic. As Schools Division Superintendent of Lanao del Norte, I would like to express my wholehearted gratitude to the teachers, parents, and everyone involved in this endeavor.
Salamat sa tanang mga modulator na nag-assist sa atong mga bata. Thank you and goodbye and mabuhay.
The municipality of Kauswagan is a fifth-class municipality with 13 barangays situated in the province of Lanao del Norte, Region 10, Philippines, which aims to provide quality education, functional skills, training and expertise to the populace to ensure the people's desirability and functionality in the community. LGU Kauswagan has established a strong partnership with the DepEd schools, to be specific, with Marcela T. Mabanta National High School, with the public elementary schools, TESTA, and ALS in improving inclusive literacy. In the light of COVID-19 public health emergency, the Department of Education has implemented distance learning modalities to ensure that all learners still have access to quality education while also ensuring the health and safety of all DepEd personnel and learners and the general public. This is pursuant to the DepEd Order 012 Series of 2020 or the adoption of Basic Learning Continuity Plan for school year 2020 to 2021.
We provided tablets to all the students. We decided to do that. We know that it's very expensive, but in the long run, we can save a lot of money. Kasi nakikita ko na if we have to do it through Rizo-Rizo, we have to spend like every quarter, we have to spend like 1.5 million for Rizo machines, for the ink, for the paper, and then nadudurog lang, nawawala. So for us, I think it's much wiser to provide tablet for every student we have. So one tablet for one child.
The brilliant minds and generous hearts of LGU officials, headed by the very active and supportive Municipal Mayor, Honorable Romel C. Arnado, has responded actively to immediate need of time, and that is the provision of tablets in every public school in Kauswagan.
The unprecedented closure of schools and the sudden shift in the educational landscape prompted educational leaders to implement distance learning modalities suited to the varied capabilities of schools, teachers, and learners. The decision as to which modality a school should implement had to be made according to numerous considerations, such as availability of funds, specifically for the printing of self-learning modules, for the purchase of equipment and gadgets, and for internet connection. This was challenging because schools had to contend with adjusting the delivery of instruction according to the resources, materials, and tools that the school, teachers, and parents have. While schools has funding support, most parents cannot afford to purchase equipment and gadgets for their learners. Partnering with key stakeholders became the best solution to the challenges at hand. Hence, the school administrators in the district of Kauswagan sought the assistance of Municipal Mayor Romel C. Arnado for the provision of the most appropriate instructional materials for the 6,000 learners in the entire municipality. Realizing the huge budget to be allocated, and the printing of self-learning modules, the leadership of Kauswagan Lanao del Norte appropriated a budget for the purchase of tablets for every learner to provide them equal opportunity to learn. The tablets contain soft copies of the self-learning modules and activity sheets, e-books, video lessons, and other learning materials. With these tablets, the learners can now learn better because they can already explore and use varied sets of digitized materials which are found to be more effective and distance learning modalities. The interactive learning materials are exciting for both teachers and learners. As the school's division superintendent in the division of Lanao del Norte, please allow me to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to the entire local government unit of Kauswagan, headed by Mayor Romil C. Arnado, for this initiative. Let me also thank the school heads, teachers, and parents for strongly collaborating to ensure that education continues amidst the pandemic. Indeed, it takes a village to educate a child. Thank you so much, everyone, for taking an extra mile to help our school-aged children.
I am very thankful to our beloved Mayor, Honorable Romel C. Arnado, because he provided all the learners, 6,000 learners in Kauswagan with the tablet. With that, our learners has the easy way in having their modular lesson using that tablet.
COVID-19 could not stop us in chasing our common goal, that is to provide quality education for all our learners. Last week of June 2020, our local chief executive, Mayor Romel C. Arnado, called up an emergency meeting to all the school heads of Kauswagan district. There, he made his stance on the issue of the bond paper, that he is afraid that bond paper will have a shortage in the long run, because we consider also that the entire schools of the entire country will be using huge amount of bond papers. So there, he gave his statement that the LGU, with his leadership, will provide a gadget, because he wanted to deliver learning to our learners in electronic manner. All learners from kindergarten to senior high school will be provided with Cherry mobile tablets. He added also that in the long run, he will appropriate budget for a Wi-Fi connection to all barangays of Kauswagan, Lanao del Norte.
The instructional gadget provision to all learners of Kauswagan has literally strengthened the strong partnership of the LGU of Kauswagan and the Department of Education. It is the benevolent and brilliant response to the DepEd declaration of no face-to-face classes for school year 2020 to 2021.
As a teacher, we are so blessed to have these tablets because it lessens the burden of printing the modules every week. Instead, we devote our time in preparing activity sheets and other learning materials for our learners. The good thing about the tablet is that it is not difficult for us to integrate the video lessons. And in teaching reading, especially in the lower grades, is made easier because we can put in the tablet the reading tutorial video clips wherein the pupils can watch it again and again as much as they want, anytime, anywhere, until they can learn how to read.
Marcela P. Mabanta National High School is very grateful to the local government unit of Kauswagan headed by our municipal mayor, Mayor Romel C. Arnado. This tablet improves computer skills, encourage independent learning, faster visualization, boosting creativity, paperless activities, less hassle, and no need to exert effort in printing modules. Selati Mabanta National High School is very grateful of having electronic tablets. Once again, thank you so much, Mayor Romel C. Arnado, for these purchased tablets for the students.
It caters to the immediate demands of the distance learning modality implemented by the Department of Education. These tablets are downloaded with complete self-learning modules or SLMs, learning activity sheets or LAS, ebook, audio-video lessons, games, and other instructional materials in all subjects, which are locally created and produced by the teachers of Marcela T. Mabanta National High School and other teachers of Lanao del Norte.
As a parent, dako kay pasalamat sa DepEd nga though naay pandemic karon, nagpadayon gyapon ang class sa mga estudyante. So sa gigamit nila karon nga tablet, okay sad siya kay gawas nga easy siya dalon gamiton, safety po ng mga bata. So naara siya sa balay and then napod me time nga magbanding duha sa ako ang anak. And then as a parent pod, ang time na akong ginahatag is as working mom, nagkuan ko nagkuan kog time management para matagaan din ako siya og pinaka-oras gikan sa pag-duty pag-uli. Matagaan ako siya og time para matudluan ako siya o mag-guide, ma-assist nako sa iyang mga subject.
Tablets can also be used by students to get updated with the latest information since the LGU of Kauswagan has installed a free Wi-Fi or internet connection in the whole municipality. And with this, it surely lightens the burdens of our students in doing research related to their lessons and performance tasks. They become more creative and motivated in their studies.
Para sa ako, isip usa ka pupil, angay ra ko sa paggamit sa tablet kay dali ra gamiton ug madala-dala bisan asa. Ganahan sad ko kay naay mga video lessons nga makatabang nako aron mas masabtan nako ang among lessons. Og nakabalo ko unsaon paggamit sa tablet. Og nag-enjoy ko mag-study gamit ang tablet. Daghang salamat diay sa among Mayor Romel Arnado sa paghatag sa tablet para sa among pag-eskwela.
Taos-puso po akong nagpapasalamat sa LGU Kauswagan at sa ating butihing mayor na si Romel C. Arnado sa pagbigay ng tablet para po sa amin. Nang sa ganon, mapadali po ang aming mga pag-aaral. Pwede rin po itong gamitin sa pag-research at pag-download ng mga educational videos nang sa ganon, mas maintindihan po namin ang aming mga aralin.
Itong tablet na ito ay may napakalaking naitulong sa mga buhay namin ngayon because this made our life more easier, hassle-free, and also COVID-free because we don't need to go to school anymore. Our teachers just need to upload the module files and our lessons in the tablet. Kahit na hindi kami nag-face-to-face ay parang nag-face-to-face na rin kami dahil sa OTG device na bigay sa amin ng SK Libertad na pinangungunahan ni SK Chairman John D. Aumentar.
Our objectives are first, to have an efficient and quality of education. Second, to uplift the eagerness of the students to actively participate on their modular classes. And the last one is to minimize the lack of learning materials that hinder students to go to class. What are those educational learning materials that we provide? First, we provide papers. Second, ball pen and customized face mask. And the last one is USB OTG.
More than that, providing tablets for the learners lightens the workloads of the teachers in printing and producing bulk of learning modules. Thus, teachers have sufficient time for checking students' outputs, in making regular follow-up of students' learning progress, and in conducting home visitations to students with insignificant learning progress.
The provision of tablet by the local government unit of Causwagan, Lanao del Norte, headed by the very active and supportive Honorable Mayor Romel C. Arnado, in every school in Causwagan, enable us teachers to provide more time for teaching, more time to follow up, check, and monitor the learning progress of our students, especially to those learners who belong to the insignificant progress. Since our time is not consumed in printing the self-learning module because everything is already uploaded in the tablets. These tablets with the USB OTG, which was given by the Sangguniang Kabataan officials in Libertad, Causwagan, Lanao del Norte, help us to address the multitude of the different learning styles of our learners, since their pace of learning differs and their interests. So we uploaded video lessons, games, stories, and other instructional materials that will cater the need of their different learning styles and allowed us to innovate ways that can help them to engage more and to be integrative in their learning experience. Having these tablets for our learners helps save the environment due to less paper consumption.
Finally, DepEd schools of Causwagan, LGU officials of Causwagan, parents or guardians, and other stakeholders are proactively engaged in achieving our common goal, that is to provide quality education to learners. That even on COVID-19 pandemic, as DepEd Secretary Leonor M. Riones emphasized, education must continue. With this, the school and all the stakeholders hold on strongly to Helen Keller's famous line, "Alone, we can do little. Together, we can do much." Let's cooperate. Let's vote in.
Thank you, LGU Causwagan. Mabuhay, DepEd Lanao del Norte.
The education of the youth in the entire province is the concern of everyone here in the division of Lanao del Norte. The successful collaboration of all is essential, ensuring that our children go to school and are provided with free, liberating, and quality education.
The Lama Central Elementary School is one of the schools of Baroy South District, Lanao del Norte, with 15 teachers joining hand in hand to cater the needs of our learners for school year 2019-2020. We are very much privileged that DepEd Lanao del Norte, headed by SDS Edelberto L. Oplinaria, and our very supportive PSDS Sir Joselito C. Epi, together with a strong partnership with our LGU, barangay officials, GPTA, NGOs, alumni, and other stakeholders.
These are some of the projects: purchasing television from kinder to grade 6 through fundraising, construction of flower boxes, construction of hand washing facilities from grade 1 to grade 6, construction of chair barriers in all grade levels.
The local government unit of Baroy has always been generous in extending support to the school through the Special Education Fund to help the school implement its priority programs, projects, and activities even in this time of the pandemic, to continue the education and development of the learners as well as the teachers. As you take the road to the national level, The local government unit of Baroy is one with you in this journey. We are willing and more than ready to help the Lama Central Elementary School in making its aspiration and dreams into a reality. Arriba de Lama Central Elementary School.
Magandang araw sa ating lahat bilang isang ama ng barangay at isa sa mga stakeholder. Lubos akong nagpapasalamat sa lahat-lahat na tumulong sa gawain ng aming paaralan ng Dalama Central Elementary School. Dahil sa ating pagbabayanihan, tagumpay na nakamit ng Dalama Central Elementary School Best Implementing School 2019-2020 regional level. In behalf of the barangay official and the stakeholders, maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Magandang araw sa ating lahat. In behalf sa GPT officials, bilang isang GPT President ng Dalama Central Elementary School, lubos akong nagpapasalamat sa mga taong nagbigay ng suporta at panahon sa bayanihan para sa Brigada Eskwela 2020. Kaya nakamit natin ang magiging kampiyon sa Region 10. Ipagpatuloy natin ang magandang nasimulan.
With the programs and projects by our stakeholders, teachers were able to continue quality education amidst pandemic without compromising everyone's health and safety.
As the school's division superintendent of Lanao del Norte, I commend the Lama Central Elementary School for resolving so many challenges and preparation for the opening of classes last October 2020, and for taking the initiatives in the development and implementation of activities, programs, and projects. I am hopeful that with the school's dedicated personnel and with their strong ties with the stakeholders, they will continue to take the lead and making the school clean, safe, resilient, and conducive to learning. My warmest congratulations to the school administrator and teaching staff of the Lama Central Elementary School, the LGU officials of Baroy, and the local officials of Barangay Dalama, parents, private stakeholders, for synergizing all your efforts and resources for the benefit of our clientele, our learners.
Third floor. Time, sir.
Start na to sa afternoon session, please.
Yes. All right. So, good afternoon. Time check is 1:16 in the afternoon. Great things in business are never done by one person. They are done by a team of people. Good afternoon once again and welcome to our afternoon session on the webinar on managing 21st century organizations behavior and culture. Before we continue, let me remind our school heads to check the attendance of your teachers and your ADA personnel, administrative personnel. Kay nagagamay ta sa YouTube live streaming. So let us check the attendance of our participants, school heads, and also ang school heads po diri sa ato ang MS Teams. Okay, so this afternoon we have 3 modules to be discussed by our resource speaker. So, once again, let us welcome our speaker, Dr. Gistoni Bavia. Sir, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon once again. So, I hope that you had a good lunch, and I hope that you were able to take a sumptuous meal, no? Despite the despite the weather, I think there, no, so it's raining, no, it's raining there. So I hope that everyone's okay and safe. Okay, all right. Okay, so I think I already introduced this morning what will be our module for the afternoon session, and there are 3 modules as what Ma'am Tin mentioned. There are 3 modules that I have to share with you, and hopefully we will also have again another discussion points, no? And in these discussion points, we can probably share all our mental models, all our ideas, suggestions, our experiences, no, our opinions with regards to the different topics and concepts that we are going to tackle this afternoon. Okay, so this module is talking about systems thinking, which is an action learning approach for academic organizations. So all of us are working in academic organizations. Meron tayong mga teachers. We also have our principals, and I can say that the principals and the teachers are very alive, very kicking, no? So you are very participative, very dynamic in terms of sharing your inputs, your insights. Okay, so it would still be the same process naman in the just like with the morning session. So what we did is that we are actually having we are having some conversations online. So I will still read your answers, and you will also have to share whatever thoughts you have for this afternoon session. Okay, so basically, we are a core learning organization, and in every learning organization, we have our core learning capabilities. And there are so many capabilities that every organization have, no? So has, no? So when we talk about these capabilities, this cut across not just only during the before the pandemic, but it's actually during the pandemic, no? And we all are embracing or are imbibing and experiencing all this. So we have this first capability that we all wish to have, no? And I think everyone has this naman. It only needs for us, or it only requires for us to tap it once again. And that is what we call as our creative orientation. So we all experience our limitations in the pandemic. We don't know how to manage schools, how to lead schools. But basically, we unconsciously tap our creative orientation on thinking about how to manage our teachers. That's number 1 for the principals. Thinking about what tools, strategies, methodologies will I be using in order for me to successfully deliver the modular classes, or it could be that to successfully deliver the synchronous and asynchronous classes in the teaching part. And so many ways, so many creative orientation. And of course, we also had to develop the concept of understanding complexity. So in this morning, we've learned or we've heard the term VUCA, no? The volatility, the uncertainty, the complexity, the ambiguity of the events that are happening in the world are actually forms part, no? With understanding, that these are all things that we have to accept, no matter how hard things could be. These are the things that we have to embrace, and therefore we have to move on, and we have to face the battle, we have to face the challenge. And of course, we also have learned this morning, no, the reflection and learning conversations. So as a leader, no, sabi ko nga kanina this morning, and some of you also shared, no, in Facebook and in our messenger, that it is very important to provide reflections. How am I going? How am I in the day? What worked well? What did not work well? What went wrong? What actually went right? All these forms part with our learning organizations, and this is actually a framework, no? So a framework that we all have to embrace. Now, in this, apart from this framework, is the expectation for everyone, especially in the VUCA world, especially during this time of the pandemic, to achieve the competency of personal mastery. No, so I will explain what these competencies are later on. To also achieve the shared vision, so everyone has the same kind of vision, but we have to share this vision to others, and at the same time, we have to check our mental models, our capability to work as a team in the team learning, and of course the systems thinking. So basically lahat tayo, for some of you, like you've just heard about the systems thinking, no? Pero basically all organizations, especially those top build organizations, are actually using the process of systems thinking. Pero basically ito nga yung mga competencies na to are the competencies that we all have to experience, and we have to encourage ourselves to achieve all these. So paano kaya ito? So how will these competencies be reflected in our personal lives as principals, as teachers, no? Kasi sa teaching profession naman talaga, we all have to be mastered in everything that we do, no? So we all have to make sure that we know ourselves better. We all have to make sure that we know the vision. We all have to make sure that we know our mental models, our thinking, And ano nga ba ito? So what are these competencies? No? So let's go to the next page. So the next slide is, let's talk about the personal mastery. Itong personal mastery is your ability to expand, no? Or our ability to expand our personal capacity. So personal capacity as principals, personal capacity as teachers, to create the results we most desire. Diba? Lahat naman tayo, we always wanted to have results eh. Even if you will not express that to me as a principal, naging principal kayo because you wanted to make a change, you wanted to make a difference. Na? And at the same time, at the personal level, you became principals because you really work hard for it, And then it's not easy to be a principal. It's not easy to be a school head, no? So naging ganoon kayo because there is this desire that you want, no? And basically, it reflected now kasi this is the result. The result is naging principal kayo, naging supervisor kayo, naging chief as division heads kayo, naging mga superintendents, assistant superintendents. Basically, those forms part with our desire. And on the part of the teacher naman, kasi teaching is the noblest one naman. For sure, some teachers also wanted to have that desire. Pero in terms of the personal mastery, this teacher would want to have a desire for their students, for their kids, for their children in school, So that forms part with the desire. And creating this organizational environment which encourages all its members to develop themselves towards the goals and purposes they choose. Kaya nga sinasabi nila, di ba, that you cannot be a good leader. Kanina nabasa ko sa mga teachers chat natin, you cannot be a good leader if you are not a good follower. Tama, di ba? You cannot be a good leader as well if you are not ready to open up yourselves to others. And we can only achieve so much if we have the personal mastery that we acquire. No? So, pag sinasabi kasi natin, if we are full of leadership capacities, if we are full with the leadership potentials, then basically we have achieved the personal mastery. So, pag na-achieve natin yung personal mastery, it's very easy for us to encourage all our members in the organizations to also develop themselves in the process. So, that's actually why every leader in the organization must have to achieve this personal capacity, the personal mastery, in order for them to capacitate others as well to become a fully developed person in the fields that they would love to be with, or on the personal interests that they would love to be with. Next is the mental models. Ito yung pinaka-importante, no? Because when we talk about mental models, nabasa ko po din kanina sa reflection natin dun sa YouTube page, why reflection is very important, no, and also in the principal's page in the MS Teams, no, why reflection is very important, because again, it is on the reflection that we continually clarify. That's number one, we clarify, and once we clarify, we improve our internal pictures of the world and seeing how they shape our actions and our decisions. So yun nga yung ginamit ko po kanina, so yung concept about the flashlight, yung the metaphor about the flashlight. If you raise your flashlight higher, if you raise the level of your flashlight higher, basically the light that will capture it is so wide, no? So napaka-wide ng nakaka-capture ng light, no? And basically, if you will just have to put the light lower, so yung nakaka-capture din na light is just very narrow. So in other words, it's the same with how we understand our organizations and its behavior. If we will be raising our flashlights higher, we can see the many blind spots, that these organizations have. And if we have the personal mastery, we slowly learn to accept these blind spots, and we want to create something. No, we want to create something. We want to make a difference because this is what we wanted to do. This is what we desire. The desire that we have is for transformational change. So it's really for transformational change. And you see, the mental models are very, very important. Whatever it is that you think, kung ano yung pinag-iisip mo, nakaka-apekto yan sa inyong pananaw, of course, number one, sa inyong mga actions, no? So whatever it is that you think affects your actions, no? Affects the way how you deal with people. So that's what we call as the mental models. And of course, we also have the shared vision. You know what? Most institutions are not successful. No? Hindi sila successful in their own leadership capacities, okay? They're not successful in their own leadership capacities. It's because it's because they have not achieved the shared vision, no? In other words, many of the members of the communities or many members of the academic organizations are not working for the school, for example, because they have not understood the shared vision. Hindi nila naiintindihan kung ano ba talaga ang vision. No? So, if only leaders can express to all of them what their vision is and share this together so that they can work together to achieve, take note, the collective leadership and the collective capacity, then everyone gets to work and everyone gets to have the commitment. Kasi naiintindihan Naiintindihan ng bawat isa kung bakit nila gagawin ito. So why are we doing this? Why am I supposed to do this? It's because that's part of the shared vision. Part siya ng shared vision, no? And basically, when we talk about the shared vision, again, nandun po yung commitment. And at the same time, the image of the future is there. The image of the future that we seek to create and the principles and guiding practices that which we hope to get there. So basically, if a leader has this personal mastery, the ability to capacitate himself or herself, he or she can freely develop and encourage all its members to develop themselves towards their full potential. And at the same time, this leader is very careful and responsible of his or her mental models of the world. And this particular leader also has the ability to share whatever vision, whatever targets that she or he wanted to achieve together with the other rest of the members who are working towards the shared vision. And of course, having all this mastery, this mental models and shared vision, everyone gets to have the team learning process. So in other words, the team learning enables everyone to have a transforming conversational and collective thinking skills so that the groups of people can reliably develop intelligence and ability greater than the sum of individual number talents. Okay? So in other words, that is where the team learning comes in. Kasi nga hindi na mahirap Like some leaders would say, bakit kaya yung isang group ko na minamanage, hindi naman sila nagpa-participate, no? So why is it that this particular group of students are not actually working towards a goal, working towards a competency that I'm giving them? It's because in the part of the teachers, kasi yung mga students kasi, hindi na naiintindihan kung ano yung most essential learning competency na yun. Why are they going to do it to begin with, no? Kasi nga sabi na, there's a joke, no? So, if you teach about math, sabi na, y sub 1 plus y sub 2 equals y sub tan. So, wala na siya na sub tan, no? It's because, basically, the teacher did not share what is actually the direction for the course. So, that's actually referring to the shared vision. On the part naman of the principal, we use the shared vision so that we encourage everyone, even if you don't encourage them, because they already have understood what is the purpose, what is the process, why is there a need to do it. So you don't actually encourage them na, uy, sali ka, or uy, appeal diri. No, it's not anymore like that. It's because they already have understood that vision. So the team learning will never be difficult to be achieved, no, at some point. And so therefore, to have all these in mind, no, sabi ni Peter Senge, that's where systems thinking comes in. No? If your schools or if your classrooms, for example, yung mga schools ninyo are actually doing systems thinking, this enables you to integrate the various parts of the system in a way that maximizes organizational effectiveness. Ayan, so organizational effectiveness. Bakit? Because this discipline of systems thinking provides us a different way of looking at problems and goals, not as an isolated event, but as a component of a larger structure. Hindi siya isolated event lang. Halimbawa, if one person in the organization does not work, isa lang siya. So for example, in your organization, you are 100 in the organization. 100 kayo lahat, no? So you are 100 all in the organization. Lahat kayo 100. Pero sa 100 na yun, nakatao, there's this one person who is actually not working. Hindi siya nagpa-participate. Pag ikaw na leader na hindi ka systems thinker, you will just let the person do his or her thing. Ay, bahala na siya. Kay isa na bitaw siya out of the 99. But you see, it's not an isolated event. Bakit? Kahit isa lang yan, it actually affects the entire system. One person, even if one person in the system does not work, the rest of the system will actually not work. Kasi nga po, kayo po, tayo po ay parte ng system. So we are all part of the system. That's why it's called the system thinking. We are all part of the scenario. We are all part, no? Part of a one big or whole system. Say for example, if there's a war in Israel, for example, or if there's a war in Iran or Iraq, in the Philippines, hindi natin mafe-feel yan in a way, tama? Hindi natin mafe-feel, ay, malayo lang naman yung Israel, no? So, Israel is too far from us, or say, Iran is too far from us, Iraq is too far from us. But basically, eventually, it's not an isolated event kasi nga po, it will also affect later on or eventually the way how we manage our things here in our country. It will affect our economic conditions, it will affect our economic growth, it will affect everything. No? So basically, that seems to be the problem. No? Kasi nga po, iniisip nila na kahit it's okay not to participate. Yung iba iniisip na, it's okay not to participate. But they have not thought of that once they don't participate in such a gathering, they will be the primary source or the primary reason why the system will not work. Why the system will not work. Sabi ni Ma'am Belchora B, copied lang po, the whole is the sum of all its parts. Correct, no? So the whole is the sum of all its parts. Kasi nga po, kahit isa lang kayo, mag-isa kayo, some of you are not participating, actually it affects the entire system. So that's how to see the entire system work, no? And sabi ni Ma'am Christine C, each character has its role to play for the success of the entire production. Tama. Kahit nga po na hindi po kayo naging leader at that particular event or at that particular activity, pero hindi po kayo nag-participate or hindi po kayo nagbigay ng inyong part dun sa process, basically it affects the entire system, and that's how systems thinking work. So hindi po ibig sabihin na hindi po kayo na-tap or hindi po kayo na request na gumawa ng ganito, hindi na din po kayo magpa-participate or hindi na din po kayo magsusupport. Kasi nga po again, we are a part of the system. And if you are a teacher who is actually doing systems thinking, then you are enabling yourself to be part of the process so that you can develop this collective leadership. Tama? And in this collective leadership, balik po tayo sa ating terms na learn kaninang umaga. In this collective leadership, we can develop this new consciousness. Kasi nga po, our very purpose is not for ourselves alone, but to create a future of many, many possibilities. Yun naman po talaga yung ating concern. No? So, okay, so for us to move with this part, I'd like you to type the word systems thinking. Ayan, so systems thinking. For those from the Facebook page and for those sa ating MS Teams, I'd like you to type the word systems thinking. Ayan, systems thinking. So ito yung ating term ngayon, systems thinking. So can we type that word? Systems thinking. Okay. Systems thinking. So ito yung systems thinking. Ayan. So systems thinking. No? So it's systems thinking. So I'm waiting for the, okay, good. So at least na-reach na sa ating face sa ating YouTube. That's the systems thinking. Yeah? So systems thinking. Yan. So a system is a collection of parts that work together to cause something to function. No? So basically, yung nangyayari sa ating bansa, no, what happens in our country actually affects the state, actually affects the region, actually affects the province, actually affects the city, actually affects offices or teams. Hindi nga lang natin siya nafe-feel masyado, pero everything that's happening around the world is actually affecting us personally, no? Naaapektuhan tayo, no? As a member of the society, we get to be affected by all these things that are happening. Kaso nga lang, hindi natin siya ini-entertain sometimes, no? Kasi nga iniisip natin na, anyway, why would I think about this? No, it's not my concern, it's not my problem. Pero eventually po, if we get to reflect on this, nagiging part po siya ng ating everyday struggle. Halimbawa, yung ating pandemic. So whatever happens in the pandemic, sabi ni Ma'am Ann Solano, we tend to take for granted that it is unhealthy for the whole system if we have the attitude of someone else will do the job, so I won't participate. Sabi ni Ma'am Ann Solano. That's a very wonderful reflection, Ma'am Ann Solano, no? So, kasi yung iba nga, it's very unhealthy for the whole system. If sabi, okay, someone will do the job, so I will not participate na lang. So, it's not actually a systems thinking model. So, if you think it that way, hindi po yan yung way how to make the organization become healthy, di ba? So whatever happens in the world, whatever happens, kahit malayo pa po tayo, we are really affected by this. We are affected personally. Kahit sa pandemic, if we started the pandemic in the Philippines dun sa Manila, sa Cebu, napaka-worst ng pandemic when we had it in Cebu, and the rest were just having fun, you know? And eventually, some of the other municipalities are not caring too much about COVID, and then eventually nagkaroon na din ng COVID sa kanila, and then every municipalities had their own lockdowns, and eventually it affects everyone because again we're part of the system. So a system is a collection of parts that work together. So in other words, lahat po tayo are interrelated to each other. So everyone or everything, both living and non-living things, are all interrelated to each other. So what is the habit of a systems thinker? No? So ano nga ba yung habit ng isang systems thinker? Sabi ni Ma'am Eurosha, that is why we need the brilliant ideas from the group that belongs to the system. Okay, correct. So we both need all of them. No? So the brilliant, the great ideas. Okay. Tama. Sabi ni Ma'am Jocelyn Mias, yes, a single cell is a part of a system to function well. And sabi ni Sir Gil Owano, to have a personal teacher's mastery, the school principal will act as an instructional leader to guide and create a learning environment that is very effective in delivering instruction. Tama, no? So that's what Sir Gil Owano said. And sabi naman ni Ma'am Christine, be a convergent, not a divergent. Be a convergent, not be a divergent. Okay, ayan. So basically, the habits of the systems thinker, number one is you see the bigger picture. Nakikita mo kung ano nga ba yung pinaka-bigger picture. What's in it that's happening? If there's a problem in my system, if there's a problem in my school, what is the problem, by the way? Bakit nga ba nagkakagulo-gulo tayo dito? No? So, if there's a problem with my students in the classroom or students in the chat box, ano yung problema ng mga estudyante? Bakit sila nagkakagulo? No? So, what's the problem? No? Ano nga ba yung problem? Bakit nagkakagulo? So, you cannot just understand it if you don't see the bigger picture. Hindi mo nakikita yun. Hindi mo nakikita that there are actually underlying structures that are happening. And when we say underlying structures, those are those structures that are not seen. Yun yung mga underlying structures na ang tawag dito, underlying structures na that are not felt sometimes because they are considered as blind spots. Sabi ni Ma'am Christine sa YouTube answers, Josephine Ignacio, systems thinking is working for others, not for yourself. So hindi lang siya for yourself but for others as well. Sabi ni Ma'am Josephine Ignacio, no? So and then ayan, and then sabi ni Ma'am Ramla, be open-minded and be positive always. Correct, no? So seeing the bigger picture. And second is you're a systems thinker if you observe how elements within systems change over time, generating patterns and trends. Kasi nga po, sa systems thinking, meron po siyang mga patterns and trends. If you are a very good leader kasi, if you are a dynamic leader na nagkakaroon ng systems thinking, nakikita mo yung patterns and trends. Bakit kaya itong school na ito hindi nagsasubmit ng requirements on time? Bakit kaya itong si teacher A is palaging late ang kanyang requirements? Bakit kaya si teacher B palaging wala sa klase? Bakit kaya si teacher C? And you see patterns of behavior. And you get to see that on Monday, this teacher came in the class. On the Tuesday, the teacher did not come to class. The next day, the teacher came late. The following day, the teacher submitted late requirements. And you see, those are patterns and trends of behavior. So nakikita mo na ngayon kung ano yung bigger picture ng isang tao. Kasi nga po, if we want to lead successfully, we have to understand first the behaviors of other people. And more so, we have to understand our own behavior as well. Kasi nga po, it's very hard to understand people naman if we don't understand ourselves. Tama? If we cannot understand the way how things work for us, the way how we think, the way how we feel, hindi din natin maiintindihan kung paano nag-feel ng iba or paano nga ba nag-think yung iba, di ba? Basically because we are all part of the system. You, personally, ako, tayo. It's always about me. It's always about me to others. No? So parang ganun. So, in our school, sabi ni Mami Rosha, we need to listen by... nawala si ma'am. Okay, na-delete. Okay. That's why we need to put the flashlight on a higher level to see the blind spots, sabi ni Ma'am Wilma. Ma'am Christine, okay. So YouTube answer kay Sir Danilo Anticamara. Systems thinking can be a failure if someone in the organization cannot accept his or her blind spot. Ang galing, no? So galing ni Sir Danilo Anticamara, no? So sabi na, if someone does not really accept the blind spot, so systems thinking will not really work. Tama, no? That's a very good reflection. Sabi ni Ma'am Somaer, just like the systems in our body, no? When a part is sick and non-functioning, the whole system is affected. That's why it is important. Sana ba yun? Na-delete. That's why it is important that all parts of the organization must work together as one. Okay. We cannot see the bigger picture if linger in the lower ground. Correct. As leaders, we need to step up and raise the flashlight higher. Kasi, then Ma'am Romilin said, systems thinking is a product of interaction. To know, si Ma'am SND, to know and understand the blind spots so you will know how to improve and address it for the better. And then Sir Rolando said, to make system work in an organization, its individual skills should be recognized, no monopoly of action. Tama naman po kasi it's a systems thinking. Systems thinking is collaboration, no, of all. And we just need to ignore something so we can possibly live peacefully. Okay, sabi ni Ma'am Sabino. Understanding the individual as a part of system that how can influence one another. Putol akong audio, sorry. Systems thinking should involve critical thinking as it helps individual and teams more effectively diagnose problems and identify possible solutions. Tama naman po, no? And Ma'am sabi ni Ma'am Jocelyn Mias, a character affects the system, so be positive. And Ma'am Norminda Limpao said, even small circumstances, we do not know how we are affected because we are all interconnected. Tama. And Ma'am Josephine Ignacio said, systems thinking is affirming that it takes a village to raise and educate a child. That's very true. Kasi nga, we need this particular systems thinking by raising our flashlights higher so that we see how we can really eventually raise a village, no? To raise a child. Okay. And then of course, systems thinking recognizes that a system structure generates its behavior. Tama, no? Systems thinking is a structure. Natitingnan natin kung ano yung trends, ano yung patterns, so that we see the behavior. Kasi nga po, what if the teacher only submitted it once na late siya? So we cannot just conclude na, kanina teacher kuan gini siya, kanang tapulan. We cannot just say that, no? But if you notice that the patterns of behavior has been consistently done, so basically that's the time that we have to seek and we have to help him or her. At sasabihin natin na this is actually your problem. This is, di ba, thinking about reciprocality and causality view, ito na yung nagiging problem. In other words, there should be some sort of interaction. Nanonotice natin na, I noticed that you have been, having this trend nowadays. You are not submitting requirements on time, you are not doing like this, doing like that, and so on and so forth. And especially, pag tayo, like for example, principals, wala namang nagsasabi ng ganun sa atin unless there is really a leader who is a systems thinker. So we have to write down all as well or reflect with our behaviors. Why is it that I'm constantly doing this kind of behavior for so long? So in other words, you are constantly providing a reflection to yourself na, uy, there's something wrong already with me kasi nga po pabalik-balik na yung aking attitude, yung aking behavior. Ano? And it also, systems thinking also changes perspective to increase understanding. So nakaka-understand, nakakaintindi tayo sa mga tao if you use the systems thinker kasi that's the habit, no? We cannot just simply judge the person. Why is he like that? Why is she like that? But basically, when you raise your flashlights higher, naiintindihan mo, kaya pala ganun kasi ganito. Kaya pala ganun kasi ganyan. Because you are actually putting yourself higher, no? Putting yourself on the shoe. So pag may nangaaway sa iyo, if you are a systems thinker, no, if someone is actually arguing with you, if you are a systems thinker, you don't actually blabbermouth the person right away. Hindi ka ganun. Kasi you're a systems thinker, so basically you pause for a while and you see the bigger picture. Bakit kaya siya nagalit sa akin? Anong nasuko man siya sa kuha, no? So, unsa man kay reason? Okay, it's because of like this. It's actually now providing more responsibility and accountability to yourself. It's because of like this. It's because this is what I did pala, no? So, this is what I did pala. So, systems thinking is to gain insight. It's a two-way process. Knowing each other well by heart, sabi ni Rowena. Ma'am Romeline, system thinking is to gain insight into how others may see a system differently, sabi ni Ma'am Romeline. And S&D, in an organization, we are like machine that work together. If one of the parts of this machine will malfunction, the whole body will be affected, sabi ni Ma'am S&D. Then, Sir Ma'am Eurosha, as an effective leader, we need to listen by heart. We need to consolidate the ideas gathered from the group and then decide, no? And then decide for what is best available. Tama, kasi nga systems thinking is all about reflections. You get to reflect, you get to see the bigger picture, and it needs a heart for you to see the bigger picture. No? So, sabi ni Ma'am Francisca, systems thinking is same as a hard governance. Okay, then Sir Dennis, systems thinking is playing a very good role in the organization, being part of the solutions, not the problem. And Ma'am Naivi said, systems thinking shows the participation of each part, like applying the chain principle, interconnected. And Ma'am Camilo said, systems thinking is just like riding a ship. Nakikita mong may butas na yung barkong sinasakyan mo, tapos sabihin mo lang na hindi naman kayo ang nagmamay-ari nito. Hindi mo alam na paglubog ang barko, kasama kayo sa mululunod. Correct? Because everyone gets to be lunod, no? So it gets to sink naman if you are not working together. That's really what systems thinking is all about. So therefore, it surfaces and test assumptions. Nagtetest ka ng assumptions. Paglalagyan ko kaya ng sugar itong food na ito, magiging maganda kaya siya sa health? Or instead of sugar, I'll have to put other things. Or I will have to take my vitamins while taking this. So that's actually testing your assumptions. In the relationship part, aawayin ko ba siya? Because this is how I felt. Galit ako sa kanya, so aawayin ko ba siya? If you are a systems thinker, you don't do that na aawayin mo agad because you test the assumption. You consider an issue fully and resist the urge to come to a quick conclusion. Kasi nga, in a systems thinking, you don't conclude right away. You see the current reality and the future. You have to understand what's the current reality and what's the future. Bakit siya nagalit? Bakit nagalit si principal? Bakit kaya si teacher naging ganito? Ano kaya yung mga reasons behind? And you see the structures para po makakakuha po kayo ng leverage. Okay, so that's the term. So leverage, kailangan po ng leverage. So what does leverage means? Yung leverage is you get to know the appropriate and the exact action to interact in the situation. So hindi yung parang you strike agad. No? So you strike agad kasi nga before striking, you have had to think, you should have thought of the current reality. No? So sabi ni Ma'am Ice, okay. Sabi ni Ma'am Josia Clemena, systems thinking, we are all interconnected. Kaya nga system, di siya one system because it's collaborative. Tama, ang daming sagot, no? So, very, so many answers. Okay, tama. And it considers also both short and long-term consequences of actions. Kasi nga po, in system, if you make a decision, there's always you make a decision, there is always a benefit and there is also consequence. No? So if there's a blackboard, talagang susulat na ako ngayon. No? So there's a benefit and there's also a consequence. When you make a decision, okay, when you make a choice, you think of its benefits. Meron talaga siyang benefits. No? So may benefit siya. However, when you decide into something, there is also a consequence. So meron din siyang corresponding consequence. So if we therefore will not think of what choices are we going to choose, then basically, hindi natin think talaga kung ano yung kanyang benefit and consequence, and we fall short somewhere. We fall short somewhere. Okay, and it also, it also finds where unintended consequences emerge. Bakit kaya ito? If I will have to do this, this will be the consequence. So there's a benefit and there is a price. Ayun. So when you make a choice, when you make a decision, there's always a benefit and there's always a price. If I will have to decide to leave the group, there's a benefit and there's a price. If I will have to decide that I will not participate in any events, there will be benefits and there will be price. Okay, so there's a benefit and there's a price. Okay, so it also checks changes and actions if needed for successful approximation. Okay, so Ma'am Francisca said, a system thinker is a well-rounded individual, flexible, and adapts not only in favorable situations but in negative situations as well. Correct, tama po siya. Tama po, Ma'am Francisca. And Sharon Coronel said, systems thinking is a holistic approach to analysis that focuses on the way that a system's constituent parts interrelate and how systems work over time and within the context of a larger system. Tama. So I think I agree with that. Systems thinking is sharing good ideas to work as one, and it's working together to accomplish the common goals. And sabi ni Ma'am Juliet Gonzaga, systems thinking is a system behavior results from the effects of reinforcing and balancing process. Okay, so balancing process. Now, and then Ma'am Apollonia Tabana said, systems thinking is a holistic approach to analysis that focuses on the way that a system constituent parts interrelate and how it works over time and within the context of behavior results from it. Now, you see, in the systems thinking, para po siyang iceberg. Ito po yung iceberg, no? Seeing what's below the surface. Kasi nga po, if hindi po tayo systems thinker, we only see the events on top. What we see nga lang po are the events that are happening. Sabi, okay, this organization is a happy organization. This organization is a communal organization. Pero hindi po natin nakikita kung ano po yung mga nasa baba. So what are those things that are seen at the bottom? So sometimes, we only see the reward. We only see the awards. We only see the recognitions. Okay? So halimbawa, like, oh, this type of person is, ang galing-galing because he all has the reward. Ang galing talaga niya, napaka-galing niyang, ang dami-dami niyang medals, and so on and so forth. But we did not see yung mga patterns of behavior, like what is happening, what are the trends, what changes have occurred, ano yung mga underlying structures. We did not see who has influenced the patterns, ano yung mga existing policies, laws, physical structures, what are the relationship among the parts. Kaya nga po, there was one senator actually who said, sabi ng isang senator na kailangan daw magpasa ng bill na kailangan ang mga teachers daw ay dapat quality teachers. So there was this one senator, sabi ko naman, I posted that in the Facebook page, sabi ko, what quality teachers are you talking about? Maybe we have to check first the underlying structures. Ano nga ba yung mga existing policies natin? Ano nga ba yung mga existing laws natin, yung physical structures natin, bago natin sabihin na yung mga teachers na nandito sa DepEd are of not quality? Hindi naman ganun, di ba? Kasi it's very unfair for the teachers na sasabihin na hindi sila of quality. Kasi nga po, what we only see are just the things at the upper part. Hindi natin nakikita kung ano nga ba yung structure sa baba. Kasi these structures are considered as the blind spots, no? So yun yung ating mga blind spots. And therefore, we have to appreciate what these blind spots are. Kaya nga may monitoring and evaluation tayo. No? So we always have the monitoring and evaluation so that we see these blind spots together. No? So we also have to check the mental models. No? Ano nga ba yung mental models ng ating mga teachers? Ano nga ba yung mental models ng ating mga students? No? So if you are actually working in the classroom, ano nga ba yung mental models ng ating mga students? Bakit kaya sila hindi nag-learn? Hindi sila natututo? No? So ano ba yung mental models nila? Ano ba yung underlying structures? Bakit majority of my students are like this? It's the same way with managing people. What underlying physical structures, policies, laws is there? na hindi na nag na that's actually disintegrating the quality that we wanted to achieve. So basically, it's very important kasi nga po, we just don't see the upper part. Okay? But if you're a systems thinker, we see what's happening. Kasi nga, that's why it's very important to see the process. Kasi it's not all the time achievements. It's not all the time like that, but it's actually looking at the process. Okay? Systems thinking is sabi ni Ma'am Marilyn, systems thinking requires a shift in mindset away from linear to circular. Sir Alexander, being the heart of the organization to have better outcomes. Systems thinking is a result from the effects of reinforcing and balancing process. Tama, check the underlying structure. Sir Denny said, systems thinking has a holistic approach that can be used by all members of the organization. No, so basically we see that. We see the mental models. Ano ba yung mga assumptions, models, values do people hold about the system? Maybe because there's no shared vision. Bakit kaya yung mga tao hindi sila nagpa-participate? Kasi nga hindi nila naiintindihan kung ano yung vision or hindi nila naiintindihan bakit kailangan gawin ito. Because again, it was not communicated to them. So if you as a systems thinker wants everyone to have the shared vision, then basically you will have to work with these people. You have to tell that this is the direction, this is the vision, and we have to work together. We should have that collective capacity and collective leadership in order to achieve the desired results that we want. So everyone has that desired that leverage, and so therefore there's a leverage. So nakikita natin yung leverage. So yung leverage dito are yung patterns of behavior, yung underlying structures and the mental models. To see it in this one, so this is the way to explain reality. So what just really happened? Bakit kaya na itong division na ito ay palaging maraming awards? Okay, so it's because basically their superintendent is a very participative, very dynamic, very goal-oriented. Yung mga assistant school division superintendent, very goal-oriented din. Yung mga chiefs natin, very aligned to the goals of the superintendent. So lahat sila nagkukwentuhan, lahat sila nag-share na kanilang vision that this is what we want. Ito yung ating gagawin. And so basically, they see the underlying structures, ano yung mga nangyayari sa different schools. So yung nangyayari sa different schools, the principals are very dynamic as well. They also submit the requirements on time. They also do this, they also do that. Kasi nga, those are the things that are not unseen, that are not seen already. So nakikita natin ano yung behavior over time, underlying structures, mental models, because lahat yun is very, very important. Sabi ni Ma'am Francisca, as a leader, one must possess these systems thinking, doing profiling of teachers, so it will be very easy to do adjustments in the delivery of different roles and functions of the school. Tama naman, so we do some profiling. And sabi ni Ma'am Eurosha, we are the thinkers in the system as uttered by one of the members here. Okay. And then, sabi ni Ma'am Aida Makasarte, systems thinker is the one who is open-minded person, ready to adapt the new systems of education from Curva, Miagao Elementary School of Salvador District. O, di ba? Kompleto. Then, sabi ni Ma'am Ricilia Quijano, systems thinking is a product of the interaction of its part, not just the sum of its parts. Sabi ni Ma'am Alice Sarip, huwag tayong maging mapanghusga. Alamin muna natin ang mga pangyayari. And sabi ni Sir Felix Berto Ventures, systems thinker must be an open-minded person. Tama. Okay? So basically gano'n. No? So ang dami nating mga realizations along the way. Now, if you're a systems thinker kasi, you get to see the listening part. Kailangan nating i-assess ang ating sarili. How open are we to the possibilities of understanding people, of understanding behaviors? Okay? So, sabi ni Ma'am Francisca, as a leader, one must possess this systems thinking. Okay, tapos na pala. Okay, so the field structure of attention. How do we go about it? So, paano natin siya maintindihan, maa-apply sa ating concept? Basically, because if we are a systems thinker, we use our listening process, we use our listening capabilities. And there are different levels of listening. So isipin natin, kasi nga we always keep on reflecting, di ba? Nagre-reflect tayo. No? So we get on reflecting. Now, pag nagre-reflect kasi tayo, hindi lang tama yung you express lang kung ano yung mga nakikita mo. It's not only like that. But we actually get to feel and understand the whole situation by listening. This is very important. Listening. I'd like you to type the word listening. Kasi nga po, itong systems thinking talaga, this is actually the foundational capacity eh. The foundational capacity is listening. So I'd like you to type the word listening. Ayan. So listening. Listening. Ito yung pinaka-importante. No? So this is the most important thing. It's really listening. No? So it's about listening. Now, so listening. First level of listening is when you download your habits of thought. So kung ano yung mga nakikita mo, naririnig mo sa kanila, that's actually downloading of the habits of thought. So that's listening. Pero the second part is actually the factual or object-focused listening. Yung first part is I and me. No? So I and me, ako. So ako basically, I wanted to download the habits of thought. This is what I've learned. This is what I thought. This is what I think. Kasi ito yung mga naririnig ko. These are all the things that I'm hearing, that I'm listening. So that's actually the first stage of listening. But listening 2.0 is different because this is I and it. So I will have to check kung ano yung mga naririnig ko is actually based on facts. So that's actually factual listening. So factual, that's object-focused listening. So that's listening 2.0. So factual object-focused tayo. But if we move to the next part, that's actually listening that is what we call as the empathic listening. No? So empathic listening. This time now, hindi ka lang nakikinig based on facts and information, pero nakikinig ka because you wanted to put yourself to the shoe of the person or to the other person or to the shoe of the situation. So that's empathic listening. Nakikinig ka na. So in other words, hindi na siya I and me, I and it, pero it's now I and you. Nakikinig na ako sa iyo. So meaning to say, I am now beginning to understand your context. I am now beginning to see kung bakit kaya ganito yung iyong pananaw. Why is it that this is how you think? Why is it that this is how you feel? So that's actually the empathic listening part already. And of course, the most important listening of all is what we call as the listening 4.0, which is the generative listening. No? So the generative listening now is the I in now. Because the I in now is a type of listening that will enable you to be connected to the current reality. So it's the current reality. So it's not just about listening to you because I'm putting myself to your shoe, but it's now putting myself into your context and putting myself also in the current reality. So this is actually the field structure of attention. So the field structure of attention. And empathic listening and generative listening are those important levels that we have to achieve. No? So sabi ni Ma'am Amera, listening is the process of gaining knowledge and realization to be applied in real-life situation. And listening is the process of gaining knowledge and, okay, tama. And listening is a key, sabi ni Ma'am Amera yun. Listening is a key to all effective communication. No? So sabi ni Ma'am Josephine Ignacio, listening is communicating with a purpose. Sabi ni Ma'am Virginia Lorono, empathic listening, I and you. Ayan. So basically, in this listening part, using conversation mathematics of Otto Scharmer, ito yung sabi niya, no? So, ito yung parang connected doon sa discussion a while ago, no? That the 1.0 listening is the politeness, no? So, I want to listen to myself. It could be, no? I want to listen to I should. The foundational capacity of action learning or systems thinking is to listen. No? So to listen. So if I will be polite enough to listen, so that's the start. That's the start of the process. The 2.0 is the breakdown sometimes, or it's the controlled discussion or the skillful conversation. Like for example, sabi ng leader, okay, you should not talk while the others are talking. That's actually breakdown, no? So that's actually breakdown. Or say, oops, please take note in our conversation that you only have to talk pag wala nang nagsasalita. And it's a big no-no if you will talk while the others are still talking. So that's actually the breakdown 2.0. Pero the 3.0 and the 4.0 is different. Kasi nga the 1.0 and the 2.0 is a blaming and non-reflective yan eh. It's, ano naman siya, pataka na siya istorya diha, ayan na siya. That's actually the blaming and unreflective part. But if we move to the next level of listening, that's the 3.0 and the 4.0 listening, this is where self-reflection comes in. Kasi nga po, there's already reflective dialogue. So the reflective dialogue now is you talk and you ask questions and you listen. You listen, you talk, you ask questions. That's actually reflective dialogue. But you see, in the 4.0, it's more self-reflective kasi nga there's really a generative dialogue now. The generative dialogue now is when you will be able to ask questions na. No? So you can express, sabi ni Sir Felix Berto, listening is one way of expressing good ideas. No? And sabi ni Ma'am Mary Love Espolgar, listening is the key to have good communication with your colleagues. Sabi ni, and then Ma'am Sylvia Garcines, good listening allows us to demonstrate that we are paying attention to the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors of the other person, seeing the world through their eyes. Oh, so seeing the world through their eyes. Sabi ni Ma'am Ansalano, just like by listening is how child learns a language, listening is also how we learn much. Okay. And si Sir Danilo Anticamar, sabi niya, all members will not participate in the system singing perhaps because they are thinking that high leverage point is mostly important than low leverage of which they think they're idealized. Okay. This is regarding kanina sa ating iceberg model. Ayan. And sabi ni Ma'am Selmar, no, being there are also good points here. Listening is listening is the process of gaining knowledge and realization to be applied in real life situations. Sabi ni Ma'am Marilyn, listening is a key to effective communication. And then empathic listening, sabi ni Ma'am Selmar, empathic listening is a structured listening and questioning technique. Sabi ni Ma'am Faye, you have to listen and understand in order to provide proper response. Sabi ni Ma'am Rominin, generative listening is turning words into action. I like that word. Words into actions. And listening, sabi ni Sir Rolando, means being sensitive of what is happening with an organization. Sabi ni Ma'am Marian, being attentive and responsive to others' input during conversation. And then sabi ni Ma'am Isnaira, effective listening is about self-awareness. Correct. No? You cannot be an effective listener if you are not aware of yourself. Diba? If you cannot develop your new consciousness. Ayan. Ma'am Rona said, effective listening is a skill that underpins positive communication. Ma'am Wilma said, listening and reflection can do wonders to have an effective system and organization. And Ma'am Ramla said, listening is one of the most important skills of a good listener. Sabi ni Ma'am Lorna Gumabat, listening is very significant to have a harmonious relationship in an organization, and it shows respect to the one talking or speaking about the topic. And active listening can encourage stronger communication. Sabi ni Ma'am Eileen Sancho. Okay, correct, no? So there's really generative listening. Bakit? There are actually reasons why we don't listen. May mga reasons daw yan. Sabi ng thinking tools and learning organization, yung pinaka-reason daw is yung 3R cycle. No? So ano yung 3R cycle? No? So baka we have to reflect on this kasi nga baka tawag dito, baka nga po ay hindi po natin namamalayan, no? Na meron na pala tayong mga ganitong emosyon, no? Ganitong mga feelings, no? Sa ganitong mga pagbabahagi ng ating mga feelings, okay? So basically, the 3 R's includes resistance, resentment, and revenge. Karamihan daw po sa mga tao, they are not open to listening. It's because they resist, they cut communications. When they cut communications with people, listening or generative listening is very hard to achieve. Kahit nga po yung reflective listening lang in the 3.0. No? Yung resentment. Ano yung resentments? If there are negative emotions towards another person for what we think was sad or done to us. Kasi nga po, is when you feel resentments to a person, you don't like to listen eh. Ayoko, no, I don't want to listen. Ay, nako, ay, siya yung leader. Ay, no, ayoko nang ganyan. Ay, pass ako sa kanya. I don't like him or her. I don't like that. Okay? And revenge as well. No? So revenge, no? It's the 3R cycle. So nagkakaroon ng resistance, nagkakaroon ng resentment, nagkakaroon ng revenge. No? So that's the 3R cycle. So that's the 3R cycle. Sabi nga ni Ma'am, ni Cesario, Sir Cesario, Sir Marlon, listening is gaining something new. And si Ma'am Ramla, listening is one of the most important skills of a good listener. Sabi ni Ma'am Johari, listening is very important life skill. Good listening keeps us always on the right track, sabi ni Sir Jonathan. And okay, sometimes sometimes organization fail because leaders fail to listen to their supervisees. Sometimes smart ideas are coming from the grassroots. Tama? Sa Sir Superiano, sabi ni Sir Carlo, sabi ni Sir Carlo, totoo naman, listening is not easy. Tapos may smiley. Okay. Sabi ni Ma'am Romeline, listening is a skill that all school leaders should learn. Sabi ni Ma'am Milawan, listening is art that requires attention over talent, spirit over ego, others over self. Oh, I like that. Attention over talent, spirit over ego, others over self. Sabi ni Ma'am Wilma, resistance, resentments, and revenge are all negative feelings. No wonder it hinders one from listening. So kayo na po yung nagdi-discuss ng aking PowerPoint. And I like that, no? Because you see, totoo talaga yan, no? Kahit, you see, it's very important to be aware, to be self-aware. Kasi nga, bakit nga ayaw kong mag-participate? Kasi yun pala, because I have this resentment. Bakit pala hindi nag-grow your organization? Yun pala ang daming resistance. Bakit nga ba hindi nag-grow ang isang organization? Yun pala is because ang daming revenge. Okay? So yun, that's actually the 3R cycle. And basically, we always think as a victim, no? So we always think as a victim. Nagbe-blame tayo, we are helpless, we avoid, we are confused, we deny, we wait and see, we blame. Kasi nga po, what happened? Bakit hindi ka nagpas? Kasi si Kuan, magud sa mong leader, way klaro. Ay, tungod, magud niya, kay sa principal, way klaro. Sometimes it's the victim, the blaming game. Alam niyo yun? It's the blame game. Ay, tungod, magud sa akong school head, way klaro. Ay, tungod sa akong chairman, way klaro. Ay, tungod sa among supervisor, way klaro. Ay, tungod sa among superintendent, way klaro. You see, those are victim blaming. So victim blaming. Without even realizing, if we get to listen to ourselves, nandito yung mga problems. So, baka may mga problems pala tayo, ano? So, there are actually some points in our lives na, okay, baka nga nag-experience ako ng resistance or resentment kasi nga ayoko lang talaga sa kanya. So you see that? So in other words, it's very important to get to know yourself kasi self-awareness yan eh. So if we base it on the iceberg model, nakikita natin dun sa pinakababa ng model, na-check natin kung ano yung mental model natin. We check our mental models thinking that maybe we don't want to coordinate, we don't want to participate because I have resentments. I don't want to join because I wanted to revenge something ganun. So good listening is a good speaker. Okay, a leader should be good listener, listening to the voices of her colleagues. Listening enhance your ability to understand and make you a better communicator. A good listener is very nearly as attractive as a good talker. So you cannot have a beautiful mind, sabi ni Mama Milawan, if you do not know how to listen. Okay, sabi ni Ma'am Elizaida, when people are not good listener, nothing will happen to any organization. Ang dami din dito sa Facebook, sa YouTube, no? Sabi ni Ma'am, okay. Sabi ni Ma'am Rachel Apat, have a nice afternoon, everyone, and to our speaker, doctors here. I'm watching and listening again to the productive and challenging topic. Okay. Sabi ni Ma'am Celia Vios, listening with the heart is important. It means it is not just hearing something. Sabi ni Ma'am Norby Ann, listening develops empathy and understanding. Okay. Sabi ni Sir Danilo Anticam, Ma'am Nasripa Mama, listening is showing respect to your superior and subordinates. Correct. Sabi ni Ma'am Sir Danilo, 3R cycle is the product of not accepting our blind spot. Tama. No? So tama. Galing. No? So magaling. Okay, good. And of course, pag feeling victim tayo, nagkakaroon tayo ng mga excuses. So ang dami na tayo excuses. Sabi ni Sir S&D, this 3R cycle is the theft of the achievement of all goals in organization. So if possible, we must consider this as the COVID virus. Must keep our distance from this 3R cycle. Sabi ni Ma'am S&D yun. Then sabi ni SC Ma'am Wilma, kaya self-mastery is essential in order to come out of one star corner and be able to connect with others. Because if you cannot connect, you cannot work with others. To tama. So kaya nga kailangan ng personal mastery, di ba? Sabi ko nga, kailangan ng personal mastery para makita natin kung ano ba yung mga problems natin. No? So you see, excuses. I'm too busy, not my fault. I have no time. Let's wait and see who's responsible. What should I do? I don't have any idea. I guess it's the one responsible for this. There's nothing I can do. Ba yan? Kasi hindi naman work ko yan eh. Work yan ng principal. Dapat the principal yung gagawa niyan. You see that? Work yan ng teacher. Bahala siya. Okay, so something like that, So you see sometimes excuses. Or in the part of our cycle naman with our students in the classroom, sabi ng mga students, ay kapag takara na si ma'am, Hindi ko ganahan yun anang ma'am. So you see, those are actually some of the things that are happening. So what therefore must be done? Ang dami-dami nyo nang ginawa, ang dami nyo ng mga reflections dito, no? Sabi ni Ma'am Karina Cruz, listening is a sign of respect for one's idea or the person himself. And sabi ni Ma'am Viviana Cavalida, listening is often the only thing needed to help someone's needs. Sabi ni Ma'am Saliha Omar, you cannot learn something if you do not listen. Hehe. Sabi ni Ma'am Filina Balbutin, listening is to hear something with thoughtful attention. Ayan. So Ma'am Mary Apple Espulgar, it's hard to listen if you're always playing victim in our own ways. Correct. No? So, tama jud, no? So, hindi ka magpa-victim. No? So, basically, we have to be responsible. Everything that we do is our responsibility. Hindi naman responsibility ng ibang tao yan. Whatever it is that we do, take note, balik po tayo, we have our choices. And in every choices, there is always a benefit and there's always a price. Okay, sabi ni Ma'am Selmar, ako kay maminaw jud ko kay aron maka-gain ko ideas. If dili ko maminaw kay tawgon akong name, Selmar please. Okay. So what again sa Selmar? Selmar di ay. Okay, Sir Selmar. Okay, sir. Ako ma'am. Okay. Thank you, sir. Noted, Sir Selmar. No, noted, sir. Okay. So what therefore must be done, no? So sana makapture, sabi ni Ma'am Francisca, sabi ni Ma'am Sabino, listening can lead to more cooperative results. Sabi ni Ma'am Rowena, listening foster respect and facilitate conflict resolution. Sabi ni Ma'am Francisca, sana makapture lahat ng mga inputs na to, isa sa buhay as a leader upang makamtan ang epektibo at makabuluhang organisasyon. Oh. Ay, sorry, ni comment na ginawa sa Selmar, kay ganina lagatawag og nga ma'am siya. Sorry you guys, sir, ha? Sorry, sir. Okay, sir. So it's okay, sir. No problem, sir. Okay, sir. So what must be done? We have to be responsible, di ba? So we have to be responsible. Basically, we have to set ownership. Ako man nganong i-blame man nato ang superintendent, nganong i-blame man nato si mga pulanaha o pulanuha nga. Ako man ang walang trabaho. Ano? So you see that? Why am I blaming people? In fact, we should, in a systems thinking, we should have the sense of ownership, we should have the sense of objectivity, and we see both sides. And therefore, we exercise the process of compassion. If you are a compassionate person, you understand people. You raise your level of awareness because you are compassionate. You understand different types of people because you are compassionate. You exercise the way how they behave, how they feel, how they think because you are compassionate. No? So, Ma'am Irsa, sabi ni Ma'am Pearly May Pornia, if gusto, may paraan. Kung ayaw, may maraming dahilan. Sabi ni Sergio Art Page, listening is both honor and responsibility to attain one's dream. With that, it illuminates the lives of many. And sabi ni Ma'am Lourdes in that if we listen, we gain trust also. Yeah, if we listen, we really gain the trust, no? Okay, so that's actually what compassion is. Ayan. So looking at the ladder of interference, okay, so this is actually a tool for systems thinking also that talks about the ladder of interference, no? So meron tayong mga observable data and experiences. These are all data and experiences na nakikita natin, no? So basically, right now, I'm actually looking at your answers, and I am actually having observable data and experiences, no? So basically, nakikita ko sa inyo na you are very compassionate, no? So nakikita ko sa inyo na you are very particular with listening process. Kasi nga po, you are all listening eh. You are actually putting your ideas here, no? So Eileen Santillan, how you listen determines your relationship. Okay. So yan. So these are all observable data and experiences, no? So lahat ng mga nakikita ko sa inyo, those are part of the observable data and experiences. And then a videotape or recorder could be. Kasi nga po, if I'm going to be asked na, ano ba yung culture ng Lanao del Norte? So basically, with this, with this type of conversations we have, kahit hindi tayo nagkikita, even if we don't see each other, there's actually a conversation going on. Okay, so those forms part with observable data and experiences. And from there, I select those data from what I observe. Ang dami-daming data, and I select those data that I observe. And from there, I create meanings out from this data. And I make assumptions only. Take note, I only make assumptions after I gathered the data. Hindi po yung gagawa po ako ng assumptions kahit wala akong data. Hindi po tama yun. I only make assumptions based on the meanings that was added. And I draw conclusions based on the assumptions. and I adopt the belief system, and I take actions based on the belief. Okay? I take actions based on the belief. Sabi ni Sir Sumair, listening is best when you know when it's the right time to listen and when it's the right time to speak. Tama. Okay, tama, Sir Sumair. Okay, so basically, in this ladder of interference, we only judge and we only use our belief system if meron na po tayong data. Tama? If meron na po tayong data, we only judge people, we only judge system, we only provide conclusions. Because if we don't have that, there's this what we call as the reflexive loop. No? Meaning to say, our beliefs affect what data we select next time. Diba? So our beliefs affect what data we select next time. So sometimes kasi sa reflexive loop na process, we only choose what we believe. Diba? Basically, lahat ng tao ganun eh. We only choose what we want to believe. Okay? And eventually, hindi naman tama yan. So, we choose, we listen because this is what I have observed. And we listen because I wanted to understand you. It's the I in you, and it's the I in now. I wanted to understand the current reality. And basically, I just don't want, to select those that I would want to believe. Kasi nga po, everyone should have that concept of understanding towards empathic listening. So because of this, we gain reflections. No? So we become aware of our own thinking and reasoning. There's this advocacy. No? So we make our thinking and reasoning more visible to others. And there's inquiry. No? So we inquire into others' thinking and reasoning. Sabi ni Ma'am LB Puebla, listening is one way to improve our thoughts and mind. Good listener is a good thinker. Sabi ni Ma'am Christy Gonzalez, everyone should be in the same wavelength to attain the certain goal. Okay. Sabi ni Ma'am City Malako, listening is key to all effective communication. Sabi ni Ma'am Pilarita Suwan, okay, hindi pala. Wala afternoon pala. Sa Ma'am Janice Pascual, listening helps to resolve conflicts, builds trust, inspire people, and strengthen teams. Yan. Strengthen teams. And sabi ni Jamel Mangundato, good listening allows us to demonstrate that we are paying attention to the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors of other persons. And Ma'am Silvia Garcines, if we listen, we can build better relationship and friendship. And Pretty Wen online vlog, vlogger, si Ma'am Pretty Wen. Though listening, we can gain more knowledge. And sabi ni Ma'am Janice Pascual, listening helps to resolve conflicts, build sharp. Okay, I just read that. All right. And basically incorporated as well. Sabi ni Ma'am Grace P, data-based education. Sabi ni Ma'am Susan, listen with the will to learn. Sabi ni Ma'am Lucille, listening is key to all effective communication. Without the ability to listen effectively, messages are easily misunderstood. Yeah. And listening means you want to learn. Yeah. So that's actually the ladder of interference. Now take note, the ladder of interference po is a tool for understanding. It provides structure for examining assumptions, and it makes the thinking and reasoning of the team members more explicit. Yan po yung purpose na ating ladder of interference. And the ladder of interference po is not a tool for blaming, it's not a tool for accusing, it's not a tool for condemning, it's not a tool for implicating, it's not a tool for prosecuting. Hindi naman. We just gather this observable data and experiences so that we see the blind spots. We just gather all this data and experiences so that we can create good assumptions based on the meanings that I have added, and these meanings based from the data that I have selected, and the data based on the observable data and experiences that I have gathered. Ganun yun. It's not to blame, it's not to accuse, it's not to implicate, it's not to prosecute. No? And sabi ni Ma'am Gemma Kuray, Manaling Moto, okay. Naghanap kayo. Okay, daw kapasa. Okay, sabi ni George Demonio, everyone should consider this. What is true to you may not be true to all. Correct. Here's Timo. According to the Bible, on Jeremiah, Samuel asked, speak, Lord, your servant is listening. Tama. Ma'am Lorna Pasilan, heart, eyes, and ears plays important role in listening. Sabi ni Ma'am Pilarita, a good listener is a good follower. Sabi ni Ma'am Monaling, ni Ma'am Mercy Loragas Andus, listening comes from the heart. Okay. Dami, no? So, sabi ni Sir Vincent Agdipa, ladder of inference is a communication and decision-making tool to help yourself and others avoid jumping to conclusion. Tama. Very good, Sir Vincent Agdipa. And Ma'am Pasita Tumog, listening is collecting ideas and transformation to understand certain problems. That's true. No, that's true. So basically, the ladder of interference is not to blame, but it's actually to put you in a situation where you are going to check your assumptions. If may bias ka sa isang tao, pause for a while, pause muna ako for a while. Oh, I'll have to check my assumptions. I have to check my assumptions. Or, oops, if there's a conflict and I'm part of the conflict, I have to check my assumptions again because maybe I'm playing a victim or maybe I'm playing something else. Yan. So that's actually systems thinker. Yan. So that's the systems thinker part. So basically, from the fifth discipline book, in terms of inquiry and advocacy, so meron tayong low and high. No? So pag sinasabi natin low inquiry and low advocacy, pag nagwe-withdraw ka, pag nagsisensing ka, pag nababystand ka, that's low inquiry and low advocacy. If there's high advocacy, low inquiry, basically you're observing. If it's high advocacy and low inquiry, you're explaining, nag-explain ka, nag-a-assert ka, nagde-dictate ka, nagte-test ka, that's actually telling. So that's actually low inquiry. Low inquiry kasi nagte-tell ka lang eh. High advocacy because you are telling, you are saying something. You know, we have to conserve the environment. We have to do this. We have to do that. That's actually telling. Okay? That's actually telling. Low advocacy, high inquiries when you interview. No, nag-interview ka. Okay. And then, interrogating. Nag-interrogate ka. And then, clarifying. Nagka-clarify ka. There's so many ideas in YouTube. Sorry, hindi ko na nababasa lahat. Sorry talaga. Okay. So, clarify, interrogating, interviewing. So, that's low inquiry, low advocacy, high inquiry. That's asking. Kasi you ask. So, that's actually low advocacy, high inquiry. But there's high advocacy and high inquiry if there's skillful discussion, if there's dialogue, and there's politicking. Yung politicking, hindi po yung political na you control. It's not like that. The politicking here na sinasabi po natin is when you are ability to see the bigger picture and to see the parts of a whole. Ito yung politicking natin. If you are really a politician by heart, kasi if you define a real politician, it's actually a politician who sees the bigger picture. A politician who sees the system as a whole, who views the system as a whole, that's a politician. So basically, yung kailangan talaga natin, especially when we are leaders, is we have to have skillful discussion. We have to have dialogue. Hindi po enough yung sinasabi natin na we just tell, we just observe. Hindi lang po enough yun. Hindi po enough yung nag-a-ask lang po. Well, asking is good kasi asking is really, really good. But better is if we do generation, we generate. Nagda-dialogue po talaga tayo. Nagde-discuss po talaga tayo. No? Sabi ni Ma'am Marilu, listening, sabi ni Ma'am Arlene, listening is a process in communication. It is the ability to receive and interpret the message. Sabi ni Ma'am Marilu, listening is a leadership responsibility that does not appear in the job description, and those who embrace the high art of listening are destined to be better, more compassionate leaders. Sabi ni Ma'am Virgiline, a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So it's all out the way. Okay. So Ma'am Marie, sabi ni Ma'am Virgiline. Sabi ni Ma'am Maria Lisa, listening is a skill that an individual must endow for self-improvement. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful interactions in Facebook. Right. Okay. So let's go again to our world session kasi nga World Cafe sharing kasi nga every World Cafe sharing is nag-e-end yung ating sessions, no? So let's have a World Cafe sharing kasi usually I'm using the Jamboard pero hindi na pwede yung Jamboard natin, ano. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right. Okay. So basically, for this World Cafe sharing naman, so I would like to ask you, no, so every school heads naman will have to answer this. And of course, yung iba naman, you can actually share, no? You can actually share in YouTube as well. Yung mga tanong na ito, what observable data and labels does my school have? And what do these tell us as a school? Okay. And which of the conversation matrix does my school culture belong? Okay. So write down these 6 to 10 evidences why you said so. No? So pwede naman 5 lang or ano. So the school principals are expected to answer these questions, and then these school principals naman will ask naman the participants via YouTube kung ano yung mga sagot nila. Okay. So and then Ma'am Christine later will help me read those messages natin, yung mga answers natin. Okay. So basically, we will have around 10 to 15 minutes to share this. Okay, so 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, so I'll have to. The ladder of inference, sabi ni Ma'am Isnair, the ladder of inference helps you draw better conclusions or challenge other people's conclusions based on true facts and reality. Listening means gain more knowledge, and listening, sabi ni Ma'am Olympia, and listening is the key to all effective communication. Without the ability to listen effectively, messages are easily misunderstood. Effective listening is a skill that underpins all positive human relationships. Okay, so let's have this. Let's have the school representatives naman to listen later. Maybe I'll ask naman for those representatives who would like to share talaga, no, instead of just using the chat box. We can also encourage you, no, to use your microphones later during our second report or our second presentation. All right? So 15 minutes will be done for you. Ma'am Christine, are you still there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So Ma'am Tin will be the ones to read all the answers po mamaya, no? So later. Okay. Sige, so 15 minutes will be done for this session. And we encourage those who would like to share talaga to turn on their microphones and share naman. At least 3 sharers lang. 3 sharers, because the rest of the sharing will be read by Ma'am Tin. Okay. Okay. Right? So 15 minutes starts now. Ayan.
All right. So time check. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. So sharing will be on 2:45. Right,
Yes.
sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then for those who wants to share, just press
Three
the
only,
raise hand button.
3 only.
Three sharers. Okay. So just click the raise hand button so that we can activate your microphone. All right, so time check, it's 2:46 in the afternoon. And so, Doc Jess,
Yes, Ma'am Tin. Yeah, maybe you can start reading.
okay, our first sharer is Sir Camilo Bainosa. Okay, Sir Camilo, your microphone and your camera is enabled already. So, sige na sir, can you share, Sir Camilo?
Sir Camilo.
Nakamute pa ka, sir. Sir Camilo Bainosa. I-click lang imong mic, sir. Okay, so I will read na lang, sir, in the YouTube answers.
Yes.
Okay, so here from Anya Alia Ogang. Even in a remote area and far-flung school in Salvador, the observable data our school have are: we are united as one, we decide as a group. We give importance to our students, parents, and stakeholders, and we always think what's best for our learners. The conversation matrix our school culture belong are: teaching staff, lead by example, build a strong relationship with teachers, parents, and stakeholders. Number 3, motivate both students and teachers. Next is set appropriate consequences in everything that we do and encourage a safe and encouraging environment. And 6, promotes honesty and hard work and promote collaborative learning process. And yes, number 7, promote collaborative learning process. We also have from May Lourdes Inad. Okay, I think this is Sir Swaib Makaaga. Sir Camilo. Ikaw ni Sir Camilo? Okay. Nawala man. We have Ma'am Rowena Luntayaw, sir. She is raising her hand. Nawala naman pod. Sir, amo ang internet connection here is kanang kuan. Magwala-wala gyud. Anyway, nawala man si Ma'am Rowena. So, mabalik na to siya. Okay, so moving on from Ma'am May Lourdes Inad. Our school used the data to monitor and evaluate students' progress to ensure that every learner learn. And from Ma'am Ann Pansi-Pansi, what most people need is not a brilliant mind, but a special that listens and understands. Let me also read from the MS team, sir.
Yes.
From Wilma Obatay, okay? Observable data and labels of Panuluon National High School. 1, ancillary tasks are assigned to every teacher. And big events in the school is accomplished collaboratively. 3, LDM in the new normal was a team effort. Panuluon National High School belongs to both observing and asking. Evidences: 1, when some task seems too difficult, some personnel tend to withdraw. 2nd, when some personnel withdraw from a task, the school head called their attention and ask for explanations. And 3rd, when the explanation does not satisfy the school head, interview and clarification are done. And 4th one, after the clarification, the action that will be taken is determined by a consensus. From Sumair Udin, from Ma'am Indira Abdul of SADMIS, majority of SADMIS teaching personnel are techno-savvy, so 21st century teachers, which means the school can equally compete with other schools in terms of teaching and learning process for the attainment of quality education. Wow, that's good to hear. Okay, from YouTube, Fatima Salik of the Mayon ES, Taguluan. It seeks to grow great teachers who seek to grow all students to shape and change their world. And from the Mayon, adopting the 3 acts of goodness. Do good deeds, speak good words, Asan naman ito nawala? And think good thoughts. Okay, and next. Strong partnership, having partners outside organization will help the school improve and grow as to the teachers and learners. From Eileen Sancho of Margos Elementary School, a learning community that teachers and learners have an exciting and challenges role to play. Okay. So, mga pa man siguro, sir. Anapa, sir. From Geraldine Soria, no matter how small or big a school is, as long as you are united and work as one, everything will move smoothly. And that is one of the observable data we have in our school from Tangkal National High School. Okay, and from Josephine Algoso of Rufo de la Cruz IS, too many observable data and labels, but positive ones needs to be acknowledged such as early or on-time submission of reports. Okay. From Pantauragat, good afternoon. Okay. Kato, sir. That's all for now.
Thank you, Ma'am T. I think there's one raising. Wala mo report? No one reports?
Naina Grace, sir. Let me see. Ma'am Rowena Luntayaw.
I can answer.
Okay, I'm allowing her camera and her microphone. Ma'am Rowena, turn on your microphone. Yes. And your camera, ma'am. All right. Take it away, ma'am.
Thank you, Tin. Good afternoon, Sir Jess, Sir Gistoni. Good afternoon. We are so blessed for having you as our speaker for this afternoon webinar about the what do you call this? Managing 21st century organization. In our school, in terms of raising the teachers' morale, yes, we conducted in-service training, LAC sessions, oftentimes, and we can also see the support of our stakeholders, barangay and municipality, especially our partners in our reading program, the SK. In terms of profiling our learners, maybe this is one of our you call this about to be adapt now. Yes, we have profiled our learners multiple intelligence, but then on the aspect of profiling their family background, which I think very important, we fail it this school year. But in all of this, sir, I guess sustainability is always a problem. With your insights and learnings that was shared this afternoon, I think we will be motivated and push to have a organizational models behavior be maintained, no? And then take away all those 3 R's because that would really they call this, that would really that's negative in an organization. And in terms of parents participation, that's one of the challenges, because they prefer to work to augment their income rather than assisting their children and in their module. But we cannot also blame them, no, since it's pandemic. We need also to sustain our stomach in order to live. But yes, I agree, it takes a village to educate a child. So with this opportunity that we are reminded because of the webinars provided by our division headed by Sir Oplinaria, we are so lucky, and we will always be reminded, because insights. Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
sir.
ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am Rowena, for your sharing. So I
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
sharing a lot. Thank you
Thank you,
po.
sir.
Thank you po. Okay, Ma'am Tin?
Yes, sir. We have message, a comment here, sir,
Yes po.
from Mala Salog Elementary School in Sapa District. The observable data or labels does my school have are first, progress report, Phil Erie results, and CMSS. This connotes us how productive and effective we are as teachers. Thus, our school belongs to the inquiry reflective dialogue and flow generative dialogue. First, conducting SMEA. SMEA is schools monitoring, evaluation, and adjustment, sir, and presenting it to the stakeholders. Second, conducting home visitations to gather feedback to parents. Third, self-assessment tool. Fourth, conducting Slack through that we can generate good ideas and address learning gaps. And last, school faculty meeting. A sixth, school PTA meeting. And seventh, camaraderie among stakeholders. And from Rolando Azarcon of Tambacon Integrated School, district has the following observable data. We have 100% participation of our enrollment and 100% community participation. This means that our school is a child and community friendly. The conversation matrix, our school belong to a generative dialogue. As an evidence meeting shows, open communication, individual suggestions is accepted. There is no monopoly in discussion. Facilitator listens and speaker's idea is respected. Same from Sir Azarcon. District as the okay, Maura iyang message. Let's move sa YouTube. We have in our school from Felixberto Ventures. In our school, we conducted Slack inset home visitation for the students. Of course, protocol is observed. We have also profiling data of the students. And let me see sa taas. Crisel Grace Cargamento, yes, encountering very low internet by this time, but laban lang. Oh, still watching from Bindi, okay. Another answers. Jean Quizmondo of Banning Elementary School, always look ahead for the good future of our learners. We always stop our parents for the possible outcomes that will surely benefit our learners. Okay. So far, Dapa sir, Janice Malanog, nothing beats the product of collaboration. This is what makes our school achieve our goals because we work as a team. Okay. That's all, Sir Jess.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ma'am Tin, for sharing the answers of the groups and of the schools. And I appreciate your answers very well. Okay, so to end the session, so I can see that most of your efforts are geared towards geared towards partnership, geared towards the development of each one in the team, and at the same time looking into the what's my okay, looking into collaboration really as one of the goals, no, for you to work as a team. So just for me to end the module 2, no, so there are actually things that we cannot control and the things that we can control, no, and for us to see action learning and systems thinking work in our organization is to really accept that these things are eventually the things that we can't control in a way that it might change the way how we see things and how we manage things, so the first things first is you cannot control the people's mental models. So every person has their own mental models, and you have to make sure, like for example, as principals, we have to understand the mental models of our teachers, like how are they doing, how do they think about things, but sometimes we cannot control how they think naman. So for the case of the teachers naman, we cannot think how we cannot probably think how how teachers or I mean how your students will be thinking in the process. So you cannot also control the weather, for example, diba? So the weather is good, the weather is bad, you cannot actually control that. You cannot control gadget malfunction, you cannot control that. You cannot control blackout, the electricity blackout, you cannot control that. You cannot control sudden internet connection. Everything that's happening, you cannot control all of them. No, so basically, and there are other lists of things that you cannot control. No? So there are other lists of things that you cannot control, but you can actually control your time. You can control your own mental models. You can control your habits. You can control your reactions. You can control your actions. And the bottom line is you can actually make leadership and management fun and exciting for you. So basically, for the case of the teachers, you can actually control the way how you manage things. No? You can control your teaching abilities, your teaching leadership, no? And sabi naman Fatima, one of the observable data has been noticed was the lack of significant others to help the learners in their studies in the middle of the pandemic. This has highly effects. Oh, tama naman, no? So, is teachers' flexibility in dealing with the new learning landscapes and finding innovative ways to reach out to our beloved learners, according to Ma'am Josephine Alguso. Yeah. So basically, these are things that you cannot control, no? So, but the bottom line is you can always make teaching fun and exciting for you. No? So the management of the learning, and your relationship that you establish with the learners, or if you're a principal, the relationship that you establish with your teachers, considering that you are trying to find ways in order to understand different behaviors, the underlying factors, the policies, the laws, the legislations, and the mental models of these people. No? For as long as you are able to successfully understand them in many different contexts, then you are actually working towards systems thinking. All right. So that ends our second session. So I think let's go to the third session now. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts about it. So hopefully we've learned something from this experience. So, all right. So let's go now to the third module, which is one of the most important modules as well in the teaching and learning. Okay. Okay, and teaching and learning at the same time, modules in leadership and management. Because I teaching and learning because the audience now are more of the teachers and at the same time our principals. No, so I consider this as a teaching and learning process as well. Okay, all right. So basically, it is very imperative that we have to understand our different cultures, no, in the organization, and understanding the organizational culture will help us, understand as well, identify what mental models are underlying in the structures of the organization. That's number one. We will also, in a way, understand that through culture understanding of our organizations, we will know exactly what levels of listening are we going to apply, and at the same time, how do we make sure that our understanding of these different cultures will fit in as well to the way how they wanted to be understood, so, or the way how other people in the culture be understood. So basically, using this framework is a good framework for the action learning approach. So let me ask you, especially in those in the chat box, how do you describe the following people in the picture? So how do you describe them? Okay, so let's have the first one. So you can actually type your answers in the chat box. How do you describe this woman in the picture? How do you describe the woman in the picture? How do you describe the woman in the picture? A model. Black is beautiful, ma'am. Happy, inspired, and good vibes lang. Sa Rowena. Black beauty, curly, black, happy, feeling in love. Smiling face, confidently beautiful. What else? Ups. My answer, processor. Okay. In our school, everyone tends to be telling, asking, observing, and generating because we will still in the process of improving ourselves for collective leadership. At the end, and this seminar will really impact the kind of leadership we should have in the coming school year. I'm so grateful for this significant training, especially to Sir Edel of Plenario and our SDS, and to you, Sir Justoni, for sharing your experience. Thank you, Sir Ma'am Josephine. Enthusiastic, confident, beautiful, happy. Wow. Wow, wonderful. Wonderful. Happy, captivating. Okay, captivating. The woman in the picture is very confident in herself. Sabi na sa Facebook, Her aura is happy, confident, confidently happy person, beautiful, confident lady, empowered, beauty beyond color, inspired, happy. Wonderful. How about this guy in the picture? So how about this guy in the picture? How do we describe them? I'll have to be late a bit with my reaction, no? Kasi yung dun sa YouTube natin, medyo late sila ng konti when they comment, no? So when they comment. Oh, one in the MS Teams, smiling, vibrant, smart, confident, beautiful, inspired, simply happy, and enjoying life's blessings. Friendly, stress-free, good-looking young man, have strong personality, happy. Oh, okay, great, great, great. How about in the okay, confused inside. Si Sir Necesario, confused inside. Okay. Si Ma'am Wilma, nakakita o crush. Then si Ma'am Mala, tantalizing eyes, handsome, young, and full of life, happy and carefree, cool, confident. Okay, confident. How about in the, let's see in the Facebook, on the YouTube, no? So what their answers are. In the YouTube. Oh, cute, happy, handsome, cool, smiling face, happy and beautiful, confident. Ano pa? Happy, chinito, handsome, shows positivity, smart, loving, young, smart, handsome, so cute, charming face. Happy and hopeful, contented, a man with a bright smile, happy, inspired, black beauty. The picture inspires, oh sige, daghan kayo, no? He's a man, sabi ni Sir Silmar, he's a man. Okay. So Josephine, focused and curious, looking far, stress-free, handsome, young, and smiling. Okay, good looking. Okay, sana all na lang mi ani. Okay, sana ako Ma'am SND. Okay. Optimistic, vibrant, mesmerizing charm. Okay, what about this girl? Okay, so this woman. So, but what about this woman? So this woman, how do you describe this woman? Smart and handsome. So how about this woman? She's beautiful, no? Walay panudlay. Si Ma'am Francisca said, walay panudlay na bitaw no, siya nanudlay bitaw no, pero gwapa manggihapon. So bisag mo na naka-unfair sa world no, kay bisag wa sila panudlay, mga gwapa gyud gyapon no, gwapo. Okay. Mahangin sa labas, carefree and portraying cute and handsome, brave, feeling confident, humble, happy, charm, happy but confused. Nagid gyapon ni mga confused no. Okay. Just woke up aura. Pa-cute, simple, beauty, problematic, charming. I woke up like this, simple and beautiful, thinking deeply, think of someone lovely. Okay. Black is beautiful from, okay, Chinito inspired. Okay, pretty, she's stunning, cute, Koreana beauty, saranghe, a woman of the power, inocente. According to inocente siya, no? Inocente, no? Okay, fierce look, that is Yang Ming. Sabi ni Ma'am Karen Espinosa, that is Yang Ming. Oh, I don't even know this girl. No, I just got her picture somewhere, no, because she's beautiful. Okay, so sabi ni Ma'am Janice Malanog, woke up like this ang peg ni ate. Okay, still watching. Okay. So hair, artistahin, pretty, woke up like this. Ann Salano woke up like this stunning young lady. Okay, she is an influencer according to Michelle Maglanke. I don't know. No? So Karen, that's Yang Ming. Okay, so wonderful. Okay, great, great. Okay, and how about this picture? No, so how about this picture? Seductive, according to Sir Sabino, seductive, naturally happy, beautiful, bisag walay panudlay, but feeling confident, beautiful and pretty lady, seductive, according to Sir Sumaer. Okay, Ma'am Ramla, fresh looking. How about this picture? How about this picture? Galit sa mundo. Okay. So, Ma'am Amera said, galit sa mundo. Nanasad niyang confused. Saan magiging confused? Gano'n na magiging for me ang confused. Okay. So, confused, mad, murag nasuko, man, no? Doubtful, nasuko, so stressed, angry, galit sa sarili. Okay, how about in the Facebook, in the YouTube group? Sige lang yung Facebook. YouTube. In the YouTube channel, grumpy, grabe sa niyo, grumpy, disastrous, stressed pero lumalaban. Oh, I like the comment of Sir George Demonio. Stressed pero lumalaban. Okay, Sir Vincent, perplexed. Grumbling lady, confused. Okay. So, something unclear, galit, Cynthia Villar. Okay, Senator Nancy, dapat magpabaksin na ta. Sabi ni Ma'am Mala Salog, dapat magpabaksin na gyud ta, no? So, problematic, not heard. Ako ni Ma'am Cecilia, nawala ang chicken cordon, no? So, SND, okay. So, perfect beauty, disappointed, wala bayri og utang, no? According to Raima May Villabeles, wala bayri og utang. Okay. Ako na rin babasa naman kung ano. So, demanding. Galit ata, beast mode. I'm sure she is disappointed. Grumpy palaban. Galit yearn. Galit yearn. Sabi ni Raima May Villabeles. Galit yearn. Okay. So, I'm looking for something. So, why am I asking you these types of questions? Okay. Bakit ko tinatanong itong mga questions dito? Sabi ng Fatima Salik, something smelly. No, tsaka smell, no? So, what's the smell all about? Ma'am Rowena said it's murag 3 hours impression. Okay. Sige. Yeah, resentment, resistance, revenge. Okay. So, yeah, we're using the terms now. So, basically, your definition and description of other cultures reflects who you are as a person. So, yun yung sabi talaga din. So, the way how you see people, the way how you interpret behaviors, emotions, culture is actually ingon ni Ma'am Marilyn kay dagway daw na sa principal basta nasa ASAP reports. Agoy, Ginoo ko. Dagway gina. According to Sir Sabino, looking for blind spot. And then sabi na different behaviors of people that we may encounter. Correct, Ma'am Rizaida, no? So disappointed, confused, upset. Okay. So your definition and description of other cultures reflect who you are as a person, no? So basically, our intention really and purpose, especially that we are in a rich culturally country, okay, is to develop some sort of cultural competence, no? Rich cultural competence. Just like with our mental models, it all begins with developing our consciousness and our self-awareness. It's very important to have the self-awareness, and it's very important also to develop other awareness, okay, so that you can have cultural knowledge, diba? So, I mean, you cannot start cultural knowledge, you cannot actually embrace cultural knowledge if you are not self-aware. And you cannot be aware of others if you are not self-aware as well. Okay? You cannot develop cultural knowledge if you don't practice other awareness. Kasi nga, the other awareness is the new consciousness. And for us to be aware, looking at our terms that we learn, is to raise our flashlights higher so that we can see the bigger picture. Diba? So that's actually what this. We raise our flashlights higher so that we can see the bigger picture. And we now understand cross-cultural skills like style switching. And from that process, we develop this open attitude. Okay? So, kasi nga, we cannot just simply understand other people if we're not aware of ourselves. And once we are fully aware of the different cultures, we now begin to develop this open attitude concept. You know, the open attitude will enable us to understand different cultures, will enable us to understand people's mental models, will enable us to understand the underlying structures of their cultures, will enable us to understand why this certain culture behaved this way. And so, therefore, it is very important to assess this because if we do this, so we are developing such cultural competence. Now, you see, looking at the iceberg, know what's below the surface. If we understand really the awareness process, it's not just we only see the events, but we see the patterns of behavior, underlying structures, and the mental models. Nakikita natin na ano ba talaga yung problema? Why is it that this particular culture does not really belong? So, anong underlying structures? Baka meron tayong hindi magandang sinabi sa culture na ito. Or baka we have thought of that this culture is not good enough for us. So you see that? Those are part of the reflections that we gather into. So we therefore need to understand the existing values, framework, reflecting the culture of our organization. Pero what model ba of framework can we use to support our understanding about this? So, basically, we use the competing values framework. So the competing values framework now will enable us to understand what type of cultures are we projecting in our own institutions. So we are all DepEd. DepEd has its own culture naman. So if coming from a private sector, I can sense, if I will gather some observable data, I can see that DepEd has a different culture. Okay, my culture is DepEd. But looking at this competing values framework, we can now crystallize and specify ano ba yung talagang framework na we all embrace. Okay, so it all starts with a grid. Okay, so in the competing values framework, it all starts with a grid. No, so the grid begins with the two dimensions. It's the flexibility versus stability, and it's the internal orientation versus the external orientation. So again, it's flexibility versus stability and internal orientation versus the external orientation. So what does this tell us? No, sabi ng framework na ito, if an academic institution is effective when they are adapting, changing, and innovating, they would be higher up on the grid. So meaning to say, they are more flexible. No? So if the academic institution is really more of adapting, they wanted change, from time to time they innovate, so they're actually at the upper part of the grid. No? So they are flexible enough. Pero pag yung company naman is effective when they are consistent and predictable, so they would be lower in the grid. So ano yung ibig sabihin nito? So there are companies who are very much particular with innovations. They wanted things to become innovative and dynamic. And there are also companies who are, who wanted to just be, well, we're okay with this, no? So we'll do this. No? So that's actually at the yellow ribbon, so at the yellow star. Sabi ni Ma'am Josephine Alguso, different individuals react to things in different manners. Sometimes it reveals how one feels towards things around us. Wonderful, Ma'am Josephine Alguso. Okay, so correct. I agree with you, Ma'am Josephine. Okay, next, we also have this. No? So if a company is effective, if they focus on their internal processes and don't worry so much about the outside environment, they would be more on the left of the grid. So in other words, if these companies are particular about the internal structures only, so they are at the left side of the grid. Pero if yung company or an academic institution is more effective, if they pay close attention to the market niche, they would be more right on the grid. No? So they would be more right on the grid. So basically, from this grid alone, we have to assess our companies, or our academic institutions. Are we more flexible? Are we more stable? Are we more of the internal orientation, or are we more of the external orientation? No? So that's actually the question. No? So that's the thing that we are going to assess. No? And basically, in the competing values framework naman, we put these two dimensions together to determine which quadrant we would fall into. For example, a company that prefers creativity and flexibility while staying committed to the process they have in place would be on the top of the left quadrant. So in other words, these academic institutions are flexible, but they are only at the internal orientation. So they are flexible within the internal orientation. So sabi ni Sir Zaalika or Sir Zaalika, Sir ba to or Ma'am? Okay, Sir Zaalika. Thinking, Zaalika M na lang para safe. Zaalika M, thinking of system of what she wants to do. Okay, so for example, a company that prefers creativity and flexibility while staying committed to the process they have in place would be on the top left of the quadrant. While the question is talagang ganito, why do we need to care? So bakit natin kailangang alamin yung ating mga kultura? No? So meron naman tayong kultura bilang Pilipino. No? Meron tayong kultura bilang isang Kristiyano, bilang isang Muslim, pero bilang isang Tibuli, bilang isang Aita, bilang isang because ang dami nating kultura. Pero bakit nga ba kailangan natin na intindihin din ang ating kultura sa ating mga paaralan? So why do we have to understand these types of culture? No? So bakit kailangan? So yun yung parang pinakatanong. Kasi nga, this actually allows us to provide a more meaningful interactions with our colleagues later on. Meaningful in the sense that, again, take note, we are gathering observable data and experiences, di ba? So if we gather this data and experiences, we get to understand naman what's the meaning of this data. Kasi nga naiintindihan natin yung ating culture. So the first one that we are going to understand in the competing values framework is the clannish. No? So itong clannish na clan culture is more focused on the collaboration process. So leaders have more success as facilitators and mentors. No? So basically, when we talk about clannish culture, no, so they are more of collaborators. No? So they facilitate more, or they are mentors more. So they used to collaborate. So Excuse me. So these organizations value commitment to the group, teamwork, and development and advancement. Excuse me. Yeah, it's okay. You can. Yeah. Sorry for the interruption. So these organizations value commitment to the group, to the teamwork, and development and advancement of employees who are already within the company. So basically, this type of culture loves to collaborate, to work together, to discuss sessions together. So yeah, sorry for a while ha kasi nawawala. I think connection. Ayan. Okay, go. Game. Okay. All right. So basically in collaborators, no, so we have the following, no. So we have different types of collaborators, no. So who are these collaborators? So we have the following. We have the stealth ninja, the executive, the taskmaster, the skeptic, the dinosaur, the soloist, the socialite, the expert, and the ringleaders. Now, who are these people? No, so itatanong natin, maybe I will be asking you later on, no, during our conversations here, kung anong type of collaborators ba kayo? No? Kasi number one, meron tayong tinatawag na mga stealth ninja. So those stealth ninja are those covert collaborator. No? So sabi ni Ma'am Juliet Gonzaga, by the way, Ma'am Vincent Aglipa, cultural competence means people of different races, religions, gender, sexual identities. Ma'am Juliet said, people look at things in different views. What is beautiful to me may not be beautiful to others. It usually depends on our orientations. Okay, so who are these types of collaborators? So we have here the stealth ninja. So the stealth ninja are the covert collaborators. Sila yung type ng collaborators that they always go somewhere else and check other people's work, you know. So those are the type of collaborators na mga stealth ninja. We also have the executive. So those executive is usually a decision maker in the company or the department who has limited time. So usually pag kayo yung principal talaga, you are actually an executive. Tama? So pag andun kayo sa mga schools ninyo, you are the executive people, no? And then the taskmasters naman are those people who are simply organized. Sila yung mga talagang OCD people. They are the obsessive compulsive disorder type of people. So they are the taskmasters. Like we also have the skeptics. So yung mga skeptics natin, these are those people are somewhat vocal opponent to the collaboration. No? So sila yung mga parang they always get to ask questions like, are you right with your decision? Or tama ba yung decision mo? Or ano ba? Like, are you okay with this? Or so eventually they are those people who are really skeptics. Marami yan sa schools natin. We also have the dinosaurs, no? So yung mga dinosaurs naman, yun yung mga the most not so tech savvy person in the organization. So they are those people who are somehow the older ones, no? So they are the older ones, okay? While we also have the soloists. So the soloists are those people who are working alone. So they love to work alone. They prefer to work alone, to share only because he or she is not used to it. So yun yung mga tao na they don't want to collaborate more often, but they share naman, but they wanted to do this alone rather than, you know, talking to people a lot. Like we also have the socialite. Yung mga socialites naman, yun yung mga nasa Facebook that they always post updates on Facebook, you know, all the time. So they call themselves the socialite. And there's also this what we call as the experts. So yung mga expert, they are those people who are content-based talaga na collaborators. They actually go to open person for questions about collaboration. And of course, we also have the ringleader. So yung mga ringleaders natin is they are anything but a behind-the-scene persons. So they contribute a lot naman, are ringleaders, but they wanted to be in the behind the spot, no? So they wanted to be on the behind the spot process naman. So they just don't get to go well with other people, but they just don't want to be shown, no? But they contribute a lot. So yan. So if I'm going to ask you, Ma'am Cecilia said, we need to care to understand our own culture to have harmonious relationship among our internal and external stakeholders to achieve our school goals. Tama. Ma'am Johnny said, collaboration skills enable you to successfully work towards a common goal with others. So they include actively listening to others and respecting the diversity of your colleagues. Tama. So if I'm going to ask you, my dear principals and my dear teachers naman natin sa YouTube, what type of collaborators are you ba? No? So I'd like you to type your answers. No? So are you a stealth ninja? Are you executive? Are you taskmaster, skeptic, dinosaur, soloist, socialite, expert, ringleader, or sabihin nyo na parang you have all these types of collaborator. The collaborators collaborator, skill. Okay. Sige, so I'll wait. Okay, so ano kaya kayo? Okay, so I'll wait in the chat box. Are you a stealth ninja, executive, taskmaster, skeptic, dinosaur, siloist, socialite, expert, ring leader, or ano kayo? So what do you think? Si Ma'am Belen is a ring leader. Okay, si Ma'am Belen is a ring leader. Ano pa? Sa iba, si Ma'am Wilma is a socialite. Wait, Ma'am Wilma is a socialite. While si Ma'am Rona is a socialite din. Okay. Wala, daming socialite na leaders, ano? So, okay, so we have, sabi ni Ma'am Zinaida, I have all these types, sir. Oh, wonderful, no? So, very versatile si Ma'am Zinaida. Ma'am Zinaida nga. Okay. 150 Juan Gaming. Si 150 Juan Gaming is a siloist. Grabe si 150. Okay. Si Karen Espinosa is a siloist, no? Okay. Clifton, combination of taskmaster, ring leader. Ring leader for Ma'am Zahara. For Ann Solano is a little mix of executive, taskmaster, siloist at times, and a bit of a ring leader. Peace out. Okay. I am both stealth ninja and an expert ni Ma'am Renee Monteza. Silhouette. Ma'am Fritzy, I like to work alone yet share my work to others. Socialite. Oh, wonderful. Ang daming socialite. No, ang daming socialite. No. Ma'am Rona is a socialite. Daghan ka answer. Okay. Ma'am Mala is a socialite. Ma'am Shardin is a taskmaster. So to say, parang a little bit of everything. Sabi ni Ma'am Josephine. Ma'am Rowena is executive and skeptic. Marilyn is ring leader. Zaalika, socialite. Sabino, siloist. Di ko na lang sabihin ma'am or sir. Sir Rolando, executive and sometimes siloist. So Periano, no specific type as no size fits all. I am flexible. Oh, wonderful. Sir Superiano. Ma'am Isnara, ring leader. Alexander, ring leader, executive. Ring leader, Somaer. Sir Somaer. Sir Selmar, executive and socialite. Ring leader, socialite leader for Ma'am Amira. Ma'am City is ring leader. And dami. So ring leader, wonderful. So basically, you are collaborators, and you identify who among you types are here. Okay, all right. So positives. Okay. So the good thing about the clannish culture is that organizations that have a clan culture tend to have strong relationships among their employees. And employee involvement and job satisfaction are important to these organizations, and they often seen as a family atmosphere. Kasi itong clannish na culture this is for family, no? So family relationship is very important. While the negative ones is ganito, no? So the negative ones kasi is there's a possible lack of diversity kasi nga everyone is a family, no? So groupthink also occurs. Okay? So pag sinabi ting groupthink occurs, meaning to say hindi na pwede yung ibang ideas kasi nga po is yung isa na idea na gusto ng isa is already the idea of everyone. So that's actually what groupthink is. And sometimes it's not healthy at times. No? Kasi nga po, kailangan din talaga ng diversity of ideas. No? Kailangan natin na talagang alamin kung ano yung mga pananaw ng ibang tao, no? Pananaw ng ibang mga group members natin. So sometimes we should not go away with the groupthink. And it's also potential for abuse, no? So due to strong relationships, there can be tendencies to take advantage of the relationship. So yun yung sometimes yung problem, no? So sabi ni Ma'am Rowena, always posting updates in work in OOTD. So socialite talaga si Ma'am Rowena. Okay. So a good example is the Build a Bear workshop. So that's in the US. I also have seen this Build a Bear workshop. I visited this in the US then. No? So this is actually a toy store for kids. Their core values includes collaborate and celebrate. Okay. So and their purpose is to internally focused on making sure employees are able to advance from within. No. So ayun. And okay, the next one is what we call as the adhocracy. So we have the clan, then we also have the adhocracy. So ano tong adhocracy? So the adhocracy culture is actually focused around creation, no? Although this adhocracy culture naman is somehow competitive, pero the competitive advantage kasi is on the next level, no? So the adhocracy here in this part is that the leaders have more success as innovators or entrepreneurs, no? In other words, itong type of academic institutions na ito are more innovative and agile, no? So they always keep constant eye on the marketplaces to see where they can respond to take the advantage. So tinitingnan nila yung market, like, ito yung need ng market ngayon, so we will create something. So that's actually the creation level, no? So these types of companies would always consider what's happening across the market, no? So tinitingnan nila. So the positive thing is that these types of organizations encourage employees to take risk kasi nga po is they create, no? So when we create something, it's either you take the risk or it's either you just leave it at that, no? Pero in terms of employee autonomy and individuality naman are very much important to the organization. While they're quick to adapt to the outside world, so work rarely if ever gets monotonous. So in other words, they are not actually monotonous types. They always are on the go. Pero yung problem lang with adhocracy is that due to quick changes, established policies and procedures, it's not actually what is the focus of the organization. Kasi nga po, creation part doesn't have any policies and procedures. It's lacking, no? And this also causes frustration when addressing more routine issues that arise. So basically, itong mga organizations na ito na they are more on the adhocratic level, wala siyang rules and regulations sometimes. And if there are problems along the way, there might be problems seeing kung ano yung basis natin sa ating decision, no? Because there's no such rules or policies, no? So it's also not good to have no basis at all when we decide onto something. Also, due to these changes, risk management can be an issue, no? So kasi risk management because we create something, companies typically don't have a strong hierarchy in place. So communication can suffer hindi naman parang same sa atin na there is parang tawag natin dito na parang there's a superintendent, there is a regional director, then there's a regional director, then there's a DepEd secretary. Hindi naman ganon siya. So in the adhocratic level, walang somehow ganon. Kasi nga everyone is really creating, everyone is really taking risks. So those are only the negative things. Kasi nga wala namang masyadong parang talagang who will really act out as the mature ones or as the leader ones. Okay. Ayan. Oh, so the example is Facebook, no? Because Facebook has 5 core values. So the first 3 are to be bold, focus on impact, and move. No? So sabi ni CEO Mark Zuckerberg, move fast and break things. Unless you are breaking stuff, you are not moving fast enough. So you see how fast the changing pace is, no? For this particular company. All right. So we have the clan, we have the adhocracy, we also have the market. So the market here's culture is focused around competition, no? So it's focused on the competition part. So if the adhocracy is focusing on the creation part, so the competition part is the market part man. So here, leaders tend to drive hard and be proven producers. So these organizations value market share and goal achievement and profitability. So basically, that's the competition process kasi nga, they are more particular with how much will the company grow in terms of investments, how much will be the percentage of growth in terms of who are those other companies who are trusting them in terms of their name. So that's the market part, no? The good thing about this market part is that there's a strong understanding of why decisions are made, and then their focus is more on the market awareness. Usually that will lead to better long-term profitability. Pero yung problema kasi sa market po is that yung mga structure and strategy sa changes nila, it does not occur as quickly as possible, no? Kasi nga po, they have corporate perceptions. They have academic institutions perception, no? So, in other words, it's one of the issue of the company kasi nga, they are more focused on the profit and as opposed to sustainability or other factors. So, for example, in our case naman, in the private schools, diba? So if you use the market, we compare it with other institutions in the universities in Cebu in terms of the number of enrollees do we have. So if we have some programs, for example, that will enable us to create sustainability, like for example, developing the students' ability for sports, for other skills that they have to develop, ika-cancel namin yan if it does not lead to profit. So yun yung parang concern ng market, no? So basically, since hindi naman nagkaka-profit yung activity na ito, so we will have to cancel. So that's actually the problem with the market culture. Okay, General Electric, no? So the GE is actually very particular with this market culture because they vowed that every GE business unit must rank first or second in its respective market or phase being sold off. So yun yung problem ng GE. Okay. Next is we have the clan, we have the advocacy, we also have this what we call as the market, and of course the hierarchy. So ito yung pinaka-common sa atin. So it's the hierarchy. So the hierarchy culture is focused around control, no? So it's really about control. So leaders tend to be monitors and coordinators. And these types of organizations value efficiency, consistency, and processes that are proven to be effective. No? So kasi nga there's a hierarchy. No? So meron tayong mga pinaniniwalaang tao, and those people that we are actually believing in are those people in the position, no? Because they are those who belong to the higher hierarchy. And the positive thing is that the authority structure here is very, very clear. No? So very, very clear tayo. No? The ladder here is very present for moving up in this organization. And the good thing naman here is that the employees are very, very aware and they're very, very aware how to master their skills in order for them to move up. So ito naman yung sa hierarchy level. So basically, pag you are in a hierarchy organization, you will get to understand and you get to see for yourself kung ano yung mga parang levels, different levels to attain to para maging ganun ka rin at some point, no? In the near future. So halimbawa sa inyo, so you're teacher 1, so what are the levels to become teacher 2, teacher 3 requirements, master teacher 1, master teacher 2, or if you want to become a principal. So basically that's the positive thing about the hierarchy level. And due to employees knowing how to climb the ladder, so they tend to have more faith in their manager's confidence since they know they have mastered the lower level jobs to move up. No? So kailangan din nila yung manager nila. So basically naman, the negative side of this is that ang problema kasi with hierarchy is there are so many structures. And since there are so many structures, it's too bureaucratic. There can be lack of innovation and change. So yun yung problem. So due to the strong hierarchy of these organizations, collaboration can be hard to come by. So because of the strong hierarchy system, minsan hindi na collaboration yung concern nila. Hindi clannish yung concern nila, but the concern is really on control kasi. So because I wanted to have this, I wanted to have more control, no? And these companies can be overly bureaucratic in how they operate, no? So that's the problem with the hierarchy side then, no? So and one example is the McDonald's, no? So yung McDonald's kasi, this is yung term na tinatawag nating McDonaldization, meaning everything has a routine or set process, no? So pag sabihin nating McDonaldization, that means that's too hierarchical, no? So even their marketing campaigns have emphasized the processes they have in place. So in other words, hindi ka dapat magde-deviate doon sa process kasi nga hindi yun part ng innovation. So McDonald's doesn't want, they have innovation based on the hierarchies level, based on the thinking of the heads, pero hindi na pagdating doon sa kanilang mga workers, wala na dapat innovation kasi they have to follow what did the other heads think about it. Okay, so yun. So let's review. Okay, so ito lang ganun lang kadali yung ating module 3, ano. So we have the clan culture. We have the clan culture is actually particular with collaboration. And then we also have the adhocratic culture that's particular with creation. That's the creation level. We have our market culture that's particularly concerned with the competition level. And of course, we have the hierarchy level, which is particular with the control. No? So yun yung control. Yan. So the clannish, the adhocratic level, the market level, and the hierarchy level. So yun yung types of cultures that we have to understand and is existing in our own organizations. Yan. So basically, so since natapos na po tayo sa ating Module 3, let's answer this. No? So using the ladder of influence po natin, let's answer we can have this in the chat box, maybe a 5-minute break for us to answer this. What conclusions and beliefs do I have with my organization or unit using the competing values framework, and how will my mental model positively shape the way I contribute to the success of my unit? Ayan. So, based on the different cultures, ano ba yung mga conclusions and beliefs ko tungkol sa aming clan? So, I mean, tungkol sa aming culture, is it clannish? Is it adhocratic? Is it market? Or is it hierarchy, no? And or if ever naman, kasi expected naman sa DepEd talaga na it's hierarchy. Pero what about kaya the others, no? So ano kaya yung kahit na hierarchical ang DepEd, let's see if meron bang na geared towards the market, geared towards adhocracy, or geared towards the clannish culture, right? So basically mga 5 minutes lang po tayo. So for those who would like to answer po, so the chat box is very much open for your answers. And then after 5 minutes, I will have to read your answer. Okay? So the 5 minutes starts now. All right, so we're actually there's only one answer for now. Okay. Okay. Okay, so there's an answer from the YouTube page, no? Sabi ni Sir Elver Gonesto, flexibility and be able to listen and respect each other culture and norms since they are part and important person in organization. Okay. So maybe I'm looking for those who are actually working in, having their views on the YouTube, no, to also provide answers. Ma'am Josephine, sabi ni Ma'am Josephine, in our school, it is more on collaborators, no? So we work as one and we work towards one goal and minding of our ranks, of our positions, and collaborators in the sense that we believe in shared governance and leadership. Excuse me. Wonderful. Sabi ni Sir Necesario, in so far the current situation is concerned, our school's culture for now will focus most likely on clan culture. We will do collaboration to address the data we gathered in the past school year. And sabi ni Ma'am Amera, in our school, collaboration and giving an opinion for every assigned task is important in order to succeed. And sabi ni Ma'am City, in our school, we work as a team because everyone is important. Wonderful, no? In our school, we believe in the saying, united we stand, divided we fall. Oh, wonderful. Si Sir Norhana Maunda, I don't know if it's sir or ma'am. No? Hierarchy with little mix of market. Si Norhana Untong, that's hierarchy culture. While Clifton Davis is the school that we have is still in hierarchy, but even with it, the organization is still doing best to make the organization effective and efficient. Yeah, okay naman. Yeah. And Anya Alia Ogang, DepEd follows the hierarchical framework, but it is not a bad thing. Correct. It means that as an organization, we do things right by promoting respect to our immediate supervisors. Correct. Si Siba Muto. Maria Lourdes Inad. For me, I am more on flexibility because every now and then I deal with different individuals with their culture and behavior. In this way, I can learn from them and I can maintain good relationship. Sabi ni Anya Alia Ogang. But in our school, we are more collaborative because we always work as one. Ito yung sinasabi ko na even if DepEd is hierarchical, so the school still, is more collaborative, they can also be clannish at some point. Si Ma'am Jonalika Simbaan, in our organization, we do believe in collaborative efforts because together we can empower one another to grow and become competitive individual. Correct. And then Annabelle Superable, collaborating coping changes to a common goal. Si Crisel Grace Cargamento, data success is also possible by providing accurate data to the management. Si Ma'am Milagros Sacluso believes that cooperation and oneness lead to success of an institution. Ann Solano, the station I'm in is generally in hierarchy. Everyone is encouraged to execute one's responsibility. Thus, we are reminded to positively contribute for the success of the unit. Okay. Sabi ni Ma'am Saliha Omar, our school is focused on clan cultures that we collaborate for our development and improvement of school. Si Sir Norberto Frias, in our school, we always practice on tasking and we always adopt the sense of community. Ang galing ng mga schools ng Lanao del Norte, no? So they are very collaborative, they're very clannish, no? They're more familiar. I did not expect this. No? I didn't expect this from you guys. Aida Makasarte, understanding each culture brings us to unity in addressing academic concerns and issues from Curva Miagao Elementary School. Principals come and go, correct, sabi ni Sir. By the way, sabi yun ni Ma'am Aida Makasarte, sabi ni Sir Rene Montesa, principals come and go and 5 years is maximum stay. It has been in my mind to set always to leave a legacy in the school, both academic and physical before I leave by trying all modes perhaps. Oh, so I suppose that Sir Rene Montesa is a principal. Sir Eileen Sancho, in our school, we create an inclusive atmosphere that is open to and accepting to variety of experiences. Galing, no? Sir Vincent Agdipa, we usually have clan culture in our school, doing things like we are one big family when mentorship and teamwork are our primary focus. So, Felix Berto Ventures, DepEd is hierarchy because of promotion. So teacher will do best in teaching and perform well to have the award after all. Of course, with the help of the principal. Okay, wonderful. Sylvia Garcines, in our school, we work together in developing makabayan, makadiyos, makakalikasan, at makatao 21st century learners. Galing, ha? So, makabayan, makadiyos, makakalikasan, at makatao. Okay. So, Apollonia Tabanyas, targeting the common goal by helping each other for the success and progress of the school. And a combination of flexibility and collaborative, sabi ni Ma'am Gisette Lumusad. Vincent Agdipa, communication is vital to a successful clan culture, so let your team know that you're open to feedback. Pasita Tumog, in Nodaran ES, in our organization, we do also collaborative efforts to achieve common goals. While City Anila Makaraya, Marife Piapeg, okay, Norhana Untong, clan culture is good in division of works in an organization. It promotes collaboration and leads us in attaining our organization and goals successfully. While Jack Art Page said, in our school, we applied collaborative in a certain task with that system to thinking and listening are being applied to achieve positively shape the success of the school. While here naman sa mga principals part, sabi ni Ma'am City, Sir Selmar, one for all for one. Ayan. Si Ma'am Francesca, in our school, I practice building teams with designated leader for every PAPS and academic chairs after the implementations. We gather for feedbacking and are leveling up. In our school, no trolls. I like this. Mafe Misias. In our schools, no trolls left behind. Oh, diba? So no trolls left behind. In Ramlas said, in our school, we work as group and has rapport relationship to each other. Camilo B, there is meaningful interaction, Sir Camilo, among our teachers in school because we have our unified culture. Okay, sabi ni Ma'am Sir Somayer, we are more inclined on hierarchical culture. All our actions are guided by DepEd orders and division memos. But we are also geared toward Holarcracy. Holarcracy, sir. Hierarchy. Okay, hierarchy, which means we also distribute responsibility through coordinatorship of teachers of important matters. In our school, we practice collaboration because we believe that each of us here can generate new ideas and give good impact. Panuluon National High School is a clannish family. Flexibility, wherein all teachers, sabi ni Ma'am Wilma, sabi ni Ma'am Mala Salug kanina, no? Ma'am Elizaida, flexibility wherein all teachers should leave their comfort zones but to look for the betterment of the delivery of education. Ma'am Mufida said, in my own opinion, sir, we achieve our goals and plans for the benefit of our school through strong collaboration and proper communication to one another. Is very important and equal treatment to the subordinates, asking their equal brilliant ideas and opinions. Agree. Sabi ni Ma'am Rowena, we embrace the principles. Let's collaborate. Let's vote in para sa bata, para sa bayan. No, so many answers. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Sabi ni Ma'am Juvie Baldado, in our school, we do collaborative efforts for the good of our learners. Ma'am Fatima Salik, we value being innovative and agile. Wonderful. Sir G. Romo, hierarchy is at is but collaboration is visible because we are like a machine. No matter how small nga piesa you are, you have a purpose and you are part of that big thing to function because that's action learning. And despite sabi ni Ma'am G. Romo, Sheila Ortal, despite our differences as teachers, we work collaboratively to achieve our goals as one school and flexible for any changes which can help one another to grow professionally and personally. Rufo de la Cruz Integrated School. In our school, we brainstorm certain issues to listen to all possible methods and address such issue. Wonderful. Okay, wonderful. City Hanan Takbas collaboration creates quality education. Salma Ampatua, in our school, we do collaborative in Masibay Integrated School. Marizel Magwali, okay. Janice Melanog, in our school, we have strong bonds of loyalty. This is highly collaborative work environment where the individual is valued and communication is a top priority. Okay. And then when educators work together, they form important professional and personal relationships. According to Charity Matuod, Zinaido Omar, in Magsaysay, we've been doing a culture of success and promoting collaboration, empowering teachers to share their plans and ideas and shared governance. Sabi naman Marifa Chavez, in our school, collaboration is always a practice. And Christine C, cooperation, support, and pro-worker attitude exist in our organization. So you see, I'm quite impressed by the way how you answer these questions, because all the while I was thinking that your answers will be hierarchy, no? Kasi nga sa DepEd, it's really hierarchy, no? To begin with, sa DepEd is they always consider hierarchical structures. So yun. But basically, when you were answering these questions, sinabi po ninyo na you are more of collaborative, no? So you are really dynamic, no, in terms of understanding different cultures, understanding different issues, understanding different concerns. So napakaganda po nun. So very wonderful reflections. From the Maayon ES Taguluan, we in school are a clan culture as well. We are uniquely family and we do this so-called mentorship to be one. Okay. Sabi ni Ma'am Fatima. Si Ma'am Chris Amilalim, alone we can do little, together we can do so much. Ma'am Michelle Maglanke. In our school, we are open for feedbacks, comments, and we listen to individuals to have the four walls in view of the issue we encounter in our school. Everyone is willing to help and participate. And Aimee Mutia said, positive thinker. I did not expect your answers to be like this, no? So I thought it's really more of the hierarchy, but it's really more of collaboration. It's really a wonderful, dispositions in schools to begin with. Susan B, in our school, we practice collaboration to promote communication, exchanges of knowledge sharing. Without hierarchy, all of the team members are established on the same level. Correct naman, no? So everyone can give their opinion and put forward their ideas. So the relationship are horizontal. And there is a collective responsibility. Sabi ni Ma'am Edna, in our school, we practice collaboration and tasking. Marilu, together we do tasks collaboratively because we believe that not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. It's wonderful. Marilu A. Dennis D. Collaboration is our culture and working as a group is our habit and performing as a team is very evident. Sabi ni Sir Dennis. Okay. Sabi ni Ma'am City, Angela Macaraya. Okay. Hierarchical as usual as a bit of clannish culture. We move as one and value unity. Collaboration is always encouraged so we could achieve our common goal. And Koreo, Aida Makasarte. Ito, meron pa. Fatima Salik. Okay. Michelle Maglanke, in our school, we are open for feedbacks, comments, and we listen to individuals to have the four walls view of the issue encounter in our schools. Everyone is willing to help and participate. And Ma'am Aida Makasarte said, one team, one goal provides quality result. In Koreo, ES, flexibility is in our school. We work hand in hand for a success. Sabi ni Ma'am Emma's channel. And then Olga Tihada is feeling confused. Bakit naka-confuse si Ma'am Olga Tihada? Okay. Verna Arco, working collaboratively brings success to our organization. Soraya Langi, in our school, collaboration is always a practice. Lorna Gumabat, in our school, we are collaborative and work towards one goal as a whole for the benefit of our institution and for the good of our learners. And then, just be positive thinkers for the good of all. Sabi naman Pilarita Suwan. Then Sherry Abalo, still listening and watching. Okay. I'm listening pala. Okay. Ayan. And collaboration is our culture. Okay. In our school, Bridge of Love for In Love. I like this one, no, Ma'am Virgilin. In our school, Bridge of Love for In Love. There is for Bridge of Love for In Love. There is unity. In unity, there is harmony. In harmony, there is peace. And above all, teachers are God-fearing individuals. Maganda, no? So thank you so much for all your answers. So basically, that ends our module 3. And finally, we are on for our last module. Last na lang, konti na lang, no? San we're done. Okay, so we're on for our last module. We've had defined organizational leadership in the context of who are our leaders and managers now. And then we had our action learning or systems thinking. And then module 3 naman is we had our competing values framework, understanding the different cultures. So this time for our last session na lang. Konti na lang. Okay. So basically, in our last session, okay, let me just end this. Just open this in our module 4 session. Let me search the module first. And our module 4 session, supposedly if it's a longer session talaga, if it's a 1-week session, we will use this, no? We will use this session guide for the action learning talaga, the actual action learning process. Pero basically, since this is just an orientation, no, so we get to understand in our 4th module what Theory U is all about, no? Okay. So okay, so let me just read. S. Collaboration and division of labor is always practiced. More heads is better than one head. We always consider the voice of every individual. Yeah. So let's go to the module 4. No? So module 4 is the Theory U, which is the 21st century action learning process towards leading the future. So ito na. So we have come to understand ano yung mga organizational leadership theories and ano yung understanding natin when it comes to comparing the management before, the then, and the now. Bakit kailangan yung action systems thinking? Ano yung mga tools na kakailanganin natin so that we will understand it better? And at the same time, bakit kaya kailangan natin to understand our different cultures using the competing values framework? And eventually, we all have come to agree, no? Na pag nalalaman natin or if we get to know our different cultures, we also get to understand how to find ways to collaborate, how to find ways to ensure that there's really better participation among the team members. Kasi nga po, we are practicing this new consciousness. We develop this new consciousness towards collective leadership. So yun lang din naman talaga. Collective leadership so that we have the collective capacity. And we have to tap this collective capacity in order for us to grow better in our organizations. But in tapping this collective capacity to begin with is to understand the different theories. And the only theory that I will be presenting to you is what we call as the Theory U. So if you could just imagine, yung Theory U is parang nagsimula siya doon sa right sa left side going to the right side. So that's the U, no? So in other words, you can only become successful if you undergo the U process. So that's the Theory U. So kailangan talaga na maintindihan natin kung ano yung proseso na iyon so that in achieving this Theory U, we can develop the collaborative and the collective process and the collective capacity. So the very question is, when is it really an innovation? Kailan ba nagiging innovation yung mga bagay? No? So when is it becoming an innovation? And at the same time, sabi ni Charles Handy, in a knowledge economy, a good business is a community with a purpose and not a piece of property. So basically, we are in a DepEd setting. And in a DepEd setting, we have to make sure that even if it's a hierarchical level, we always embrace innovations naman. No? Sabi pa nga ninyo na you are at the hierarchical level, pero the good thing is you are collaborating. So yun yung parang napaka-healthy na parang context. Kasi nga, despite the fact na nagkakaroon ng levels yung management ninyo, you are still on the process of collaboration. You are in the process of listening to each other. You are in the process of, kahit nga sabi nga ninyo, you are also clannish. Eh. In other words, you work as a family, you work as a team. Kasi nga those are positive things naman. No? So eventually, in a knowledge economy, a good business is a community with a purpose and not a piece of property. So our purpose basically is to provide solutions to problems which are existing. That's number one. Second is our purpose naman is in order for us to provide solutions to these problems is to, again, as what I've said, is to develop the collective capacity. So yun lang naman. Very, very easy. Very clear yun. And it's not just a piece of property. Kaya nga po kailangan natin ng personal mastery, kailangan nating i-check yung ating mental models, kailangan nating i-check na nagkaroon ba tayo ng shared vision, did we communicate our shared vision, did we communicate or did we enable ourselves to create or empower to create a team learning process so that we can have a systems thinking. So ang dami-dami niyo po ninyong sinabi about systems thinking, and basically the most important thing of all is in systems thinking is actually just about relationship building. It's attitude towards the collective capacity, in tapping the collective capacity. It's the attitude of opening wider our flashlights so that we can see the bigger and the wider view. So that's the importance of all. Now, bakit din po kailangan natin ng innovation? It's because our strategies have changed. Noon, we only learned about pedagogy and andragogy. So dalawang terms lang yung ating natututunan before. So we have the pedagogy and the andragogy. Pero nagkaroon na po tayo ng shift. So there's a shift of disruptive learning na ngayon. So ano ba yung shift? So nagkaroon na tayo ng shift to other gogies. Ano yung tawag ng mga shifts na yon? So we already have this, what we call as the eutagogy, the pedagogy, and the cybergogy. So again, we have the eutagogy, the pedagogy, and the cybergogy. So when we talk about eutagogy, this is now a process of enabling our learners to become self-directed individuals. Kahit during the pandemic, we already experienced and practiced this eutagogy. Bakit? Kasi we teachers were left on our own. No? So hindi natin alam, there's pandemic. Ano bang gagawin? Modular writing, synchronous, asynchronous class. And so you were become redirected. No? So nagiging self-directed teachers kayo. And on top of becoming self-directed teachers, nagiging self-directed learners din kayo at the same time. Diba? So that's the eutagogy. So developing the eutagogy culture. We also have the pedagogy. So the pedagogy is actually focusing on the peers or co-learning and co-creating. So that's the pedagogy. And we also have the cybergogy. So the cybergogy is actually encouraging learner engagement in an online environment. So in other words, nagsishift na talaga yung ating learning process. Hindi lang siya sa pedagogy, how to deliver the process of learning, the teaching and learning process for young kids. Hindi lang siya andragogy, the process of teaching and learning for the college kids. Pero it's still eutagogy. It's now eutagogy. It's pedagogy, and it's cybergogy. So you see, ang daming changes. There are so many changes that are going through right now. So sabi ng slide nito, schools will need therefore to take the role of knowledge and innovation ecosystem managers. Kasi nga po, sinabi ko po kaninang umaga, if you're going to check on the DepEd framework, yung intention ng DepEd framework is to produce holistically developed Filipino with 21st century skills. Yun yung sabi ng DepEd, to produce holistically developed Filipino with 21st century skills. You could just imagine that, no? You just imagine that. And so therefore, DepEd must have the role to become ecosystem managers. So si DepEd yung nagiging ecosystem manager. So pag hindi nagiging ecosystem manager si DepEd, hindi natin eventually achieve yung target that we will produce holistically developed Filipino with 21st century skills. That this kid will have a critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. Kasi nga kailangan eh. That's what the school and what the department is department's targets are. So napaka-obvious ng target ng department. We create more holistically developed Filipino with 21st century skills. And therefore, we have to be ready as well as ecosystem managers. Now, to achieve this process is of course, balik tayo dun sa underlying structures. So balik tayo dun sa underlying structures. What are those underlying structures that we have identified? Using the theory U, which is the one process and the 5 movements. Okay. So theory U, so it's still a U. So parang U siya. So from the beginning until makakapunta ka dun sa kabilang side so that makakomplete yung cycle ng U. No? So that's a theory U, one process, 5 movement natin. So the first one is the co-initiating. No? So in this process kasi, as principals and as teachers, we have to practice the process of co-initiating. So the co-initiating is when we build common intent. No? When we stop and listen to others and to what life calls you to do. So basically, this is now the time that we start the listening process. Kasi nga in the listening process, it's not just about I and me, it's not just about I and it, but it's also about I and you and I and now. So ang importante is we can co-initiate by listening on what is the current and the existing reality. Ito yung existing reality. Nagkaroon ng pandemic, nagkaroon ng COVID, yung pandemya talagang allowed us to become limited, you know, in all our works. So basically, kailangan natin mag-go back to the basics and we have to learn how to co-initiate. We also have to do the co-sensing. Ano ba yung co-sensing? So the co-sensing is when we will be able to observe. Ano ba yung mga processes na nangyayari ngayon? And ano ba yung mental models ng mga tao ngayon? So since there's pandemic, what's the mental models that people are clinging to right now? Therefore, it's very important to observe, and go to those places of most potential and listen with your open heart and open mind. So sabi ni Ma'am Mercy Andus, harmonious relationship towards everyone to achieve common goals. Correct. No? So it's very important to have that harmonious relationship. So that's the co-sensing process. In the presencing level naman, we need to connect to the source of the inspiration and will to go to the place of silence and allow the inner knowledge to emerge. So after nung nag-co-initiate tayo at nag-co-sensing tayo, we are now ready to go to the bottom of the U. And the bottom of the U is the source of inspiration and the will. Bakit ba kailangan talaga nating pumunta doon sa targets? Why do we have to involve our teachers in the process? Bakit kailangan nating makinig sa mga teachers? No? Bakit kailangan natin napahalagahan ang kanilang mga pananaw? Why is it very important to understand the different teachers' mental models? Kasi nga po, the teachers are the ones to help us out in connecting the source of our inspiration and the will. So tayo po ang may mga goals. Lahat naman po tayo may mga goals. But eventually, hindi po na-achieve yung ating goals if hindi nga po talaga, sabi ko nga kanina, if hindi po nare-relay yung ating vision. Hindi po nag-share yung ating vision. So that's actually presencing. So presencing is when all of you are able to connect to the source of the inspiration and you allow everyone to provide a more deeper reflection, a more deeper interaction so that everyone will have to be aware of the advocacy process. So yun yung the presencing. That's the presencing. And of course, we move to the co-creating process. So the co-creating process is the prototyping of the new. No? So in living examples to explore the future by doing. So in other words, since nagkaroon na ng presencing, we had our ability to create, to go to the place of silence and allow our inner knowledge to be emerged. So everyone is ready to co-create now. Because nagkaroon ng shared vision, everyone has the interaction, everyone has provided meaning, everyone has understood its mental models, everyone has understood the underlying structures. So everyone is ready to co-create now. So nagko-co-create na tayo. And of course, for us to go to the last view is we are evolving. In other words, change is a process. Evolution is a process. You cannot just dictate change right there and then. Hindi mo sasabihin, bukas mag-change na kayo lahat. Bukas ganito na yung mental models nyo. Bukas ganito na yung mga paradigms nyo. Hindi ganun yun. Hindi ganun yun. No, it's not like that. Why? Because change is a process again. It's an evolution. In other words, you can only discover and experience the evolution if there was listening, if there was data gathering, if there was observation, if there was the connection of the source of inspiration to the will, and if there was the co-creation process. So that's the time that you also have, that you will be evolving. No? Sabi naman Marife Chavez, teachers are the frontliners in the new normal of education. Correct. So tama. No? Okay. So that's the thing. No? That's the theory process. The theory process, therefore, is allowing us to explain bakit kaya hindi ganoon kadali ang mag-change? Why is it that change is not that easy? Kasi nga po, dadaan po kayo sa isang pattern. So there's a pattern. And there should be presencing. There should be presencing at some point. Okay? There should be presencing. And speaking of that presencing, we have to look at our paradigms. Okay? So paradigms. Speaking of paradigms, so kalimutan ko itanong to. Paradigm, when we say paradigm, let me just write this. Okay. Sorry. Okay, when we say paradigm, ito po yung spelling ng ating paradigm pen. So that's paradigm. Okay, so paradigm. Ayan. Okay, tama ba ito? Paradigm. Ayan. So that's paradigm. When we talk about paradigm, that's the belief system. No? So that's the belief system. So the paradigm is the belief system. Ayan. So itatanong ko sa inyo, ano yung mga belief system ninyo? Ano yung mga belief system natin, no? So paradigm. So if I'm going to ask you, my dear friends in YouTube and in the MS Teams, ano ba yung paradigm nyo tungkol sa pera? What is your belief about money? What do you believe about money? Ano ba yung money para sa inyo? What is money for you? So ano yung belief niyo about money? Money is blank. Okay, so sasagot niyo yan sa ating chat box. Money is blank. Don't worry, is ano na po ito. Give me mga 15 minutes na lang kaya. So matatapos na din tayo. No? So money is blank. So ano ba yung money? Money para sa inyo. My dear friends in the MS Teams, ano ba yung money? Money is blank for you. Money is, sabi ni Ma'am Mala Salog, money is powerful. Ayan. Money is powerful. Money is powerful. Sabi ni Ma'am Elizaida, money is power. Sabi ni Ma'am Sir Camilo, money is everything. Sabi ni Sir Sir or Ma'am Ramla, money gives us our basic needs. Ayan. Money gives us our basic needs. How about in the YouTube? Money helps us to survive. Ayan. So Ma'am Josephine. Ma'am Ana, money is a basic need. Ayan. So ano pa? Sabi ni Ma'am Marifa Chavez, money is essential need. Ayan. So money is an essential need. Ano pa? Sabi ni Ma'am Eldisa Dotado, Butchin Mahanlud, money is the root of all evils. Then sabi ni Ma'am Jonalika Simbaan, money makes the world go round. Sabi ni LB Puebla, money is power. Sabi ni Murhana Otong, money is benchmarking. Money is benchmarking. Sabi ni Sir Marlon, money is motivator. Money is important to survive. Money is source of happiness. Sabi ni Ma'am Johani, money is important to survive. Sabino, money is source of happiness. Money is important. Money is a machine that could run everything. Ma'am Rowena, Sir Carlo, money is universal lubricant. Grabe. I like the term. Carlos C. Money is the universal lubricant. Okay, sabi ni Sir Rolando, money dominates. Sabi ni Ma'am Rona, maluya mi og walay money. Grabe gid si Ma'am Rona, no? Maluya gid og walay money. Tinuod gid na Ma'am Rona, appear gid ta Ma'am Rona. Ma'am Amira said, money conquer all but can't buy happiness and love. Galing, no? Ma'am Ana, money is a medium of exchange. It allows people to obtain what they need to live. Ma'am Ana, Marilu, money adds life. Mafe, money makes us to work. Mafe is Naria, money is power. Marilyn, we can move if we have money. Sir Selmar, money is life. Money is life, Sir Selmar. So, Ma'am City, money is essential. Ma'am Sir Selmar, money is sustained life. Money is a machine. Money becomes our boss. Money is source of light, gives happiness and love. Money can change people and their behavior. Money makes me smile. Pretty Tita, Grace, money can change. Money can change. Money is for worldly things. Ang dami, no? Sabi ni Ma'am Verna Arco, money is important to be able to buy for our basic needs and wants if we have to make it our life easier. Money is essential for living. Money change everything, especially in relation with others. Okay, dami. Now, why am I asking you this? Bakit ko tinatanong sa inyo to? Because again, your paradigm speaks it all. So, paradigm speaks it all. So, kahapon, I gave a formula on attitude plus behavior equals action. Ito naman ngayon. So, ang formula ko ngayon is attitude plus your attitude plus your mental models will affect your your beliefs. Okay, no, action, sorry. Let me repeat that. Sorry. Let me just repeat that. Attitude plus your beliefs, this is beliefs, equals your actions. So that's ABA. Ano yan? Attitudes plus beliefs equals your actions. So basically, kung ano yung attitude niyo towards money and ano yung belief niyo towards your money will affect your action. Pag sabihin mo na money is the root of all evil, yung effect nun is you don't like money. Ayoko ng pera. Evil yan eh. Ayoko niyan. Pag sasabihin mo na money can motivate us in our work, meaning to say, sabi ni Ma'am Amira, meaning to say, maghanap ka ng money. Kasi namomotivate ka to work. Okay, namomotivate ka to work. Okay. Pag sabihin mong money, Antonio Buok, sabi ni Antonio Buok, money is used to pay utang. So maghahanap ka ng money kasi nga para ibayad ng utang. So you see, whatever it is that you think will affect your action. Meaning to say, we have to be very, very careful with our paradigms. Okay? We have to be very, very careful with our paradigms. Sabi ni Sir Sumaer, kung wala tay kwarta mo, sakit atong ulo, ay perting sakita gid sir, no? So grabe yung kasakit sa kwarta, no? So yun ana. So you see, paradigm. That's what paradigm is all about. So attitude plus your belief systems will affect your actions. So if you think that your work is no longer giving you enough space, that will also affect your action. If you think that your husband is not loving you anymore, that will also affect your action. If you think that your wife is no longer lovable, so meaning to say, it will also affect your action. Okay? So if everyday halimbawa, pagkatapos ng session na ito, pumunta kayo ulit sa bahay niyo, nakikita niyo yung mga asawa ninyo, no? So yung imong bana o ang imong asawa, makita nimo basically. So what happens is, kung di ka ganahan niya, di na kaganahan, di na siya gwapa, so it will affect your action. Pero if makita ni mo asawa, gwapa jud akong asawa or gwapo jud ang akong bana, no? So basically, you will have to, basically what will happen is, it will also affect the way how you deal with them, with your spouses. Yeah? So in other words, in this particular action learning system, it's really very important to understand our belief systems, because our belief systems again and our attitude will basically affect our actions. Ayan. So I'm just sharing that to you. No? So money can change attitude and personality. So the seventh theory, you leadership capacity. So there's a youth theory, so we do the co-initiating, co-sensing, presencing, co-creating, co-evolving. Now, there are 7 leadership capacities that we have to develop. The first is the listening capacity. I already explained that to you. This is the foundational capacity of the you. Sabi nga natin kanina, if there's no listening, there's no politeness, we cannot go to the generative, we cannot go to the reflective listening. Kasi nga po, listening is the foundation of everything. So, walay kwarta o hilanat according to Mala Salog. Okay. Then after the listening part is the observing process. No? The observing process is now the capacity to suspend the voice of judgment. So, when we say that we observe, paano ba mag-observe? Pag tayo po ay isang principal or tayo po ay isang leader ng isang organization, we are required to observe. Pero meaning to say po, anong ibig sabihin ng observation is when we suspend the voice of judgment. If you are able to suspend the voice of judgment, that's the right observation. Kasi nga, when we observe something, we have to leave our biases behind. We have to leave everything. Kasi nga po, we are observing. So in other words, we observe people by not using our voice of judgment. Okay? But we observe them based on we observe them based on the data that we have gathered, no? So we observe them with a true observation. Hindi yung projection. Kasi meron tayong tinatawag sa psychology na projection. We only observe because that's how we wanted to project. But it's not observation. It's only projection. But we observe by suspending the voice of judgment. Number 3, sensing. The sensing on the you part is the preparation for the bottom of the you. In order for you to experience the co-evolution process, there should be sensing. Ang ibig sabihin po ng sensing is we have to have an open mind, an open heart, and an open will. So an open mind, an open heart, and an open will. Ibig pong sabihin, we have to be very, very open to the changes while suspending the voice of our judgments. In other words, this opening process is not passive, but an active sensing together as a group. Take note, as a group, while an open heart allows us to see situation from the whole, and the open will enables us to begin the act from the emerging whole. So that's actually the sensing process. Now, let's go to the next one, the presencing. The presencing now is your capacity to connect to the deepest source of the self and the will, no? And it will allow us to emerge from the future, from the whole, no? Rather than from the smaller parts of the group. So that's the presencing. Next is we have the crystallizing. No? So when we are able to crystallize, we are able to identify the purpose and the outcomes of the project of the group. And the power of their intention creates an energy that will attract people, no? That will attract people, that will attract opportunities, that will attract resources to make things happen. In other words, you are no longer developing a leadership out of charisma, but you are developing a leadership because you were able to listen, you were able to observe, you were able to sense, you were able to have your presencing, and you were able to crystallize, no? So sa crystallization part, this is where the things and resources are making are happening, no? So this core group functions as a vehicle for the whole to manifest. Sabi naman Virgin, kung mayaman lang ako, babaguhin ko ang mundo. Money is very, very needed today. So I can let my learners and no absences may happen in every school. Ayan. Prototyping is the next one. The prototyping is when this is now the moving on the left side of the U. This is the opening up and dealing up with the resistance of thought, with the emotion, and at the same time the will. So in other words, pag nasa prototyping level na po tayo, we will be able to integrate, to think, to feel in the context of practical applications of learning by doing. So that's the prototyping part. And the performing part is when all of us have already convened the right sets of players with a front line who are connected through the same value chain. So yun na yung sinasabi ko. We cannot just simply co-evolve. We don't co-evolve lang right away. We don't impose change right away. Because again, it needs a process. And the process is the capacity, the foundational capacity is the listening process. We all have to have the generative dialogue. Then, second is we have to observe by suspending the voice of judgment. We have to have the sensing by providing the open heart, the open mind, and the open will. We have to experience presencing in such a way that we connect to the deepest source of the self. Kasi importante yung nakakonect tayo sa deepest source of the self. Kasi nga po, you might be asking, why am I working towards the shared vision where in fact it will not yield anything good to me? So therefore, for you to find it good for you is to first connect with the deepest self. Ito yung pinaka-personal will mo. It's the deepest will. It's the source. Kasi you cannot give back if you are not whole, if you are not complete. Diba? We cannot actually give back to people or we cannot share whatever it is that we have if we are not complete, if we are not whole. That's why in the presencing part, it's actually putting ourselves as a whole so that we can share more. Then we crystallize, then we prototype, and this is the time that everyone gets to perform. Right? So in other words, we download these habits of judgment. There's factual listening, there's empathic listening, and there's generative listening. And we can only do so much if we will have to open our minds, open our hearts, and open our will. So basically, on top of this, after this session is over, kasi nga po, matatapos na po yung ating session within 5 minutes, we all have to embrace the culture of being so open, using our minds to open it. We have to embrace the culture where we have our hearts to be open as well, and the will as well, so that we can connect to an emerging future as a whole, as our whole self, and we can shift in identity and the self. Hindi na po yung identity na nakikita po natin na tayo as the identity, as a teacher or as a principal. Hindi na po yun. But it's our identity towards other people, identity towards the society, because we wanted to create a future. An identity that is fully aware, an identity that has developed its consciousness into being, so that we can see through other person's eyes. There's an emotional connection, and we disconfirm data that we hear, and we reconfirm old opinions and judgments. Yun naman yung pinaka-importante. If you're going to ask me, how can we manage 21st century organizations and behavior? It's very open. We should only, it's very simple. We should only have to have an open mind, an open heart, and an open will so that we can have the presencing, so that we can go back to the deepest source. What's the very purpose? And we can share, no? We can have the shared vision. We can have the vision for the future, and that we can develop our awareness by raising our flashlights higher so that we can see through. Yun lang naman. There's no other thing. There's no other way but for us to have an open mind, an open heart, and an open will. But take note, tandaan po natin that the only way for us to do this is to start with the foundational capacity of the U process, which is the listening part. Kailangan lang po natin na makinig. No? Kailangan po nating makinig. Kailangan po nating pakinggan kung ano po yung puso ng bawat isa. Kailangan po natin pakinggan ng ating mga guro. Kailangan po nating pakinggan ang ating mga sarili. Kailangan nating pakinggan ang ating mga estudyante. So we have to listen to all of them. We have to listen because that's the foundation of everything. And so we were able to learn different tools for understanding organizational cultures. We have reciprocality, causality view. We have the ladder of inference. We have the iceberg. Sabi naman Isa, be optimist and transformational leader. Correct? And we also learn what are those things that we cannot control. And ito pa, last one. Instead of the 3R cycle, gagawin po natin siya, i-change po natin siya, papalitan po natin. So instead of the resentment, resistance, and revenge, papalitan po natin yung 3R ng resolutions, responsibility, and resolve. So tayo po ang may responsibilidad, hindi po yung iba para po sa atin. Instead of having problems, so we will provide some solutions or resolutions. And we also have to work for the betterment of achieving the results, no? For the betterment of the humanity, for the betterment of us all. Okay? So responsibility and results. Yun po yung importante at saka resolution. Kasi nga po, again, choices po, in every choice that we make, there is the corresponding price and there's a corresponding benefit. So there's a corresponding price and there's a corresponding benefit. It's easy to blame, difficult to own up. It's easy to criticize, it's difficult to take responsibility. It's easy not to care, it takes a hero to love enough. And this hero will be the source of the change. Okay? So in other words, sa Tagalog po, madali po manisi, mahirap tanggapin ang katotohanan. Madali manumbat, mahirap akuin ang responsibilidad. Madali magbaliwala, ang bayani lamang ang handang magpakamatay para sa kabutihan ng bansa. In other words, we have to be very open to a lot of these changes. We should be happy that as teachers, tayo po ang nagiging bayani ng makabagong henerasyon. Tayo po ang bayani na ika-21 siglo. So we're actually the heroes of the 21st century. And therefore, as heroes of the 21st century, we should be the advocate of resolutions. We should be the advocate of responsibility and responsibility. And we should be the advocate for results. Kasi nga po, yung ating purpose po, our intention is to create a future of many different possibilities. And if we will only connect to the source, if we will only listen, and we will able to tap our collective capacity and collective leadership, because again and again, I have been repeating this for so long, we should create a future with many, many, many possible opportunities and possibilities. Okay? And with that, I hope that you learned something from our experience. This is not just a leadership session, but this is actually a session of getting back to our paradigms, our mental models, because again, the way how we think, the way how we act, the way our belief systems are will affect our attitudes and our actions at the same time.